teams?
Well, since we've gone such a far away from the beginning of this tournament until now, the beginning of the tournament, there's so much focus on the offlaners. It felt like the Timbersaw, the DK, the Mars were the heroes to watch. But I think what's happened now at the very end of the tournament is the carry meta has developed in a big way. At the start of the tournament, we saw a larger variety of heroes. We thought it was all about Naga, Sven, heroes like that. But we have some graphics actually that we'd love to show the heroes picked in group stage #1. These are the most picked carries of this stage of the tournament. Terrorblade up at the top with a 50% win rate. The big outliers were Naga Siren and Luna at a 60 and 63% win rate. We thought these were the top carries. Sven had some great showings, mostly on Falcons. But in group stage 2, things switched up a bit. We had this like late hitter life stealer that started to become very, very popular. And we also saw Faces Void kind of come out of nowhere. He kind of got picked towards the end of drafts, and he just won a vast majority of the games. Terrorblade's kind of being ignored. Naga Siren as well, not getting picked much, and the win rate is low. So how that cascades into these two upcoming teams, we need to look at how the two teams picked their heroes in group stage 1 versus group stage 2. Here's the BetBoom carry picks throughout the entire tournament. Right now, Morphling is their most picked in both group stage 1 and group stage 2, and their other heroes aren't quite winning as much. So it feels like Morphling is a possibility, and I'm sure if we had a couple more data points on these ones, we'd see Lifestealer popping up. And on the other side, we have Falcons, who have just been winning with Sven pretty much the whole time. They're 7-1 with Sven.
Wow.
They won upper bracket with Sven 1 game as well, so they're 8-1 total on Sven. Keep in mind that his win rate was like close to 50%, so they're like the Sven team, and everyone else is just not hitting that same thing. Maybe a little bit of Skeeter special, but we'll definitely see more of the Lifestealer today in the draft that we had in upper bracket finals. Falcons thought like, oh, the Lifestealer, they're not going to see us picking it, and then they just stole it right off from them. So there's definitely going to be an interesting carry meta coming in this final match.
Yeah, I must say the 81% win rate on the Lifestealer in group stage 2 as well, that is fantastic. And it also makes me feel like a lot of teams, not with the Lifestealer, but with the Sven, a lot of teams were looking at Falcons like, ooh, they're winning with Sven. Let's try out the Sven. And then everybody just got baited because
Snake even called it out in the interview.
Yeah.
Like, people are just picking Moronic.
And wins for most recent tier 1 victories of the players of BetBoom. And Jenkins, it's been a little while for a couple of these players, and Miero even has not won any tier 1 event.
Has it really been Arlington Major for Toronto, Tokyo?
No, well.
And I mean, I guess I see with the 3 like old BetBoom players, Epic League Season 2, it feels like this team has perpetually been good enough to be top 4, but never enough to make it all the way through, as if there is some mental block there. And then Miero, I mean, he's the new kid on the block. Like, that actually makes sense. I feel like he's bringing the energy to this team.
Wait,
he's why I think
2021 is the year TI10 happened, no?
TI11.
Yeah, it was 2021. I just double checked.
Wasn't it?
2021. It has to be because 2020 we stopped the clock for COVID. So the TI, the Toronto Tokyo one was 2021.
Yeah.
So that would have been the last one.
No, but Arlington Major.
Was 22.
He won Team Spirit, and that was after TI10. That was his last one
so
with
the
Team Spirit.
The date was just wrong. So it was 2022 that Arlington won.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Let's watch the game, guys.
We fixed it.
But it's interesting to note that his last big accomplishment was with Team Spirit, which was the team that he won TI10 with and the Arlington Major with. Then after that, after it didn't go so well at TI11, was it? He decided to just go off on his own, make his own team and be a captain and go his own way. And he's still yet to prove himself. He's had a lot of top 4 placements, but has he gotten the wins that he wanted with that Team Spirit?
Probably not, and also I would imagine Purge, it looks a little bit, I don't know, I wouldn't call it salty, but obviously he sees the rest of Team Spirit. They since have won Riyadh, they've won TI again.
Shiva, I think it's an amicable breakup where both parties go separate ways and they both go up.
But that doesn't stop you from comparing yourself with what could have been.
By all means, and it's been a long time since they won a tournament, but they have, without a doubt, been a fantastic team. They have great rosters. Toronto Tokyo had no trouble getting good players to go on his team. Yeah. So I think they're both in good spots right now. Obviously better for BetBoom in this case.
Better for BetBoom in this case. They are the challengers here coming at Falcons. Let's see what will happen in the grand finals.
Well, it's been absolutely crazy, and the fact that we made it to grand finals and the adrenaline is still kicking in. Going into the grand finals, obviously we're pretty confident. We've had a good streak.
Eclipse very deep. Falcons are going and 23 Savage falls.
लूना के को उठाते थे लोग लूना
tournament,
कितना
I think
चिल्लर हीरो है
will mean
मालूम
a
है
lot for
उसको
us. We're gonna get this confidence and like be even a stronger team.
We'll keep him in place. He's just getting bounced all over the place.
Their laning is very solid. I would also say over time they've got a lot better with their chemistry and their new offlaner Miro. So right now I feel like they're in a bit of a honeymoon phase. So they're doing very well.
I mean, it's obviously probably the best team.
I think it's really difficult to draft against Falcons right now.
It is really difficult to draft against Falcons right now, but that is exactly what Bedboom has to do right now. I will say, though, yesterday, if yesterday is anything to go by, they did a good job.
They did it yesterday. I was going to say that.
I mean, they were prepared, Jenkins, for that one.
But it was difficult.
Like,
Skeeter even said in the interview, like, the third game was obviously very good for Falcons, but he was like, that shit was chaos in the draft. Like, we had this whole plan. We didn't think they were going to second pick the Lifestealer. They ended up picking it. We had to completely reinvent a completely new plan. Like, that is very tough to deal with. And you are speaking from the perspective of the team that is the most difficult team to deal with in the draft. So Bedboom has done their research.
And in that game too, that game could have easily gone in the direction of Bedboom. I mean, if they had taken that game, that would have been a 2-0 Bedboom versus Falcons. So it was by no means an easy series, and I don't expect the drafting to be easy either.
No.
Because what we saw yesterday that you guys both now talked about is the fact that when you opened the second, phase as the second pick team, and I think both in game 2 and game 3 there were kind of steals going on, like with the Lifestealer opener, and in the third game it was the Sven opener out of the phase, because I think it can be very telegraphed what you want as the first pick team later on, because you have to ban 2 heroes, then the second pick team gets the last ban into the pick. So I'm actually looking for potentially more of that to happen today, but I do feel like so far Bedboom have been the best team to come up with like a pre-game strategy of how to draft against Falcons.
Yeah, I agree.
They also have their Miro summons heroes that they've been playing recently. The Beastmaster looked great today. And sure, the Lycan hasn't had that much success, but it's also something that you have to think about because Bedboom have been drafting more towards getting a surprise pick on Miro in the last phase, in the last few days.
And both teams are really prioritizing these like unique team-specific heroes. Falcons grabbed arguably their best hero with Shadow Demon, and Bedboom is like the team that is the only one that picked techies as a whole, but they still look really good on it. So having those little specific picks like the Helm of the Overlord offlaners is just a really nice arrow in your quiver when you're going into a long series like this.
So Bedboom do end up getting their techies. Save has an incredible track record on this hero. I mean, he's been by far the most impressive techies in this tournament. This guy has been winning lanes that he has no business winning and completely shutting down the enemy carry just by, you know, blowing up from fog and killing them and punishing them in that level 1, level 2 window. So it wouldn't be surprising if the follow-up pick comes out here, something like a Centaur to play with the techies.
I'm the other heroes I'm also looking at potentially. It's like, so Mirana is still open. Both teams have played it a lot. I would also say with a lot of the bans that are currently going on, I think Sven should be on the radar for kind of both teams, right? There's no Lifestealer, no Slardar, no Enigma that you have to play in later either. That's kind of the heroes I'm eyeing, at least for now. I mean, Bedboom will have the ban into the pick out of phase, so it's kind of up to them.
But there's still the Mars and Centaur that are still open in the draft, and I feel like if you take this Mirana, you're losing either a Mars or a Centaur. So
I agree.
it's either you trade strong offlaner for strong offlaner. I don't think you could just take your position 5 here.
Bedboom could ban the Mars and pick the Centaur, because I know we've seen a lot of SD Mars from Falcons. Or they leave it, because I also know that, I mean, there's still the CM, there's still the Mirana. There's a lot in the pool. There's still an Undying. If you're anticipating the Mars coming out, it kind of blocks the strength offlaners, which is pretty much all of them. Or makes it feel less comfortable.
I just don't have worries for Amar. Like, even if he's against these counters, he knows what to do. He might have a slightly disappointing lane, but he's always going to recover with it.
We did see him give First Blood for the first time yesterday. I think it was against Undying, as a Mars.
But did he recover?
Yes.
So they go for the safe 5 pick that Falcons would have also potentially liked grabbing without revealing much about their draft. So I think this is a safe position to be for Bedboom. They can't necessarily pivot as well, but they've got Catch between these two supports. They've got solid laning, so I think it's a good place to be in the draft.
Still a Batrider available, actually.
And I think this is quite surprising, if I'm being honest. I think what BetBoom are saying now is they want their overall last pick for Miro instead of picking his offlaner early on, and they're content giving away the Mars or the
Because of the summons heroes that they can get him. Yeah, I agree. They're feeling comfortable. Even in that Lycan game that they lost, he was top net worth coming out of the laning stage and for like most of the early game, so I don't feel like they're going to chalk that one up to the Lycan being bad.
I wonder if they'll ban it later, because it is quite effective against Shadow Demon. Like, you don't have to worry about the ulti at all, pretty much. Not surprised they picked the Sven. If BetBoom picked it, then they're already against the Shadow Demon, which isn't great, so Falcons set themselves up very nicely to get the hero that they have an insane win rate with. Like, they are so good at being ahead on Sven and then using him in these little crucial moments to blow up a hero that shouldn't be killed. We saw it yesterday, the Kunkka, it might have been the lower bracket series or something, but if you can kill a Kunkka in the first like 3 seconds of a fight, the game is over. Like, the fight is just completely over. Sven facilitates that for you, and Falcons is so good at playing around those little windows to kill one guy that shouldn't die.
Yesterday we saw BetBoom draft the Troll against Sven, which traditionally is a very good matchup, but you're playing into Batrider, which they can flex to be core for Malrine, and that went horribly for BetBoom, and then also the SD purging the fervor and breaking that is like Falcons has covered their bases in terms of the Sven counters in this game. Banning the Lifestealer obviously helps as well.
Are you comfortable picking this Beastmaster so early with Mars still in the pool for Falcons?
I mean, I guess they're mainly wanted for like to help the carry-to-carry matchup maybe, because you're gonna lock down the Sven and his BKB, but this is a very like double-edged, I would say, matchup. Like, it's not like Beastmaster hard counter Sven just because he has the stun. Because I think Falcons, they're gonna look to close the phase with like any hero that can go in and jump, like you're saying with the Mars. I think that would be a pretty chill one.
That's a really good pick on the Void. I was thinking when the Beast comes out, if I'm Beastmaster, the last thing I want to play against in the game is a mid Batrider who can run at me with travels at like just in time for when I want to run at their towers. Like, you sit in a lane as Beast, and Bat is the easiest hero, just running and killing him over and over again. But the Void, with the time dilation as well as the Chronosphere, you can actually show up to these fights and kill a mid Bat. I would still look at the potential flex if BetBoom picks a mid that Bat is good against. They did it yesterday. It went really well.
I feel like a lot of this game is going to be whether or not Void can Chronosphere Shadow Demon. In some games, it's effective if you can catch him. If you can't catch him, and the SD gets to outplay you by disrupting allies or Void himself, the game gets complicated. So that's definitely something I'm going to be watching in team fights.
Yeah, the good news for Void is there's a lot of follow-up damage for this Chrono in the double supports of Mirana and Techies. It's not that he won't be able to kill these targets, but it is of utmost necessity to go on the Shadow Demon. We've seen this matchup a lot throughout this tournament, and it's always like, oh, you think Void's a good hero to jump the backline, but often Shadow Demons just position themselves in ways that they never get chronoed.
I could see Falcons like still look for the Mars that you mentioned, Mira. Even maybe, I know we haven't seen much Tidehunter, but Tidehunter has always been, he's incredible when Beastmaster comes rising up in the meta as well. Lanes well against Void, so I can see that. Or maybe you go for like the mid pick for Mr. Malrine, something that can jump. I feel like both teams will need to look at backline jumpers for the reasons you also mentioned with the SD is super important, like being able to get into the backline on potentially Void, Mirana as well is very high value.
Good puck game still, honestly. There's no instant disable. It's not easy to chrono a puck either.
Are you worried about time dilation or Chronosphere if you're playing puck?
Not so much the chrono, but yeah, the time dilation's a bit annoying. But they go for the Primal.
I think Primal has a good win rate as well in this tournament.
And they don't have last pick on Falcons. Primal's great. Malrine invented this like wave cutting Primal Beast bullshit.
The non-laning mid.
You never lose lane because you don't lane.
Can't argue with that.
To be honest, I'm very surprised with how these drafts progressed. I mean, if you told me that these Amar heroes like Mars and Centaurs would not be in contention for the majority of the draft, I wouldn't have believed it given how group stage 1 and 2 went, but it feels like these teams just tripled down in draft preparation. Like, if Falcons had gone for Mars here, they already have their idea of a solution in the Void versus Mars on lane, and they think that they have enough follow-up damage. But going for the Primal Beast hero to hero makes a lot of sense. I think this is a really great hero at dealing with Beastmaster, actually. The Trample is a really good tool at clearing these summons early on, offsetting these pushes, which a lot of Beastmasters do. I'd go as far as saying Primal Beast deals with these pushes much better than a Mars or a Centaur ever would.
No, you're spot on. I think the Primal is so good against heroes that need to tempo up the game, like these Lycans Beasts, so I do like it for that reason, actually quite a lot on Falcons. I would also say that Marine is probably the best mid-Primal that we have currently in Dota.
Also, just this Sven versus Beastmaster lane matchup, I think that Sven is one of the better heroes to lane versus Beast. He doesn't struggle as much as something like an Agi carry would because he gets the extra Warcry armor, he has a stun, he has ways to get on top of the Beastmaster and kill the boars.
It's definitely Sven favorite. Maybe this is like where maybe Save on the techies can like offset the matchup. I'd say it's like one of the best one of the best laning supports from the 4 position.
What build do you go on Beastmaster versus Sven? Do you guys know what skill build you do? Is it like axes or is Boar kind of spooky because he can kill him?
I feel like on this meta, you pretty much have to go.
That's kind of what it looks like.
You can go like 2-4-0 if you really want double axes, but
I suppose you get the Boar anyways because Sven always has to stun the Boar first. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Canonically.
I think like since you're almost always gonna play around the Dom 2, you're gonna have to go Boar build no matter what. Like you pick this hero for tempo.
It's also like Sven eventually needs to like ping pong between the lane and the jungle, and when he does that, you need to like pressure the tower at least a little bit with the summons, so you will want to have them. I mean, Falcons are just... I wouldn't see anything wrong with the Amar Mars, which is a very bold prediction, of course. Somehow that is still in the pool.
Betboom just cover their bases here. I think Tide actually would have been a great offlane pick if they decided to do the pivot, because it's a very simple counter initiation to Betboom's Chronosphere, and it lanes quite well versus the Void. The Huskar needs no explanation. Malrine loves to tease this hero.
I'm looking if there's anything else that like stands out that would be better than the Mars.
I mean, if they really wanted to dumpster the lane, I think a Viper would do very well. But that's like a very one-to-one matchup thing and not really focusing too much on the game. But it is Amar. He'll probably just ask for...
I don't love the volatility of a potential Viper pick, personally. I can see it work, but I think you are risking quite a lot, which I feel like they're not in a position where they have to do that.
I feel like it's not individually tanky enough to not just get Chronosphere every time and killed. Like it's a tanky hero, but...
Forgot about Doom?
Yeah, I forgot about Doom.
It eats the Dom creep. It's very good against Beast. And it does perfectly fine against Void in lane. You have a lot of damage over time. You're going to farm, he's going to farm. Doom farms faster.
Are we a little
later.
Are we a little worried about the damage output inside of Betboom at this point?
I think there's a significant amount of damage coming from the Betboom supports early on, and whichever mid pick that comes out here is going to probably be a turret type of hero that lanes against Primal Beast, a ranged damage dealer. So it should be fine. Looks like there's a lot of damage going into the Chronosphere. This Doom actually makes the Void's life very difficult. Even though the laning stage is fine for the Void, the second he gets Doom and dives this hero, it's going to be very difficult because Void is the means that Betboom are going to take the fight. And I already think that Sven has a good lane versus Beastmaster. It's not that Beastmaster is going to get off and hit every single timing. So Void having a good lane was very important for Betboom's draft.
Like, Void is always the type of hero where eventually in the game he like becomes the strongest, but Falcons have pretty good answers. Like, Doom is one of the best offlane answers. You Doom him, obviously he's going to have a hard time playing the fight. I would say that this time around, Falcons have a better draft than Betboom. I feel like yesterday, Betboom had the upper hand in at least 2 of the 3 games. But I just like Falcons lanes and game a lot more this time around.
I
agree. I feel like they got most of the heroes that they want. I think the last pick Pango is good though. It's going to make team fighting a lot easier for them because he doesn't have to worry about like SDLD. It's hard for Primal to grab him unless he blink jumps first. So I think it's a good pick for Betboom, but I like Falcons better.
I think Falcons slowed down their draft a little bit with this Doom, and then them playing into Pangler means Betboom actually comparatively. If this Pangler can rotate a couple of times to Beastmaster's lane and kick this Sven out, I can see Betboom hitting a very nice tempo where they just like take all the towers, take all the objectives, and maybe choke Falcons out. But the side lanes look very strong for Falcons. I don't have a concern that they won't be able to fight back. They're just going to win slower and take their time in this game.
I also feel pretty good about the mid lane for Falcons because I feel like Malorine's going to cut the wave. He's going to get 6 before Pango. The Primal Beast already counters Pango. Grab him. It stops the roll. It literally stops it. And then the supports having 3 side lanes are going to come in, get all the runes for a Primal Beast who's already in a counter matchup. I feel like this is a pretty big outdraft. This is like 70-30 in my eyes.
So if Betboom is going to have a good game, who are we keeping an eye of? Who has to overperform here?
Pango.
Yeah.
Pango needs to rotate. Like I mentioned, to especially Beastmaster's side lane, like bring the tempo to Beastmaster's lane, kick this Sven out of the top lane very early on, and then you can hopefully take over the map. But Like I mentioned, it's going to be hard because Falcons are equipped with strong side lanes that will maybe fight back easily. So BetBoom have a lot on their shoulders in terms of enabling GPK and GPK enabling the rest of his team too.
Dota is exactly how BetBoom should look to win this game. Enable GPK, he goes top, help the Beastmaster, and like bring the game open.
All right, all eyes on GPK to see if they can make a dent in Falcons' armor here in game number 1 of this best of 5 grand finals. We are heading over to our commentary duo via the PUBG Pandas.
और कम करना था बोलो.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this best of 5 grand finals between BetBoom and Team Falcons. Satyam here with Cinderella Man at my side as always. How are you on this lovely day?
I'm a little bit worse than before you called me that, but I'm still good enough.
Okay, so that's great to hear.
I'll never go for that ever again.
Cinderella Man, I feel like that could catch on.
Yeah, for very few people, very few select people. Probably you. I bet Jenkins loves it because
Twitch
it's
chat,
stupid.
make sure that's what you call him for the rest of this game.
Nice little banner.
Appreciate that. As yeah, we get some interesting picks. Miero gets his Beastmaster, which we've seen a couple times along with his Lycan, except they had to pick it. Well, I don't know if they had to, but they picked it way earlier.
This is the earliest they've picked his, summons here in this tournament. I feel like it's been last pick every game that we've seen it. Maybe fourth one time. But yeah, they're definitely changing things up a bit here, BetBoom. Can't say. I mean, this is what often what happens when you get to the grand finals between two teams like this. They've played each other multiple times this tournament already, and the meta has obviously developed with them. There aren't really any major surprises in this draft, right? When you look at it, there's no like massive curveball hero that you wouldn't expect. Maybe the Doom is a little bit surprising for Amar, but it's not like the archetype hero for him makes a ton of sense, and it's against Void, so it's not really shocking. But what likely does happen over time in a best of 5 like this is that the teams will adapt from game to game. So I think we generally, this is very normal. You start out slow, and then as strategies fail to reach their goals, you start getting a bit crazier down the line. So let's see who gets out with the upper hand here in game number 1. You, of course, think Falcons will absolutely run them over in every game. You have no hope in BetBoom at all.
We'll
BetBoom are here to prove you wrong.
I mean,
I feel like BetBoom are warmed up.
To be
today.
fair, let's just listen to our soundboards that we have for each team, and you tell me which one is underwhelming. Okay, that versus like the's no comparison.
क्या है ये क्या है वो?
You spam it that much, it doesn't even sound like you actually.
We're gonna be hitting that button a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But no, I think BetBoom, I've said this before, I feel like at their top, they're as good as anybody in the game right now. They have been. Even when Pierre was on the line, they had that potential. And at times they would show it, but it feels like it's always expected that they're going to drop the ball at some point. Like the panel talked about earlier, they were in the Dream League finals last year. They were up 2-0, and they ended up losing. It's like part of you feel like that's kind of expected on some level, you know? So I feel like there is kind of a monkey on their back to some degree, and they just got to get through it one time. I think that might blow things open for them. Yeah. Obviously, Miero is the big difference on their team.
Save was also saying that in the pre-finals interview, right? He was like, it would be really big for our confidence to win this. I mean, obviously, for any team, that's true, right? But I think especially for this team, I think it's very telling that he focuses so much on the confidence side of that, because I think that's something they've been struggling with over the last couple of years, is that they know they're good enough, but when it comes to these like absolutely decisive games that make or break on lands, whether you get top 2 or in this case an online tournament, whether you win the whole thing, they've just generally, I think, dropped the ball is just fair to say, and I think they would agree with it. I think they agree with the criticism of them that the more clutch the game gets, the more likely they are to falter. And in this tournament so far, they've kind of overcome some adversity already. So I think that's a very healthy sign.
And I will say, Falcons, I feel like there was a certain point of the BetBoom tournament, ironic, I guess, and most of the portion of this tournament where they look to be unstoppable in the fact that they're not really making mistakes. But I feel like in the last few series, we've seen some windows that they've provided their opponents. Like, there's a chance for them to pounce on it. And I feel like one advantage BetBoom has is they played a lot against Falcons between this tournament and the last.
Yeah.
In fact, I think during that time, I wouldn't be surprised if they played them more than any other team. So I feel like
मेरे को गॉ का फीस
they should have
कैसा
learned
कैसा
a
कैसा
lot from these
क्या
games.
कोई गिफ्ट करा शब्द
Actually put that forward into the best of 5. Skeeter gets his patented Sven, of course. Feels
you
like
love saying that.
He absolutely loves this hero.
Yep.
And we've seen teams ban it again, so were you surprised to see that not get taken away? Because it's not like it was a first pick Sven either. It was in the second phase.
The thing about the draft order, how it works right now with the... whether you get 1 or 2 bans in the second phase, there's a lot of things that you need to get through, so you can't ban everything. That's, as usual, the case, but...
Okay.
I think the first phase bans from BetBoom made a ton of sense. I don't know if they could have found the space for a Sven ban in the second phase, because obviously other cores were getting banned out. And this time around, they're trying a different solution with the KB Piercing Stun and the Beastmaster. That is, however, against Disruption, which is considered one of the best spells against Beastmaster in general. So you did pick your poison here. So am I surprised they gave Sven? Not really. If they lose to it again, if Skitter gets his 10th win in a row or whatever it is with the Sven, maybe they're going to do it for game 2.
Saves in a bit of trouble. Blood grenade. Is that going to finish him off? The right clicks from Snake King will suffice, and now it's a 2v1. As Miero has to back off a bit. I do like one thing about BetBoom, and I mean, we talk about the draft being so difficult against Falcons because they have all these flex. But if you're bringing out heroes like Lycan and Beastmaster, which again, the cast yesterday, we feel like they should have actually 2-0'd Falcons with that Lycan. But if you're able to make these heroes bannable potentially, that could open up the draft a lot for BetBoom as well, because Miero can obviously play all the meta.
BetBoom थोड़ा और अच्छा pick सीटा था अच्छा होता था.
Yep. For sure. The difference is this time around compared to the previous games where we saw his Beastmaster and Lycan run, I think he has a much worse laning matchup this time. He's still going to do fine, but the previous times we've seen it, it's been an outstanding game, so it's kind of where you're expecting him to do very well. I'm curious to see how things are going to go if they draw or even lose this lane, which, I mean, at the pace it's going right now with the first blood on to save, could very well be the case that Falcons just run away with this lane. And Beastmaster's a momentum hero. If you're not winning your lane, are you really... Is the hero really serving its purpose? Guess we'll have to see, because I don't think he's going to win the lane at this rate. I think he's probably drawing it at best.
Yeah, in this mid lane, GPK 22-2 versus Mallory's 20-3, so very even thus far. Not much to write home about as of yet. But this bottom lane is something I do want to talk about. So pick Doom, which we've seen be underwhelming at times in this tournament. How do you feel this works in this draft for them?
I think it's good for a couple of reasons. I think when you're playing offlane Doom, I think it's very important that your team has other means of catch. I think some of the problems that the last pick Dooms have run into is you play with a lineup that might not necessarily have the easiest time initiating fights, and I think Doom's job is 10 times easier in games when somebody else gives vision. When you're drafted to, I need to blink Doom the carry to start the fight, a lot of the time that gets very difficult when you get into these like Rosh-offs and smokes and all this stuff, but in this case you've got the Bad Rider who can frontline for you, you've got the Prime Beast who can go in first, and that is going to show you the void, and that's when you go. So it doesn't have to be you starting it, and it takes a lot of pressure off you. So I like it a lot more in this game than many we've seen, and I also think just the raw impact of landing a Doom in this game is massive. Like, Dooming Void is a full-on fight winner. So,
absolutely.
Should be happy.
And more thoughts about the Falcon, like the way that they actually draft. I mean, the Bat Rider could have been flexed, right? And the fact that we don't really talk about this too much as well, but the supports being flexed is actually pretty important as well, we did see Snake King play it yesterday to very good effect, his save. Not being able to get the blast off there because of the disruption from Snake King. But just being able to interchange all these heroes just makes it such a difficult task for each team when drafting against Falcons.
Man, these Techie's illusions are eating the board. It's quite surprising how much damage those do nowadays.
But it is funny that we've gotten to a point where we're seeing these first pick supports, right? The Techie's and the Shadow Demon. Speaking of Shadow Demon, blast off coming for Snake King.
Nice Stormhammer.
And the slows from the boar into the axes are finally enough. And that's the first kill on the board for BetBoom.
1K lead right now, looking very good for them. Worth keeping in mind about this matchup between the two teams, I would say across all the games we've seen in this tournament, Falcons the better comeback team. So I think if BetBoom on average in these games are going to get off to a worse laning stage, nice arrow.
Nice arrow.
Then I would have more faith in Falcons pulling back games where they're in a bad spot. That said though, yesterday BetBoom did have a really really rough game one until they full-on turned it around with one team fight, but that also felt, how to say, on like more of a macro strategic level rather than outplay necessarily. In the game where Skitter was playing Luna against the Lifestealer of Nightfall. So...
Onslaught's coming. Miero is the target for Malrine, but now trying to walk it off as there is a TP coming.
Did get cancelled immediately though.
Forcing crit back up as bottom lane Amar, because of these rotations, is just dead. 1v2 cannot hold up to the damage here. And for his build, he did go for the Veil of Discord this time around.
Yeah. It's very good news for Bedboom if they're winning the Void lane. Like, Void, inherently not the strongest laner, oftentimes will be bullied by specific offlaners that I guess aren't too popular right now. Doom definitely not one of them. So, this is looking quite good for Bedboom so far. We know that Sven, in many of Falcons' games, has just pulled ahead by thousands of net worth around the 20-minute mark. But if Nightfall is doing this hot and they find like one good fight, I guess this is an interesting way of looking at it with Falcons and their Sven, right? Have they had a close game where it was like, oh man, Skater really needs to clutch this in the late game? It feels like most of the time they've kind of just been owning it up around that mid-game part. So what if that doesn't happen?
First Doom of the game. Tries to TP. That would have helped here, but damage is way too much. And actually, that TP probably hurts him quite a bit as he has to walk now.
That's a pretty big mistake, actually. Amar is absolutely going to come in for an Infernal Blade there, and wasting that TP is going to cost him a wave of creeps at least.
GPK will be able to snag the Invis as Malrine is forced away, but that is the use of the Rolling Thunder, so won't have that for the next 80 seconds.
Wonder if we're going to see Nightfall smoke to get to lane here, or if he's just going to run down. He has the Chrono, which I guess they would like to put to use. Malrine, oh, that was a short charge. The thing is, what combos do you have?
With Chrono?
Yeah.
With Chrono, yeah, exactly.
You don't really have anything. I mean, you have a Swashbuckle. Blast off doesn't even work.
It doesn't actually proc?
I think Techies gets stuck in the Chrono, right?
Chrono mein atak jata blast off uska.
You might be right.
I think so.
I would imagine
it works similarly to other flying abilities like Dawnbreaker ulti.
And there's definitely no wombo combo, that's for sure.
They can arrow, but that's not particularly much damage, just lockdown. So I think Nightfall's own farm is very important for finding kills. And not only is that a little bit of a worry, but of course the Shadow Demon disruption will always be a problem for him. So it does feel like there's some problems that they need to overcome. Alright, Malrine's going to show himself to kill a courier and then back off. And the Beastmaster show begins. He has his Dom. He's going to start pushing this tower. Panel talked about Doom as a potential solution to this.
Start ho gaya iska.
Yep, until the Overlord comes out, and then you have to wait for the talent on Doom to eat the Ancient.
Yep.
That's still a talent, right? I think it's 20.
I think so.
Be a while snaking. It's going to get gone on right now. Oh, 15 talent, all right. Arrows there should be an easy cleanup as Disruption will delay a bit. So they want to get the kill to Nightfall. He does find it eventually. Skeeter, I should say, actually showing himself.
Sabotage by his own creep wave. If not for that, I think Nightfall actually doesn't get that kill. I think they have to give it to someone else, but he got blocked by the wave coming in. Time for the 10-minute power rune. Malrine on the money.
Yep, Arrow not going to be there, but the shield rune ends up being bottom. That is a very good rune for Malrine if you can get to it.
Yeah, one of the best heroes in the game to get this on. Right in your face kind of hero, massive strength gain, so it has a ton of health.
And more importantly, he looks really cool when it's activated.
Oh yeah, is it this cosmetic that goes golden? It is, right?
I believe so.
It looks
Looks
like the upgraded BKB.
It's a bit blurred with his arms being a different color entirely, but that's Dota for you. Good stuff. So the tier 1 tower did go down for Miero and company. They're still sticking around waiting for potentially Skeeter to show up, but we can see on the minimap that nobody is.
I think, I don't know, I feel like this is kind of a waste of time. I think at this level of play, Falcons are not going to fall for this, I think. But maybe Bedboom are just going to brute force it. They have the Siege Creep wave and the Beastmaster Dom. Maybe they're like, you guys have to come up here to defend.
Yeah, Toronto actually breaks the smoke and leaps to safety. Snake King not really able to find an opening here, but we can see Falcons in terms of net worth getting more out of the map right now. A lot of it had to do with the 3 heroes of Bedboom just chilling there. Snake King.
What?
He's gonna get gone on. And again, this might be a slow kill.
नहीं मत
Arrow actually sidesteps, swashed not enough. He'll walk away, surprisingly enough. Great juking from Snake.
Walked in a straight line.
Yep.
Betfilm will take mid tower, so opening up the map further. This is what Beastmaster wants to have happen, but like we talked about, it did give up the pressure on the top tier 2, and while all of this is happening, BetBoom are bringing a ton of resources to take these towers, and it is going to cost in the efficiency department, where both Sven and Doom are just completely free farming the map. So Falcons are very willingly taking this trade to get toward that mid-game timing that they're very well versed in when they're playing Sven. And I guess, you know, a lot of the games that we've seen with Doom, his laning stage has gone atrociously bad. I think that's a big part of why we've seen pretty weak results. Amar's having a great start.
Yeah,
his game is going, he's going to get farmed here. So this might not be your stereotypical group stage 2 Doom performance.
He's actually upgrading to Shivas right away. I feel like maybe we've seen that one time in the games that we've cast. Very rarely.
Shivas भी अच्छा है
2000 goal recipe.
Word नहीं
He
मार
has the
सकता
luxury of
उसका
not
कोई भी
going
नहीं
blink
मार सकता
specifically because of his teammates though, right?
Slow हो जाता
Like,
है
you don't have to initiate like that with Doom when you have these heroes backing you up.
Oh, he might be in some trouble though. Unbeknownst to him, he's going to get backstabbed by BetBoom. Nightfall.
He is quite tanky. He's got 30
Time
armor
dilation
and the
to start.
speeds, but no backup.
Looking to get the Doom off. Does he actually want to commit it? I doubt it at this point. And he's just going to get destroyed. Does BetBoom get another valuable kill to the name? And that's going to give the Maelstrom for Nightfall. And we can see he's middle of the pack in terms of net worth, bottom of the cores, but this Maelstrom will likely catapult him to top 3 not too far in the future.
Yeah, the distance here isn't alarming yet, but it is, of course, Sven that is pulling ahead. It would be very alarming if he was not #1 for the side of Falcons, but still going according to plan for them for the most part. But you're right, this is not the type of lead that is very scary for BetBoom to deal with. We need to remember that Faceless Void just has a thing for winning late game. So as long as you can get there, and let's not forget, Beastmaster, for me, I find this hero quite different than Lycan when it comes to scaling. It's actually quite interesting. I feel like Beastmaster is clearly the better late gamer. You would think that Lycan, okay, he's more like right-click heavy, he has the wolves and everything, and he builds these like combat items. But a lot of the time in late game situations, Beastmaster can do a ton of damage. He'll have amazing utility. It's way better to have those 2 roars when you get refresher than having a shapeshift most of the time. Late game is often decided by who makes the first misstep, and Beastmaster's an amazing punisher.
And I will say, the Wolf Bite, a small sample size, has looked terrible.
Yeah, it did nothing the 2 games they had it.
It is really bad, and that's 4,200 net worth being used on an ally.
I mean, it's a good point. Like, maybe the Lycan would have looked better if he bought another item.
Yeah, if you go for like the AC Basher, like just actual right-click build, perhaps it's crit.
So
going over the lasso, Skeeter is, wow, okay. That techies evaporates.
This is mid
and
tower,
we'll
probably
be able to get the tier 1 as well, but Swatch being quite annoying for Mallory. Of course, GPK with the defusal, as he's opting to go blink next. TP's coming, so looks like they want to fight. BetBoom gets the inhibit onto Skeeter. Crit going in, but he actually gets stuck on the tree line. Rolling Thunder, but Disruption's going to save him for the time being, but he is completely surrounded. Skeeter is mega dead. Nice rotations from BetBoom, kind of catching Falcons off guard a bit.
That's huge for them. A lot of the games we've seen Falcons, Sven, they get this tower, and they just, you know, every God Strength has success. He would find the techies kill, he would get the mid tower and go back to farming, but BetBoom say no. They immediately respond here. And there's no bigger hero to kill in this game than Sven. Like, for the foreseeable future, that is the biggest kill you can find. Even if he's not top net worth, he's still the best kill, just because the way the hero functions is so much about this staying on pace. Every death costs him probably 1,000 gold against the Void. You're not farming, the Void is, so this gap is going to narrow down. It's a big find there for BetBoom. They defend their tower. It's going to only be temporary, though. It's pretty low health. They will get it eventually, but still delaying things. Dagger coming up for DPK after this nice triple wave.
Okay,
are looking for the Doom. Obviously no blink, but there's the onslaught from Mallory into the pulverize and the Doom to follow. Save is there. Try to hold them back a bit, but GPK is definitely dead, and Save spotted in the trees.
Nice.
That's going to be 2 kills for Falcons now.
And ironically, now GPK did not get his dagger because he didn't kill the ranged creeps. He specifically cast his spells in a safer way because he was worried he was getting initiated on. But now that he died anyway, if he had just killed the whole wave, he would have had his blink. So that sucks a bit. Toronto, Tokyo will get disrupted. No purge for the haste rim though.
Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo now with the mech. And yeah, Amar
Yeah,
will
what
be
the
working
support
the
items
blink
होना
after
है
the fact.
उसको बोलते.
Yeah, pretty standard. This kill on the Pango bottom there is really big though. Very much slows down Bet Boom.
This is a game that we're going to see the lasso onto Toronto. Gets off a leap, the mech as well, but now he's out of mobility. Just a matter of time. Crit gets credit for it. But this is definitely a Lincoln's game for Bet Boom, I would assume. The lasso, the Doom.
मुश्किल है बहुत initiation से पकड़ के
There's
मारते
a
हैं
lot
लोग.
of single target for Falcons, but all 5 heroes having something that you'd like to block.
Yeah.
Does Bet Boom get into the pit? We'll see if Falcons are aware of this add-on.
Unexpected.
But of course, Beastmaster provides you the opportunity to get an early Rosh.
Yep. Overlord Creep the Dragon is quite tanky.
Light Collector, Syndra.
Oh!
Get back on your game, please.
Light Collector on the Doom.
That's right. And the Aegis will be reserved for GPK.
How much move speed do you have on Doom when you use Scorched Earth and you have Light Collector? He's actually going to be hasted with this. That extra 10% and phase boots will be real quick during this nighttime. The mana regen is awesome, obviously, for Doom. He's just going to be able to spam his spells off cooldown if he wants.
You're really obsessed with this item. Is crit
it is
found, but blinks.
Mark my words, that item is getting nerfed badly in the upcoming patch in 4 months.
I think that's going to disappoint a lot of people if it's 4 months away.
4 months.
If it's 4 months away, we better see 8 new heroes. That's what I'm saying.
4 months के बाद update आता. अरे.
Zamar actually pretty close to the blink, so I feel like we were just talking about that. We'll have that mobility option now. And I mean, that's the scary thing from Bet Boom's perspective. They do have the Aegis, and they're going to start going for these Lincolns, but just look at Falcon's side. They have so many initiators.
Yeah.
Once his Ags comes online for Sven, like, pretty scary stuff.
And like you said, I don't even know if Lincoln's is that good. Like, maybe it's a necessary evil, but you have so many things that break it that you can kind of just overpower it.
खेलना बंद करे तो फिर
The play is Lincolns into tier 5 mirror shield.
बोर हो गया अभी patch.
Right.
Is that even in the game anymore? Yes, it's Ex Machina that's out.
If you get to tier 5 neutrals, you have a pretty good chance of winning the game.
हमारा
Then
जल्दी
you
आ
have
रहा
the
लेकिन
faceless
4
void
months
60 minutes
too
in.
much.
Yeah, that's
But let's get to minute 60 first, shall we?
We will.
I have my doubts.
We better get 1 60-minute game in this finals.
Well, I think we'll get at least one.
Okay.
But I don't know if this is the one.
Yeah, the Beastmaster makes it a little bit less likely. Well, yeah, there we see. Yeah, almost there, guys.
A quarter of the way.
Pretty close.
Hmm.
And the Tormentors will be up in 30 seconds.
Top tower निकाल के आता.
Falcons have been pretty good at being that team that goes for it relatively early.
Sven blink बनाना. Sven blink और BK हाँ BK ही होना तो बस
I
set
think this
रहता.
is a great timing to do it.
Damage तो वैसे ही है उसके
At
बाद.
the end of the night here, if you find some kills top, perhaps you can
blink बना तो फिर 4 initiators हो जाता है.
to
4.
getting your Tormentor when you're already up here
कुछ नहीं कर
anyway.
पाते वाला का. 4 कूदने वाले
Falcons will
heroes
not
तो
be
फिर
caught off
GG
guard.
है.
Toronto is the one to break the smoke. Not ideal. Immediately blink away from Amar. I guess nothing's going to really come from this. Both teams aren't able to steal the Tormentor. Wisdom Rune 50 seconds away. Don't know if either team will be looking for that one either. Crit actually here, cutting the wave top very aggressively. Looks like he might be punished for it. If Nightfall Chronos, he will be dead.
Yep, and the Chrono will come. And the arrow to help Nightfall secure his kill. And now we'll see if they just take the Tormentor since they are kind of grouped up here. Although Amar thinking about initiating here.
लेकिन हमारे पास तो है नहीं.
Chrono now.
He gets scanned out. Very nice scan from Bet Boom.
Scan में smoke काम करता है क्या? Sorry, smoke में scan काम करता है.
If this was guess the MMR, I feel like Lacoste would be like, people in high rank don't buy this item, so this has to be legend.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show how context is very important This is not a build most of the time.
I like it. I like it. I like the item.
And against the...
TI where Thompson buys Diffusal on Gyro. Like, you look at that and like, this is very low.
I mean, that does make sense though. Thompson is a legend. So
yeah, just in a different way. That's true. As it does feel like Bet Boom.
And you are ancient in both ways.
I am old. Yeah. Don't remind me. But the Lincolns are being queued up on the side of Bet Boom.
Okay, nice.
And I don't know if that's what they're actually waiting for because, I mean, their Aegis only has 50 seconds. They don't really get that much out of it. As Crit will be walking over the mine. Save is going to spot him for real this time. Moonlight Shadow is there as well. He will likely pulverize mid blast off. Goodbye, techies. But still, tank a gank, not too bad for your support to do that.
It didn't seem like he reacted to the first mine going off. I think he might have not noticed.
It's possible, yeah.
But at the end of the day, I don't know if you get out there anyway, so... Still staying as a stable 4K. The gold hasn't really changed much
no
in the
chance
last
of
few
winning,
minutes, so...
for sure.
You could argue this is good news for Bet Boom. The Sven is not having this insurmountable lead that we've seen in a lot of games from Falcons. But the upcoming 5 minutes feel like they're going to be deciding a lot. Will Skitter, once he gets this Ag...
They want this dragon! They will get it. Goodbye,
nice.
Goofy the dragon.
253 gold, very specific.
253.
Looks like the tier 2 is gonna be Falcons.
Okay.
This is his Ags. All right, so Skitter will show up with... This is when it usually gets scary for the opposing team. Skitter is level 18 with Ags. They find some sort of a good team fight. Skitter comes in, cleans up supports, and they build the fight up, and then they get the Roche. Let's see if the usual pattern for Falcons' Sven games will repeat itself. I do believe they, like we talked about, they have not lost a game with Sven in Group Stage 2, right?
All I know is he's lost one the entire tournament. Save initiated on. Actually a lot tankier than what it may seem like. As the taser making it a little bit more difficult than the blast off dies midair. So save basically the only Bet Boom member that's been dying in the last few minutes, it feels like. Still a relatively low kill game, and there's the Axe for Skeeter. I mean, both teams are definitely feeling confident that once they get to these items that they're wanting to get, whatever that threshold may be, that's when they're going to feel confident in actually fighting. I mean, the fact that, again, the Aegis on Bet Boom wasn't used in any capacity, really.
Sorry, just want to quickly mention how disappointing it is. He's 1 second slower than the average, which is probably himself half of these games, so...
Yeah.
Very disappointing from Skitter.
Oh, there we go. There's a shield rune on Mallory. Yeah, that looks good.
What's this Pokemon called?
What's this Pokemon called?
I don't know anything about Pokemon, so I don't have anything good.
Electrosaurus.
Okay. Oh, now what is it? It has a bubble. Very tanky. As Malrine has Eternal Shroud, Blade Mail Blink, and Ags will be next. And in terms of breaking...
It's straining to keep looking at. It's so bright.
So stop looking at it.
Oh.
If somebody says don't look into the sun, what do? You look into the sun?
What?
Okay, Malrine.
Have you ever heard of that?
No.
You don't know that book?
No.
Oh. It's not a movie, so you wouldn't know it.
Yeah, true. If they make an adaptation into a movie, then I would have seen it. 6K lead for Falcons, so the lead growing slightly over time. And Bet Boom, I mean, the fact that they smoked, perhaps they thought that Falcons were going to get a bit aggressive. But again, they take a tower here, a tower there with that God Strength.
Step by step, very methodical. They keep building the advantage slightly, but once again, compared to most games we've seen from them with this Sven, this is probably in the lower third of advantages they've had minute 25. So chances for Bet Boom, not the worst. And we know Sven, for a fact, this hero, 1 or 2 bad fights, and everything can come crashing down. I also remember Bet Boom played this matchup earlier in the tournament. They played it against Team Spirit. And were successful in that game. That was a bit of a mess, to be honest, from both teams that game.
It's all about guess.
Managed to clutch it out. I think that was over an hour in. It was actually that long of a Sven game. Just a bit ominous for this, but...
First Lincoln's up. This one for GPK. It's actually funny. Not only do they have a lot of single target kills, they have 4, is my count so far, that go through BKB as well.
Yeah.
That is not too common to see that many. So the BKB with the Lincolns underneath it, as it were. Maybe not even that effective.
It seems like a very deliberate choice from Falcons to build their Sven this way. So that the one thing that Skitter can struggle with is if people BKB and just kite him. But his entire team are just going to hold them in place so he can deliver.
Yeah.
This is going to roar though. Right?
At some point. There it is.
Okay, half health.
That's a happy belch from Roshan. But
Falcons
are on the way.
I think they want to take the fight after Roche dies, actually. I don't think they're going to just back off from this smoke and do nothing.
Yeah, that's the Aegis, and that's the cheese, Falcons.
Okay,
it looks like that is the case. They put down a ward by the Lotus Fountain, Malrine. They're not going to be greeted by anyone.
Bedboom's not letting them have it.
They just TP out en masse.
Nice hit and run. Clean Roche.
Will they be able to use this Aegis now? I mean, my understanding
from Bedboom's perspective,
tell me if I'm wrong, they want to go ultra late. Like Void is the best theoretical carry in Dota because of these double chrono potentials.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily mind, but it's still. I think they would like to use this Aegis to try to win a fight, and then they don't necessarily need to use that to high ground if they do win. But it feels a bit like a waste to have a Pango with Lincolns and Aegis and then not even try to fight with it, because it's actually quite difficult for Falcons to kill him twice.
Crit is spotted.
Crit.
Toronto Tokyo not going to be fishing with the arrows yet. You can hear the ADHD on Bedboom's side. GPK spamming that ult.
ADHD.
And again, no fight to come. I mean, when there is a fight, it's going to be a tasty treat for all. Other than the team that loses.
Ah! Alright, is that was that a prediction?
No,
I
needed to hear something.
All right, was that your ADHD there?
Yeah,
you got inspired by the animation canceling of the Pangirl. You're like, I can do this too.
That's right.
Yes.
All right, so with this Aegis, GPK and company actually crossing the river, potentially. Indeed, that is the case. But Falcons on the other side, reading them like a book. Not the book that you mentioned, because nobody's read that one.
When's the last kill?
It's been a while.
Oh, sentry
Those are sentries.
That's good.
Observer.
Oh, that's what. So they killed Save minute 24. Okay, it's only been 5 minutes. It feels like it's been 10.
Yeah, but I think Save has been the only one to die in a long time.
Yeah.
As well. He's died like 3 or 4 times. And if you're Falcons, of course, you're just trying to dodge. As they get another tower to the name, and okay, Miero with his Black Dragon gonna at least poke here.
Poke here? Look, high ground got
the TP. And now the Agnum Scepter on Malrine. Not sure you're getting any break that's crazy out of this. I guess the inner beast. Obviously, just the damage is the big reason for it.
Break time lock, but.
Yeah.
I feel like most of the times when primals get this, it's just a feel-good item. You get a lot of stats, you get more team fight damage, and then if it's a good break game, it's just the icing on the cake, but you don't necessarily have to have that. The Axe in itself is just that good. Auron,
HD, GPK, ready to go. Seems like he's been ready for quite a while, very anxious to get a fight going. What are they waiting for then? So he has his Lincolns. Void. So Nightfall opting as we go to a pause now, of course. Nightfall is going for Mjolnir and then Lincolns. Then he can fight Cinderin. And who else? Who else wants a Lincolns? Miero has the BKB. We'll be going for Assault next, which makes sense. Still less than 2 minutes to go on the Aegis. Yeah. Are they just happy farming? I mean, we've had games like this.
They did just smoke. You would think that this is not just a defensive smoke. Like they are looking for trouble, but Falcons is just dodging everything. They have not really been caught off guard a single time this game on the Dire side.
Yeah, and to be fair, it is typically Falcons that are the ones taking Roche. So normally with these Fen games, they have the Roche advantage. So it's nice to see the other side of the coin every once in a while. But when they're not using the Aegis in any capacity, I don't know. They have the Aegis, they have the cheese. Still a minute and a half. As GPK is working on his Aghanim Scepter. So because of the Lincolns kind of delays the Ags, which is going to be most of his damage in these fights, now these level 18. And if you're Falcons, are you looking for itemization like the Force Staff types or Halberds or whatever to break the eventual Lincolns?
I think so. I mean, Crit, correct me if I'm wrong, Crit already has it, right? Yeah, so Crit can do it himself. He can just blink Force Staff, lasso someone immediately. Doom will probably replace the speed aura for Lincoln Breaker.
Yeah, he's had that the whole game, but that combined with the Light Collector, your obsession.
Yeah.
Ridiculous speed.
Just goes to show move speed is very good. When you can move fast around everything. If you think about it, it's like the one stat in Dota that always is active, right? It's the one thing that matters for everything you do. Fighting.
Unless you're hexed.
Well, okay. It matters for fighting, it matters for farming because you move faster between camps, it matters for team movements, it matters for everything.
Okay, fight होने वाला है guys, fight होने वाला है soon.
Very, very valuable to get for free. Malrine will get the rock throw.
Bro, fight bro.
So that he can
30
throw
minutes.
Rocks. Very good descriptive title
Only
for that
14
ability to
score,
name.
come on.
Yep, that's I think a test for Valve to make sure that they can.
मेरे को ये अजीब लग रहा देखने में. Fight ही नहीं हो रहा.
Gotta make it as simple as possible.
Yeah, Slardar with sprint.
Yeah, they got rid of that though. I don't think they were
They made the
ready
games
for the
a little
mobile.
bit more elaborate.
Yeah, GPK, like the Pango Q could just be swashy, right? I mean,
That is not descriptive at all.
I think it is.
That could be literally anything.
No, swashy is good.
What? What?
Toronto Token, I mean, it's arrow, right? There's his ult. Just
It sounds like a
invis.
laundry detergent.
Yeah, swashy. Yeah. Looks like they're going to go for their Tormentor as the Aegis is gone, and the Ag's coming very shortly for GPK.
I want to give a shout out to Toronto Tokyo. Did not die to the Tormentor this time.
Good job.
Lol.
I was going to say it's a 50-50, but I think the Tormentor has had the upper hand.
All right, Cinder, I think it's time to talk
Okay.
about block of cheese.
Good one.
They're going to start collecting cheese here
No,
pretty
they're
soon.
not. Oh, well, they're collecting cheese, sure, but they're not going to make the block.
No,
You know that.
the banner collection has been shown to be ineffective, so it's time to kill Roche Dire side every time and get those cheeses.
Do you know if the block of cheese barrier is purgeable?
I doubt it.
Because if it's purgeable, then it's irrelevant against Sven.
Cinderin, we're trying to hype up something here, okay?
Yeah, pick something else.
Block of cheese. Everyone's excited for it.
No.
Yes.
Clearly not.
Type cheese in chat.
You're the kind of person where somebody's like, make a wish, and then you wish for something that never happened. You know what I do? I wish for basic things, because then my wish comes true.
Okay,
and
what
that
kind of basic wish are we talking?
Like, make a wish. It could be something like,
I hope I wake up tomorrow. That kind of thing?
Okay, that's very basic. That's like, you know, something like, oh, I wish for, you know, I wish I get my favorite dinner soon, or oh, I wish I get a nice kiss today, you know, something like that.
Okay,
And you're like, oh, well, I wish for it in the right context and with the right person.
Okay,
but
fair
you know,
enough.
you could. I bet you're like, oh, I wish for world peace, or you know, like good luck. You know, not getting that.
Yeah, I think good luck is the best thing to have, actually. Skill doesn't matter.
Brother.
It's all luck.
Damn, these players.
Look how you
Fight.
got here.
These players have been really lucky.
Yeah.
I wish I was lucky.
Of course, it's all nepotism, you know? That's how they get on these teams. Oh, we have a roar!
Oh, finally.
Arrow, Skeeter. He's all alone for now. The Rolling Thunder applied, and he is gonna die.
A moment of weakness, ladies
Indeed.
and gentlemen.
Malrine getting chased. Will get stunned by GPK.
क्या throw कर रहे
Nightfall is
थे?
here as well as the
बताओ.
chrono available. Do they need it? Gonna try to kite him out a bit. The stun's still
is
there.
doing
Crit
so
actually keeping
much.
in there. Chrono, beautiful timing. Down goes Crit. Nice disruption from Snaking. Gonna delay this a bit. But there's just so many heroes. But here comes Amar. He wants to fight. He gets off the Doom in the middle of the time walk. It looks like Void's just gonna be able to walk it off. Now a buyback onto Skeeter. Has his god
आप
strength
क्यों फायदा
available.
कर रहा हूँ?
You can see Void is just getting
Okay.
destroyed as he gets backstabbed by Skeeter. So the buyback is successful. Falcons and BetBoom absolutely sick of this garbage conversation we've been having and finally take a fight as Amar chat ensues, and now the chase is on Miero. He takes out his courier with a casual right click, and here comes Skeeter. The roar comes out, but it's not going to matter. Miero dies.
Okay.
My
Finally,
goodness,
bro,
so
finally.
clutch from the side of Falcons. I mean,
Nice
the way
bug.
this started out, yeah, nice bug, actually.
Okay.
It's like, how can you doom someone mid-time walk? It should be impossible, right?
Yeah.
That's what Amar is triggered by. He still ends up getting the kill, but
that was strange.
it should not really be a possibility, I think, unless it's like on the frame, maybe?
ये fight कितना मिला Falcons का असल?
From the north, very shortly.
और क्या?
He's broken. Time walk number 1 into the chrono. This was very nice. The disruption from Snaking doing absolute work. And here you can see Doom at the top. Nightfall sees him. That is strange.
That should not be possible.
That is strange.
Because one of two things should happen. Either you get
They're
to
going
Doom
high
and
ground,
stop
by the way.
time walk,
You can talk about mechanics after Cinderin. Tier 3 down. And Skeeter, I don't know if they're going to stick around. God's strength is no longer there, so they'll be happy with the tier 3. Okay, you can talk now.
That follow-up play from Falcons to that situation, by the way, is exceptionally difficult to decide in the moment.
Yeah.
It's such a big decision to make that a lot of the times you're hesitant to make it because the risk-reward can be really skewed in the enemy team's direction. If you buy back Sven there and don't find the key kills, it feels really bad. But they do find the exact heroes that they were looking for. They found 2 cores. They got to use the Pulverize to cancel the TP out from the Faceless Void. Malrine, I think, clipped him on the AoE of Pulverize from the secondary target. And the buyback from Skitter does pay off. Of course, worth keeping in mind the death he had mid was honestly a bit of an uncharacteristic blunder. He was just way out of position.
But he did
alone
use
in the
God's
middle.
strength. That's why the buyback was actually good.
That
this
is
hero
true.
sucks ass at buybacks a lot of the time.
Yep, fair.
So that ends up working out for Falcons somehow.
Double Havoc Hammer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Time to bring the hammer to BetBoom.
I like hammer time.
Yep. Give me another ninja gear.
Satanic for Skeeter very shortly.
And it's Roche number 3.
This
This is going to be the Aghanim Scepter. This actually provides some net worth for BetBoom.
Who did he give that to?
Well, GPK has his. Miero's doesn't feel
Probably
very good.
just
It's
the
got to be
Void.
Nightfall.
Okay, this
they
time I
actually don't
guess-
have the greatest of Ags here.
Okay.
Marine going to spot Toronto Tokyo in the trees, but the rest of BetBoom still taking Roche. The lasso used as well as the Pulverize just to get one. Toronto Tokyo and company.
What
like
the
everyone
fuck
else
is
gonna
this?
Get out indeed. So BetBoom again taking Roche.
क्या फट रही है लोग
That cuts the
की?
lead to 7K as the Ags was consumed by Nightfall.
That is the best death Toronto Tokyo's had all tournament, probably. That was very, very nice.
बिस्किट आ जा रहा हम
Giving all the
लोग.
information, buying them the time. They get the full Roche and the full disengage specifically because Mirana breaks the smoke and dies. Like that's about as good as it's gonna get. The type of impact you can have on position 5 this late into the game. A very well-timed and placed death will give them Nightfall top net worth now with that Ags infusion.
Yeah, that's nice. It's always nice. What is it? It's 6K, right?
Yeah.
Counts the synth, so
yeah, should be.
Pretty close to Lincoln's. Obviously doesn't really want to fight without that, but has the Aegis, so we'll see. I mean, he also needs Shard. It's actually pretty damn important for this Ag,
Yes,
I would say.
he should absolutely buy this next if they don't get the Tormentor shard on him.
I wish we had that timer. Hopefully that's in the next patch in 4 months.
They are missing 3 shards.
मत बोल भाई 4 months से नया पैच आ रहा बोल रहा है.
He has to buy this after Lincoln, surely.
GPK needs his shard as well, surely. And he's buying a next as I say that.
Okay, I think that's not nearly as important as the Void one. Oh, his courier died. Amar killed the Lincolns.
All right, well.
It's so why is Amar there on his own? It's so wild.
That's true.
It's really wild. He had vision, of course, otherwise he will not be playing there. But even with vision, you're not safe against Moonlight, Shadow, and Smokes.
And you can see the strat from BetBoom is indeed the Lincolns. They're going for 4. Toronto Tokyo just starting his now.
Yeah. Techie's opting for the Lotus. I honestly think he could buy Lincolns too. I wouldn't mind.
Oh, okay, then it's 3. Yeah. Because Miero's not going for his. He does get Ninja Gear though, which is incredibly good.
Yeah. S tier on Beastmaster for sure.
Bot fight on top fight on वाला.
Nightfall.
Finally a fight.
They actually want to do something with this Aegis.
Nice,
Feels nice
nice.
and confident with that big fat juicy ogre golem. He's now uppercutting the tower. Didn't know you could do that to buildings. Up crit, he gets the lasso, repositioning, kind of a big deal here. Ulti. Through the Aegis. Lincoln's is
Lincoln's, okay.
That's going to be death. Whoa, he gets off the time walk, but then the hammer comes in from Skeeter, pops the God Strength as well. Roche, Aegis down. Will they surround him now? Miero gets off the Doom onto Amar, and Nightfall pops the BKB and now runs away. As Malrine gets stunned mid-animation, but the Doom applied to the Void. Amar still looking for that high five, as Nightfall looks to be dead, as the rest of his team will abandon him.
Oh my god, bro.
So nice fight from Falcons, good defense.
Amar ka pitch,
Amar
ka fight.
Nightfall gets lassoed into the base, and remember, he's fighting without the Lincolns because the courier died. Makes a huge difference here.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you just don't do that without that Lincoln's on you. Like, perhaps the difference is just too big. It feels like this could have... It's also clutch from Falcons. Like, if they mess up if they miss a beat here, they use the wrong spell on the Lincolns or whatever, this can go very wrong. But they're very coordinated and very prepared to take this kind of fight.
Crit spotted, bash by the Swashy. And he pops his BKB, gets roared. Mid-animation, Skeeter trying to help his teammate out. That's going to be the first
nice disruption.
Well, he actually gets saved by the disruption for the time being. He's actually alive somehow. And Save's getting beat down by Skeeter.
God,
as Malrine with the rock throw, Amar jumps in as well. Focusing on Miero for now, he gets decimated. And now Toronto Tokyo in his own base is just going to get run down. This is all without the Faceless Void available. That blows this game open. 19K net worth lead for Falcons. I have no idea how it lives there. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so clutch. The disruption, he comes out of it, he pumps BKB and Yules to buy time, and he eventually survives the whole thing. Also, kind of question BetBoom even looking for that to begin with, though.
Oh, no, that's bad.
They didn't have their Void, and they were the ones to aggress, right? The Pango opened up on the bat. So they started out a 4v5, and they ended up paying the price for that. That's going to cost them a lot. 2 buybacks on supports. They lost additional heroes.
No barracks, though.
Well, I'll keep the base intact, but this lead, we were talking about how the 5K didn't really necessarily cut it for Falcons. 22 looks quite healthy to me.
Yep.
Especially considering, in a lot of these late game situations where Void can get really scary, you're still playing against arguably the hardest counter to a hero in late game in all of Dota. So it's not as clear cut as many of the other Void games we've seen in late game. Doom, if he has your number, you're going to have a hard time.
Yep. So they did end up getting the range racks, but nobody really cares about that. Aghanim Scepter. After all this, Snake King was not even close to having this a few minutes ago, by the way. That is filthy.
5 SD now with this. Yeah. Wonder if we're going to see Snake King buy an Aether Lens and just play max range Lincoln Breaker with this. Could be a possibility. It's also great for the disruption save, of course. He already has the dagger for that. Amar will get the shard.
What do you think BetBoom could have done to itemize? Can they itemize any better? Because you have to go Lincolns. It feels like you need the BKB as well. And even with that, we talked about how many Lincolns breakers through BKB that they have on Falcons. It's absolutely absurd. Now you have 2 extra, or I guess 1 extra with the Shadow Demon Ags.
And the X factor is definitely the bat, because I think there is a world in this game where you don't buy any Lincolns. But I think the bat just is a big problem because of the displacement whenever you're looking to push. If you were just dealing with the Doom and the Pulverize, you could tank up your Void mega hard, get all the items, and get an Aegis, and then, you know, Falcons will struggle.
BetBoom क्या कर सकता है? पर Void ही नहीं लेना था.
And the fight is 10 times easier.
Void उन्होंने Corona डाल के कैसा मारता?
Maybe 1 or 2 Lotuses
कोई अच्छा हीरो होता तो
than what they did. Obviously, Save has the right idea by getting one for the Faceless Void. You put the Lotus on him and he starts hitting the tower. It removes the lasso pull. But might have missed that timing now as Falcons looking for potentially the killing blow here. Honestly, if this goes well,
they're scanned
right next to the enemy base.
Yeah, BetBoom are aware.
Skitter's going to go to work here.
Most likely. Smokes will collide here in just a moment. Save with the Glimmer. Provide some vision as Skeeter in the base now. Will get this Rax for free. See if they try to run away. GPK in his ult. Able to get the stun off onto Malrine as Nightfall is now surrounding him. Arrow is going to connect. Do they have the damage? He's so tanky. And there's the disruption from Snake King as the Ancient Creep destroyed by Skeeter. That kind of breaks things up a bit. But remember, that is God Strength down.
Yep.
So Falcons probably do not want to fight, but this opens a window potentially for BetBoom to try to chase, but not really opting to do so this time around. And we'll know about Roche in 30 seconds as well. As okay.
दो बार एक तो 2 बार एजेस वेस्ट कर दिया है, गए नहीं, कुछ नहीं करे। ऊपर से थोड़ा अग्रेसिव खेले तो इन लोग का कुछ रहता था।
Alright, extra parentheses. I guess they have a bit of a...
I mean, if there's anybody you can tilt, it is BetBoom.
I think it's because of Toronto Tokyo's all chat against Amar yesterday. That's really what they're trying to get him back for.
Does he really need a reason? As okay, Roar comes out, but the disruption to follow, and here comes Superman. Skeeter. You can see the Demonic Purge breaking the Beastmaster right now. But he's able to TP out, surprisingly enough. The Doom again, this time reserved for the Void. Nightfall dead for 90. That is the GG for game number 1. So Falcons take the first one of this best-of-5 grand finals. And it felt very methodical the whole game. And then once BetBoom were ready to fight, they just get crushed in that high ground where they tried to actually do something with the Aegis. Just punished pretty damn hard.
I genuinely think we're going to reach a point very quickly. It might even be the next game. I think Shadow Demon is getting banned. I feel like Falcons, this is... The way the meta has developed is that we've had these like Timber Saws early on, we've had Dragon Knights, we've had Marses. The thing about Shadow Demon is he's good against both the Mars and the DK that teams have been prioritizing. So,
बहुत वो था, outdrafted था बहुत. Shadow Demon, चिल्लर फिक्स है, क्या खेले के लगा नहीं मालूम मेरे को. तो चिल्लर फिक्स है सही में. 2 बार एजेस लिए कुछ नहीं करे, क्या करेगी क्या आएगी. पुश तो भी करना था, एजेस था ना.
They strike first, and they strike, I was gonna say hard, but it was more like slow and methodical here in this first game of the best of 5. We did say that Falcons probably had the outdraft here in this game. We saw a nice itemization from BetBoom to try and stop that a little bit. At the end of the day, though, it was not enough. I'm joined by Jenkins, by Effie, and by Kezu. Kezu, this game was it was a very low kill game, I found.
Yeah, I feel like that BetBoom had some opportunities more early.
Oh, money, so yeah, they
didn't make any moves there. I was definitely looking and talking in the green room as well, like for GPK to first of all be more involved in the game. I feel like also when they play Mirana, at least when I compare it to Falcons,
male hai melee, male melee offlane फिर से आया.
This SD, I think, is creating too many problems.
Offline strength, melee easy. Okay.
I feel like you have to pick Mirana. You don't feel comfortable picking the bad because SD counters both. So I feel like going the next game, I would put higher priority on the Shadow Demon.
I can see that for sure. Honestly, BetBoom didn't get value out of their that they made early on. Like there was this one smoke after
offlane male melee strength.
The kill on Doom, and there was this moment where Falcons made an aggressive move mid where their Sven got punished and shut down because of the rolling speed, but otherwise they couldn't really play into their Beastmaster push draft. We saw that BetBoom got their Aegis timings. They did make a really good couple of moves early on where they brought the Void to the top lane, they kicked Sven.
Another ice age is coming.
Bring their heroes together cohesively and find the team fight. Falcons were just out farming all over the map, and all of their heroes had inherent farm steroids inside of them, right? You have the Spat Rider farming the whole map, Shadow Demon farming whatever he
Another Ice Age is coming.
Farming the entire map.
कभी नहीं सुना ये lol.
BetBoom side, they were losing the scaling war and they could never actually find the opportunity to take over this map.
I do think it's like a cool thing from the Falcons.
Silencer उल्टा कर दिया silencer को.
BetBoom got 3 Aegises, which also means they got, I think it was 3 cheeses that time. I don't think that we saw a banner, but they got all of these items from Roshan, and Falcons didn't care. They were like, that's fine, we're farming, we're going to go late game. We know our late game is better than yours.
क्या ये दिखा रहा है नहीं कुछ.
It's not just free versus
अंधेरा है.
You know, I like that. I think that's really good Dota. When it's like boring Dota, I want to see more fights and chaos because it's funny and it's interesting. But the ability to like give away objectives because you know that like the beast plus
Mirana?
Really cool.
No.
That's like smart Dota.
Tusk.
Knowing when they want to
fight
and what they need to contest. So like to go to your point, I feel like it's Bedboom, they probably feel like very pressured in the game to like try and do something, but every time they move,
White for और किसका रहता?
They don't really run into anything. They get 3 Roches, they probably feel good about it, but they didn't find like any translation of these Aegis into like any good play on the map.
It didn't do anything,
Yeah, it did nothing.
But isn't that credit to Falcons for being able to avoid properly?
They're like
White for और किसका रहता रे?
It felt like they were always getting something
नहीं,
out of the
winter
map,
नहीं
like
होता.
when you saw Bedboom pushing or getting this Aegis or playing for any objective, there's always something happening.
Bounty hunter maybe.
Whether you're just splitting the farm
No.
equally between 5 heroes or you're getting a pick off on the Mirana in the bot lane.
So Japanese है, Japanese ही नहीं होता नहीं यार.
Also where when they were getting the second Aegis, I believe, Falcons smoked anyway. They didn't care. They saw that the
Brewmaster.
They thought that it was useless. They smoked into the triangle and they made an active play.
उसको white for कहाँ से आया? अरे उसका पेट Wi-Fi है lol.
And honestly, I think they were just comfortable the entire game. It never felt like they were pressured, even though they didn't contest any of these Roshan's. Faceless Void got a lot of net worth, but Doom, that hero deletes net worth. He doesn't care about the opponent's net worth. It's an anti-carry hero, and Falcons played cleanly.
Yeah, it showed. Indeed, Falcons seemed very comfortable just dragging the game out until they were ready to strike. I'm going to find out what Purge thought of this first game with the best of 5.
Thanks, Cheever. For the Acer Predator head-to-head, I wanted to look at the 4 positioning heroes because their impact was a little bit different. Save has been doing excellent so far in this tournament on the techies, but his KDA in the last game left something to be desired, even though he played it very well. Whereas on the other side, Crit, playing the Bat Rider, had an absolute abundance of net worth. Look at those GPM differences. And this is partially because Techies is a kill sort of support. He's there to win the lane, and then transition into ganking and getting kills on the map. The hero damage, not very similar here. Save did accomplish his goals there by following up on initiations to do damage, but those kills didn't always lead to things, which means his GPM is going to be low. Whereas on the other side, Crit, very capable of getting kills. This is a great moment for Save to follow up off the first 2 stuns to layer a bunch of damage down while he's disabled. All this extra magic damage is going to kill Sven. And this is part of the reason he had good damage impact. But look at what Crit's doing instead. He's grabbing important heroes. He's pulling them out of position. He's very fast because he's got BOTs. So that means he can even split push, jungle and other creep waves, but still show up to fights and constantly impacting the fight by helping to make sure that his core gets to damage the heroes that they want to. So Crit was able to get a ton done this game, even though his damage numbers are lower. And that's why I wanted to focus on him, because his impact was just quite a bit different here.
Yeah, I'm just curious though, because we've seen Save obviously crush on his techies, right? Do you feel like he accomplished enough in the laning stage itself? Because I didn't necessarily feel like they crushed the lane as hard as we've seen him do with the techies at times.
Yeah, that's probably because they had a Beastmaster, because Beastmaster before 6 struggles to get kills, basically. He went the boar build as well, so pro players are going to be able to anticipate, oh man, I'm going to be slowed by 30% movement speed. So he gave a good lane to Beastmaster, which kept his net worth high. That means he's not getting kills in his lane. And then he needs to go to the other side of the lane to try to get kills. And so it can be, and they were a little successful in that. They killed Doom a few times, but Doom's net worth was still high. And then after that, the game just got really stagnant for like 15, 20 minutes. So there's just a long period in the middle where Crit was farming, had a BKB, a Yules, and Boots of Travel, and Save on the other side had, you know, a couple items, but not as much impact. So
can maybe place a couple of mines, but you also don't want to be caught out by yourself. So yeah, couldn't do as much. I believe, you know, I'm sitting here with Purge, but I believe Tigov, you're sitting there with Purge. What?
Yeah.
Drinking a new drink, I appreciate. Yeah.
You have an imposter with you. I think you have the fake Purge with you. I don't know why, but we just found hot news in London. We've actually got ourselves.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we've. Here you go.
Hello, everybody. This is Purge.
See, it's literally the real guy. It's really Purge. You know, I've asked him so many questions, and he keeps giving us the same stuff. Like whatever Purge says he likes the same thing. They also share the same birthday. When's your dox yourself? When's your birthday?
17th of August.
Purge, when's your birthday?
That's my birthday. It's the 17th.
Oh my gosh!
Wait. Sorry, August 17th. Very different.
Okay. Purge, what's your favorite color, Purge?
Blue.
What's your favorite color, real Purge?
It'd have to be blue.
Oh. What's your favorite Dota hero, Purge?
I don't have one. Trick question.
Okay. What is your favorite Dota hero, real Purge?
I play any hero. I don't mind. I love them all.
Another trick question. 3 for 3. Purge, what is your most hated hero in the game?
I don't have one. I don't even use my bans.
Be interesting for. Come on. Give me one hero.
Well, I'm obviously the fake Purge if you think it's a bad answer.
That's true. Give me a real answer for once, please. The stream needs it. Dream League needs it. A real hero you hate.
Techies.
There we go. Thank you very much. I don't know why I'm trying to act like Slacks. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess we're going to be stuck with Imposter Purge, but we'll keep him for round because the other one is in the UK. So, you know, we'll have Discount Purge right here and also for game number 2 coming after this.
It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-figure scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I'll turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there, be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air, the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to.
क्या करेंगे 2 मिनट
You don't have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you
टीम अलग ही नशे में रहता है वेट करेंगे let's play Scribble for some time waiting for next day लेने आ रहा आगे क्या आया What the fuck is this fucking नहीं पेंट है बस तक No idea, bro. Bob Ross, okay. Bob, मेरे को नहीं पता था.
Hello, and welcome to your guide to learning the basics of Dota 2. Hero controls. How you control your hero is very important in Dota 2 as it improves your efficiency and effectiveness of your decisions during a match. On your keyboard you'll find the keys W, A, S, and D. These are crucial to moving your camera around the map so you can see where you, your teammates, and your opponents are. Since you should never look away from your monitor, you shouldn't ever move your hand away from WASD in case you press the wrong key. For this reason, it's best to use your mouse to activate both your items and your abilities. This way you'll ensure you Thanks once again for watching our Dota 2 tutorials for Dota 2 players new to Dota 2.
What?
Make sure to use these gameplay tips in your ranked games if you're looking to gain MMR fast.
What the fuck?
We are going from tips for beginners to tips for professionals, as we have Jenkins, Kazu, Effie, and Purge here to basically tell BetBoom what they need to do differently to have a shot in this grand finals. Of course, you're watching Dream League Season 22. We're in the middle of the draft of the grand finals. This is Game 2, and Falcons took that first game. In the end, quite convincingly, it didn't really seem like BetBoom really knew how to execute that. But new round, new chances, and they get their first pick, which is what they love most, Kezu. This is their preferred pick order.
Yeah, I feel like what they could do here is you either ban SD and take DK potentially. Okay, that would go different, which is just to take out the DK. I think for Falcons, they love their CM openers when they do play into some Timbersaw-like heroes, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see that come out.
I think what BetBoom were trying to do at the start of this BO5 was make their Beastmaster work earlier on in the draft so that Falcons would have to start expending a ban on it, because they did win with 2 Beastmasters today. Should be noted, it came out in the last phase and not the second phase. So I understand why they tried it, but they also just picked it into Stun, and it wasn't a great lane for it. I even remember in an interview, Mira was saying that he thinks it's the last pick hero, and that's when it wins. And I respect that they tried, but they should just move away from that unless they get it in the last phase, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I would rather see 4 Betboom team, if they're going for these earlier phase offlaners, the Centaurs and the Marses.
The more stable ones.
Yeah.
You guys see this? Aoi is cooking some shit here.
I know, it's
just
so
a random first phase gyro. They can get SD, they can get Mirana, they can get CM.
I mean, this was a carry that they were playing sometimes at the very start of the tournament, I believe. We saw it. And its flex potential, or maybe it was Gaming Gladiators that did it. I don't remember.
They did.
There was some. Okay.
Falcons, Gaimin, and OG all played this gyro early on, and
Timber को counter करने के लिए A उठा सकते हैं लोग. A भी underrated है.
Surprising, because it's a mixed damage carry. It lands very well versus Timber, and if you pair it with a stun safe laner, it can heavily punish. Also, the flex is still open, so that if gyro gets caught off guard by a surprise void or something, you can just not commit it to carry.
I'm just shocked that Betboom didn't ban SD. And Falcons has the pick out of this phase.
And the interesting monkey ban as well.
I mean, there's maybe still other heroes that Falcons could prefer over the SD simply because you see like a Timber. Like, I think the CM is still good. I think heroes that Falcons could also consider banning would be a potential. I think Mira already mentioned Void. Could be annoying unless you want to draft around it later with like a save. I think Sven as well. Sven is one of the few heroes that when Gyro has like 4 slots plus minus, outside that Sven can man-fight him quite easily.
This monkey ban is actually interesting. While it's a good hero versus Timber, it also means that potentially they want a puck for Betboom or are looking at puck. Because I know it is Malrine who likes to play monkey mid versus puck.
Maybe it's also to just help solidify the Timber's potential to go mid. Now, they show you just gyro. They're like, this is probably carry. So they're putting the ban so that maybe, you know, GPK can go mid on the Timber. Then they can cook a new offlaner later on. Mr. Falcons.
Yeah, surely this is just one of the support picks, right? It's like between CM and SD.
CM
Crystal Maiden.
Okay.
I like the Crystal Maiden here. Yeah. I think you pair this hero if you are playing this carry flex gyro. Crystal Maiden's one of the better heroes you can lane it with. It has 2 CCs on lane alongside the rocket barrage damage. That's a really scared Timber cell.
Yep, and I think Falcons, they could pick up a Mars if Betboom doesn't want to commit to
Timber
Timber, which I think would be a mistake. So I think it's very likely they're not going to pick Mars. So Falcons can take it, and then the Mars CM is enough to very easily kill the Timber saw. We've seen Falcons run that exact combo versus Timber and just destroy it at when Mars hits level 6.
Wouldn't it also be good to pick Mirana here if they want to get their hands on it, because it's good against Crystal Maiden and it's good against the Gyrocopter because you can kill the missile that fast?
Yeah, they can get Mirana.
They don't really have an obvious setup is the only downside, but you don't necessarily need one at this stage, you're right. It could be delayed.
You can also just secure it later.
Oh, no.
Okay,
I think the Techies works better here because between Kunkka and Timbersaw, they just have an abundance of damage and good other setups, so I think they aren't going to struggle as much getting kills on the lane. Not that they had a really tough time last game, but there was just a lack of kills in the mid game, so they've got much better catch here that Team Falcons is going to have to play against.
And the Mirana is still open after this Kunkka. You have the X setup. Also, the double flex of Kunkka Timber either could be going mid or offlane.
Yeah. I could see just very casual, I feel like some Rubik for crit. I think you have good spells to steal. The only problem I see with I like the Kunkka, I think the team fight is great. The only problem with the flex between Timber and Kunkka is they actually share very similar counter matchups both in the lane and in the game.
Okay, nice.
Pango very solid for Mr. Malrine, just like some team fight match against the Kunkka. Like, not only do you match it, but you're also not really in a threat of dying yourself when you're rolling around.
And it works well here because you see which mid matchups you could be going up against. It's either Kunkka or Timber, and Pango does very well. You can secure very early Pango here. And the Rubik, great call on that.
Do you guys think it's still worth it to stick to Gyro carry, or do they maybe need more damage? Because I am worried about, like, I just feel like getting into fights is going to be a little bit difficult. Like, you're going to have to use BKB, otherwise you're going to be controlled. And then half the time Techies disarm might just like proc on you with your Ags.
Well, now they have to run it as carry, right?
Unless Rubik pick.
I suppose they could have Amar. No, they would still
tanky hero
Gyro. I mean, I could see it. Guy's a psycho.
I'm not worried about gyro carry here. I don't think there are many issues with First Pass that has a lot of damage. It's not directly countered by anything. There's no Spirit Vessel buyer. The way that you deal with gyro carry is that you get something that stops his satanic heals. And you can't pick Doom now that you've revealed your Kunkka plus Timber double flex. So that's not a threat to the gyro. You're supports don't buy a vessel so far. I wouldn't be surprised if Mirana came out overall last just to have that vessel buyer on Bedboom.
Well,
मैं expect कर
is going to ban out some Toronto Tokyo heroes at this point, considering I don't think there's no flex potential there anymore, right?
Mars is good.
On that Bedboom itself.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much set in stone with what they're gonna do. I would say for... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mid and off lane basically is the only thing that could change, I suppose.
Yeah.
I would assume Falcons bans should be potentially straightforward, like some
Look at
Mirana,
carry and look
Phoenix,
offlane.
maybe.
Let's see.
I think it's pretty good, like more team fight. Because when
Let's see.
Bedboom,
Let's see.
I feel like when this
What do
water
they
park
pick?
comes out and you jump in with Sven, you really want to blow the team fight open. Like make sure you have as much power and speed to kind of like do that. Whereas Bedboom, they need to make sure that the offlane hero for Amar like offsets the Sven Gyro matchup. Because for now, I kind of like Bedboom's team fighting. I think they should be pretty happy with the Sven 18.
Bro, I know they don't pick it, but this would be a banging ass Necro game. It is good against all 3 cores of
Ah,
Bedboom.
yeah. Necro, yeah.
Do you guys know
Forgot
if
about
Black
it.
Cannon hits if the Warcry armor applies to them?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so Gyro versus Sven is interesting in that Gyro is like Luna, where he's a mixed damage carry, and Sven counters mixed damage carries very well because he has 2 sources.
Necro
He's an
is a
EKB
good
buyer.
pick,
It's
actually.
just in his item build that you have to do every game, and the Warcry counters the physical damage. So usually when you're playing these Sven versus Gyros, it does feel like Gyro has to play more tempo than the Sven and exploit his team early on. But for overall late game scaling, I do prefer Sven here.
Yeah, me too. I like the ET for now at least. Like you see 2 team fighting supports being taken out. I feel like they took the supplementary last one, which is the ET. I'm kind of looking for Falcons. I think this Amar hero needs to offset the Sven Gyro matchup like Miro just talked about, because I also prefer Sven. I'm not sure really what you can bust out here that has like a... You buy BKB and you offset the fight by locking down the Sven. I'm not sure how amazing Amar's Magnus is. Maybe they just want him to play Mars anyway. I feel like there must be something that I'm missing that they could go for.
There's a lot of times in the early group stage where Gyro kind of struggled with these ultra tanky frontliners like Timber and Kunkka because he can't really kill them super fast. He's not as high a burst damage as a hero like Sven, so it made team fights a little bit goofy. Doom would help percentage-based damage, take out the important hero, whether it's Sven or the Timber Saw or otherwise, but the team fight is still really good on Bedboom and their heroes synergize well.
And it will be a Timber mid.
I guess the Doom helps the man fight against the Sven because he can't heal later. Like maybe that's their idea of offsetting this like satanic man fight. But I personally kind of like the adjustments of Bedboom. I would give them a better shot than compared to game 1.
I like what they have going for them. I think the Doom is also going to be a problem, but they're not put on a timer the same way they were in game 1, where if they went into late game territory, there wasn't much counterplay for them. Void versus Doom is much different than Sven versus Doom, right? Sven can just press God Strength and go in beforehand, and if he gets doomed, he can still output damage.
Fair enough. What are we thinking, Purge?
Isn't it your turn to talk, Jenkins?
Back to you, Jenkins.
Sure it is.
I'm just thinking about the matchups. Like, how is Pango versus Timber? Is that bad for Pango?
In the lane, yeah. In the game, it's fine.
In the game, it's totally fine, right? But I feel like in the lane as Pango, you can just shove the wave, right?
Yeah.
You can just push out the wave.
Which means you have as Pango maybe more time to help your side lanes?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is another slightly Falcons favored draft, but it's not as bad as the last one by my estimation.
I like Bedboom's draft better personally, but yeah, there's good things for both squads for sure. I just feel like they're not going to be able to deal with these tanky frontliners quick enough outside of Doom.
Doom kind of does it. I was thinking the Necro is a dog shit hero, but Doom.
I mean, उनकी टीम में कोई रेंज वाला नहीं है. Sven, इनकी टीम में रेंज है ना. Sven बहुत गली फाइट होगा. Until unless वो Axe लेके घुमा तो.
Amazing versus Timber. It's actually the best matchup in the game versus Timber currently.
I'm with Purge. I slightly favor Bedboom because I think Doom suffers versus these dual core lineups where you have to pick one and the other pops off, and GPK is on a much more useful hero than he was in game 1, so Bedboom have a much better chance.
And if the game does get dragged out long, you would favor Bedboom still as well?
Depending on how well they play around the Doom, yes. Like if you can get a couple of Lincolns up, I think Bedboom have a really good shot.
It's a 1-1.
It's a 1-1. I like it. Let's find out if that prediction is true. We're heading over to Sunspan and Synderen.
Grand Finals of Dream League Season 22. Suns fan here. Cinderin.
Cinderella.
Yeah, they got you off fast. That's good.
So Falcons take game 1. The panel feels more comfortable with the BetBoom draft this time around.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, young man?
I'm just really surprised with the adjustments we saw between game 1 and 2. Shadow Demon just got ignored first phase. You first pick the gyro.
Yeah.
You gave away Timber and seemingly needed to use reserve time to solve it. Like it was going to be a very obvious pick, I think, for BetBoom. So interesting here for Falcons that they changed some things up and others remain the same. And of course, they're very comfortable with the gyro onto Skitter. He won 3 games in a row in the previous Grand Finals he played on this hero. So he's warmed up. But I think
one way to look at it.
I think the lineup that BetBoom have against Falcons is actually, I would say, clearly favored if the Doom doesn't have a good game. I think Amar is going to be very important for Falcons here. I think you need to Doom the Timbersaw over the Sven in most, if not all, fights. This is a mid-Timber, so a big part of the reason they picked the gyro against this hero is that they've had success with it as an offlaner, or rather they've had success with gyro as a counter to the offlane Timber, but BetBoom immediately identified that this is what's going on. They banned 2 of the counters in mid, and they just commit to putting GPK there with the Huskar as well as Monkey King out of the picture. So I think BetBoom did a pretty solid job here in the draft. Let's see if they've got the plays to go with it this time.
I have a quick question. Do you think there's any heroes that are getting banned or first pick because now they're kind of flip-flopping between the two that are actually overrated? Do you think that there's any heroes that at the beginning of the tournaments have been rated so highly and we just haven't seen that many games from them?
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you... I feel like you asked 2 different questions.
All right, yeah, answer both.
Now I forgot both of them.
All right,
try again.
I don't know if it's just you and me casting, but the Timbersaws have looked kind of underwhelming, Cinderin. And this is first
so it was
pick
a loaded
or first
question.
ban.
I see. You just
all
hate
questions
Timbersaw.
are loaded.
Is it possible that you hate the Timbersaw this game because it's played by BetBoom, who you think will get stomped?
No, absolutely not. I am as unbiased as they come.
That sounded
no, of course not.
Absolutely not.
No, why would you think that I'm biased at all?
I personally don't think Timbersaw is overrated. I actually think this might be I think Mars was in a way overrated.
Okay,
actually.
There you go. That's an answer.
And I mean, we're getting to this stage of the tournament now where it's also not being given as much attention nearly as it was a couple days ago. But I think largely it's because teams have come around to what the solutions are. And then Mars has just got... His games have just been too good, I think, for what he deserved. Whereas the Timbersaw games, I think, have been a little bit more polarizing, I guess, is the one way to put it. But by putting it mid, BetBoom, they did it. They ran it against Extreme with great success earlier.
BetBoom ka bahut
going to try to replicate that performance, and he's off to a great start against Malrine so far. 14 for 2 against 7-0 in that mid lane.
Yep, the classic Timber versus melee matchup, the dream generally. But we'll see if Malrine is able to come back at all because, I mean, like the panel we're talking about, he should be able to farm and eventually he'll be okay. But yep, GPK definitely off to a very good start.
Team fight से अगर खुंका ads बना लिया तो फिर GG से chances है इन लोग का जीतने का ads and ना बाकी items का ये लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते until ना सब लोग डूब डाले तो लेकिन रूबिक भी है रूबिक छिन के बिस्किट कर सकता anything can happen.
Set things up could be pretty powerful in these team fights. But back to the gyro.
Yep.
Your thoughts on this hero? Because in this tournament, you talked about it. He picked it 3 times in a row in the last finals, but we haven't seen that much this tournament.
I mean, we've barely
wasn't changed.
I feel like we've barely seen it in Group Stage 2. I think it was mainly a Group Stage 1 hero. Yeah, I don't know. That one's puzzling to me as well, to be honest. Like, sure, I get the counter pick against Timber, but then they didn't ban Sven, who I think, in theory, should be one of the better heroes at going toe-to-toe with Gyro. That one is a bit surprising for me. I don't really know what I think about it. I also don't know if they picked it as a flex, to be fair, right? This hero can absolutely be played as a support by both Crit as well as Snaking in particular. But they do commit it onto the carry position this game.
Yep, and his build is from what I remember, it's Crystallis into Ags, pretty much.
With a value of Falcon Blade to go, right?
Yeah.
So Falcon Blade treads and then Crystallis Ags. Probably what he's going to go here as well. Save, taking some serious damage, will jump away.
It's funny that they first picked Techies last game.
Oh, is he getting him here? Oh, okay, sticks. That was a nice play, though.
They first picked Techies, and he just gets it second phase this time. It's like, they're trying to like create these like ban scenarios. Like, okay, now you got to force the ban surely on Techies, but Falcons don't care, apparently. Still give it up.
Yeah, and then they give the Techies away, and I'm like, okay, surely now they're going to pick Shadow Demon, right?
Yeah,
like, this has been a great pick for them against Techies. Nope. Let's go Rubik. Against... Chakram, I guess? I mean,
Chakram,
there are some good Rubik steals in this game, but this one also is a little bit of an... I would love to pick their brains about what the mindset is behind this pick as well. Like, Chakram is a good steal. Torrent Storm is obviously insane if you can get it, but...
Yep, and for his save, he has to get a shard first, unlike Shadow Demon. So yeah, we'll see how it works out this time. I'm excited to see some... I mean, we have seen Rubik as even an off lane in this tournament.
Oh yeah.
And see how
don't
far
think Crit's gonna go Dagon.
You never know. Homie missile coming for Miero.
Nice Torrent.
Torrent will connect though. Snake King still applying the pressure as he had another blast, but wouldn't be enough to finish the job.
It was 5 mana short from Frostbite. I think they might have actually tried to go for that kill with a bite, then Skitter could have connected. But
Snake King going for double boots, it looks like. Better not misclick that as Malrine will be forced to TP back to base. And see how many creeps he ends up missing here.
Not too many.
Yeah, it's a good time
push
to
out
go.
the wave first. Yeah, GPK still running the show mid.
6-minute power rune is coming up as well, so.
Nice creep, Amar.
No bottom lane though, that's first blood for Skeeter.
Nice.
Has always been, as the blast off actually hits, but save will likely fall. Pops the Fairy Fire, sticky bomb onto Skeeter is there, but is not enough for the kill. But he is really low. Will eat one more Tango and get the Lotus as well, as GPK getting gone on a bit by Malrine. As the 6-minute rune did spawn some nice damage onto the Timber Saw, but
I think very important for the
oh yeah, fuck
the
off, I
future
got
outcome of
sorry.
this top lane is the creep Amar found.
Thanks for reminding me, thanks for reminding me.
He's got the ice armor from the Ogre, and this means that the Sven and the the Sven and the Elder Titan
By the way, welcome to stream,
on him and do the damage. And in turn, it frees up Crit a lot more in the Rubik. Amar will definitely be able to hold his own. He's got 15 armor and that slow. So effectively, he's just going to be bullying Sven relentlessly. And if ET tries to help, I mean, what are they going to do to him? It's not like they can kill him. So this was the dream creep Amar found for this situation. Time for Wisdoms. Looks to be a 1-for-1 split. Save as well as Crit. Crit will stack the Ancients for the Gyro for later. This is. This feels like.
No, I don't think so.
Let's see. A lot about stacks.
I don't think so.
One side has Sven and the other has Gyro.
Like, look at the lineup once. You can watch the lineup.
Can they steal the stacks? Can they kill them when they're farming them? Or are both teams just going to be able to take them?
Yeah.
They don't have any range hero. They can kite the Sven if he ultis.
Which team is better at defending their Ancients? I think it's pretty even. On one side you have the ET, and on the other you have the Pango.
Maybe there are chances if they win 2-3 fights, like 5 fights, then they have chances. Also, I don't think so.
Help with zone control. Nice
Crit gets bursted. GPK, nice combo. Rolling Thunder not actually going to come through from Malrine, just faking it out.
Nice and easy.
It's bottom lane. X.
Big damage.
Skeeter back to the other side. Miero getting gone on, but GPK makes an appearance. Rocket Barrage just ripping through him though.
Only Gyro has kill potential with him. Yeah, even that's true. But you know, Gyro, if he gets the items, then it's GG. You know that, right?
And that's one of the reasons that the Gyrocopter is a hero that they like, as the Echo Stomp comes through from Toronto Tokyo into the TP.
Nice play.
Is fine.
It's very close.
But Gyro just being such a good laner. This
yeah,
is
maybe
one of the few carries in this meta that can just get kills straight up in these lanes. Rocket Barrage is something to fear for sure.
Let's see. The game just started, so
especially
we don't know.
Coupled up with
anything can happen.
Of a Crystal Maiden that can apply a bunch of pressure and also give you mana.
Yep. It's a very, very strong duel. It's what feels a bit like what Maiden Jugger used to be back when Jugger was a thing.
Yeah. But sad days for him. F's in the chat for Jugs.
Yep.
Okay, sir.
A lot of melee offlaners, but Jugger's blade through was way better, especially on level 2.
Thank you.
Maiden Jug was a classic, but we have not seen that. It feels like for years by now, actually. It's been a long time since Jug was a big deal. Pango going to TP bottom with the haste here. Malrine has big plans to connect with Skitter, as well as Snaking, and they will definitely kill Miero here.
Coming for him. And that is an easy cleanup.
Nice.
Skeeter gets credit. And he's having quite the game so far. Malorine's still working on that defusal. You can see his net worth. He's about 800 behind GPK on the Timber.
Maybe even Rubik can pop off, right?
See how much pressure GPK can
apply.
Still the lead in general is Falcons, with especially the Doom discrepancy over
even Rubik can pop off late game.
That has really,
if he has ags and
Doom
items.
Specifically avoided the Timbersaw matchup, but then they picked Kunkka, who is also not going to enjoy this lane very much.
Take a rolling thunder, shield crash to follow, but yeah, it comes out early, thinking he could finish the job, but that's not to be. Miero.
Okay.
X-Torrent, but not going to be any follow-up. He's definitely playing very passive right now.
Despite that kill not happening from Malrine, he's completely zoning the enemy team off the tower.
First Doom of the game is applied to Toronto Tokyo. Try to walk it off.
But
Nightfall forces Amar away.
No, I'll survive.
Skeeter jungling in the enemy triangle.
So I don't know if they stacked that themselves or if that was a little bit of a steal, but this is obviously what we were talking about. The game largely could be decided in part in this specific area with the stacks, and you're seeing both teams put a lot of emphasis on it where their respective position 4/5. Interesting that Toronto Tokyo has this many stacks. The crit ones make a lot of sense because he's playing top lane, so he'll generally be around the triangle, which is what you want to stack for the gyro. But the ET doesn't have access to the triangle as easily. Crit will do 2.
That is a tasty
I believe this
treat.
is 2 quadruples here.
That is nice.
At least it's a quadruple ancient, right?
Yeah, TP from GPK. Burst.
Nice and easy.
Amar is dead. So Betboom able to find a couple of nice kills here in the lane.
Oh my god, no, they're getting the stacks.
Network's still leaning in Falcon's favor.
They're getting the stacks,
Very early on
so...
oh, that's a
Nice
great
steal. Yeah.
Gracious.
So I'm not sure if that was a triple or quadruple, but the relative net worth exchange there when you kill this stack and the enemy team doesn't get it is probably close to like 600.
Oh, GPK.
Blink, okay.
It's an early blink for him. Homing missile will hit him eventually, but he is way too far away, so smoke gank unsuccessful for Falcons.
Okay.
Look at that animation. It's good stuff. And then, of course, the dinky dink sound. Always a classic. But that provides some space for the tier 1 tower, so Falcons won't go empty-handed at the very least from their perspective.
Do you actually, okay, about the homing missile sound, do you think that started out as a joke
in
beta,
probably.
and then they kept it?
Probably.
Because like, it's a missile. You'd think that it's going to have some sort of explosive sound when it connects, right?
Yeah.
And then they're probably like, oh, we just need some sort of placeholder sound. Wouldn't it be funny if it just sounded like a little pellet that hit a frying pan?
Yeah.
And then they thought, oh, that's actually really funny. Let's keep that.
And nobody complained. Everyone loved it.
Oh, there it is.
The other steal coming.
The expected steal from Crystal Maiden and Rubik.
Torrent cancels it, but got a lot of worth out of it.
That is so big for Falcons.
Yeah.
Especially, they didn't even need to commit cores.
What the fuck?
Go the other way.
This is
okay.
Does anybody want to find their own stacks? Hello?
What in the world? Amar, he's going to be wise to this, but they've already stolen basically everything. There's the Doom onto GPK.
Okay.
Valerie coming with a huge swashbuckle. Gets the shield crash as well. The Rolling Thunder is coming. As GPK will be hounded and eventually taken out. And they'll get Toronto Tokyo to boot. So
nobody's taking their stacks,
bro. But Betboom still, that is a massive ancient stack that they stole.
It still feels like an overall Falcons win in total, right? They invaded and they stole Ancients too with their supports. It was a smaller stack, but they get the Timber Saw as well as the ET kill, and they get to push out these waves.
Only person crying right now is
me in the club
on the gyro.
Oh,
he didn't get to farm any of it.
Not true. He's still top net worth, though.
Yeah, he's...
By 4 gold. Oh, no, now he's number 2. And okay, now he's crying.
Okay, very good. Keep us up to date on the net worth discrepancy between
He's behind. He's ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Skitter, top net worth.
Kunka कुछ कर ही नहीं पा रहा.
Point booster.
Kunka is not able to do anything.
Second on net worth.
Okay, you can stop that now. The bit's over. Appreciate it though. Good effort.
All right.
And we can see both position ones farming away.
Farming, yeah.
But as you did mention, Skeeter's now number 2 in net worth.
Yeah. Trying to take the lead here, but he's still second.
I mean, once he gets that Ags, though, I think he'll be first, Cinderin.
Yeah.
That thing really,
That's fair.
really
Or maybe
helps
this
the net
creep
worth.
wave that he's close to could be the difference maker here in bottom lane, but he's scared.
Why were we put on grand final? Mistakes were made all around.
No, it's perfect. These games are very farm heavy, so we get to shoot the shit a lot, you know?
That's true. That is accurate. Nothing's actually happening other than farming.
Oh, well, here comes
Miero.
Welcome to hell.
The boat does cancel the freezing field, but that is a lot of magic damage from Skeeter and company.
And Skeeter takes first
Kunka
place
lost
with
the
that
lane.
kill. He's back, baby.
That's right.
And he's staying on top this time. Mark my words.
Okay.
Not going to relinquish this lead.
Yeah, that cleave's not going to help Nightfall get back into the lead.
All right, so all jokes aside, it's a very healthy sign for Gyro that he's keeping up with Sven. It feels like in this tournament, Sven has not been... No hero has been able to keep up with this guy if he's free farming. You see the 181 CS on Nightfall to the 130 of Skitter. It's just the kills. Like, he got so many early kills in this lane. The 4 that he's got now to his name have really made a big difference. He's going to go through the gate and try to take some of the top half of the map away as well from the side of Betboom.
Nice, nice.
You know what hero feels like it's dropped off a bit, even though I think it's really effective against the Timbersaw. In fact, it was picked against Timbersaw many a time early in the tournament, and the tournament before is the Luna.
Yeah.
But we're not seeing it nearly as often.
I think Falcons are very hesitant to pick Luna because
they've
run into...
buildings.
I mean, they had the Lifestealer game yesterday, but they could have banned that because they closed the first phase anyway. But you're right. In a way, you could have maybe picked Luna instead of Gyro, but it doesn't have the flex. And I guess it's also a little bit more... How to say? It's a little bit more dependent
They can smoke maybe
on
after
your
this,
other heroes in your strategy. I think
nice,
when you run
nice.
Gyro, if you just have a good... You know, a good stable
Good
lane
chance, huh?
support, you're going to work with most stuff that Falcons want to run.
Yeah.
Luna may be a little bit more specific to seeing more information in the game, and also especially what the enemy team is running. Gyro can work around most stuff. There's the Doom.
Absolutely, GPK is dead.
Let's go.
Malrine not going to go for another kill because they find save in the jungle. The freezing fields have been really good this game. It's the 3rd one already. As the call down actually will not hit, but save still cleaned up by Malrine. And now the lead has grown to 5K as Nightfall looks like he might want to fight despite being down 2 members right now. Okay, thinks better of it. Finally counts 1 to 5. Is he going to pop his ult to farm this one ancient stack?
Wrong
right
We'll
now.
continue with the Shivas, as Toronto Tokyo is the one that will tank most of the damage. So God Strength used, and then he's going to try to get this other ancient.
He's going BKB, bro.
These 2 Doom picks that Falcons have done in this grand final so far has just been flat-out game-winning, both of them. Like this one, he's ruining the Timbersauce game, who had such a good start. GPK is now down to 5th on net worth. And with the lanes that he's getting on Amar, he's just getting this fast Shiva. And I think one of the things that sets Falcons apart the most from other teams in this tournament is how good they are at obtaining vision through heroes. Like Amar just walks in.
Okay.
Trust his teammates, doesn't give a crap.
Yep, he's tanking a lot. GPK on the sideline. You can see Amar not willing to go too deep there.
But that's what you can do when you have a farm Doom like this in this game, is you can just frontline. You just walk in with your Shivas popped, you get all the vision. If the enemy team turns on you, your teammates get to have a free fight with the Pango the Gyro.
He's going to get ganked here this time.
He's alone.
He is completely... All the mines placed from save. Look how tanky he is, though. Eventually, they do find the kill.
Lotus? No Lotus? Oh, wait,
something finally. Feels like this game was slipping away.
I mean, it's still not looking great. We don't have the best track record for Sven being down 5K minute 18. This is a win more hero. You want to be ahead, and then you just keep building and building and building. And in comparison to the Sven from Falcons last game, where they were in a much better position than this.
Yeah, we got the boat.
Okay, doors.
And the blast off is there.
Okay.
Stock to follow. Crit eventually taken out by the Chakram. They have a lot of long-range poke for sure on BetBoom's side.
They got there eventually. Falcons not responding with their Doom dead. They weren't really interested in trying to take this fight, and BetBoom get a little extra. So trying to keep the ball rolling off this momentum. Now Doom is ready again. So what'll it be? Amar and snaking. This is a very unexpected move for him. He has no idea.
Oh boy, the Scorched Earth. He feels it. He gets doomed. Freezing field to follow. Oh boy.
Yeah,
absolutely. Knowing that it is not, you cannot deny. What do you think about that, by the way? You can't deny anymore. And now that you can with Poison Touch, that was the trade-off.
Yeah.
You can only have 3 in the game, I guess.
I don't know. I like denies. I miss denying myself on Pudge. I'll tell you.
I miss denying myself on Centaur. That's really old school.
Oh yeah, that's true. You actually used to be able to. That is so long ago.
Yeah.
But that was a bit of a double-edged sword though, because sometimes you didn't want to.
Yeah, that's the whole point. It's a double edge. Of course, it should hurt.
That's fair.
BetBoom.
I think it was largely considered a buff to the hero that you didn't kill yourself with double edge, because a lot of the time in fights you would, finish off the enemy hero.
GPK, they find Crit in their jungle. He is eventually going to get taken out.
Malrine with a response.
Yes, Rolling Thunder is activated. Amar coming in with the Shivas. Does not have Doom yet, as the boat is coming for him. And Malrine getting some nice connections. The swash is enough to finish off save. Torrent Storm is there as Nightfall focusing all his efforts onto Amar. And they should have the damage to rip through him. Indeed they do. There's now Speeder. Ooh. Okay, no Timber Chain, but they have the X.
This is a huge
He doesn't have BKB
kill.
this time. We'll have to try to fight his way out of this 1v4. It is not to be, as BetBoom getting some valuable kills.
That is so huge for them. Swinging back in a big way, we've now got GPK at the top of the charts. Sven is also going to overtake Gyro, so now the power dynamic is going to change quite significantly. You're also starting to, Miero, who's had a terrible game, is actually going places now. Has that Torrent Storm up and running, starting to work on the BKB. Still way behind every other core in the game, but definitely is recoverable at this rate.
Maybe.
And I wonder what Falcons' adjustment is going to be. I feel like they're going to chill until they get the next 2 BKBs. I think they just want to farm, get Gyro his BKB, get Doom his, and then look for the next move. Because if there's one thing BetBoom's lineup doesn't deal with very well, it's BKB. They actually have a terrible lineup against it, in my opinion. The only thing you have is Sven hitting, but he can't stick on his targets if they're just BKB. They're just going to be able to kite him. And they can, effectively, when they get the BKBs, they can choose to just Doom Sven over Timber. And use the BKB duration to ignore Timber and then clean house after. Falcons will now go for Roche, no God Strength. BetBoom on the opposite side of the map will not make it here in time.
And BetBoom, did they get every Roche last game, or was did they get every single one?
I believe so, yeah.
Falcons, like we talked about, usually the ones are the ones to take Roche and have the Aegis advantage throughout a majority of these games that they've played in the last couple tournaments. As Light Collector, Cinderant.
Oh, Light Collector for Doom.
Amar is actually very lucky with the Light Collectors. Gets it every game, it seems.
Light Collector क्या करता है तो अभी भी नहीं
He's
मालूम.
going to work on his BKB, like you said. The Gyro, a recipe away for his BKB. And of course, Pango doesn't need one because of the ult, but is halfway to his Ags for Malrine.
3 Whispers of the Dread as well. This one.
Oh, okay. I mean, Timber saw it. Very good on him.
Yeah. Techies too. There's a lot of damage.
Is under attack.
But
and
no,
Elder Titan
Night Vision suffers.
Elder Titan got the Gossamer Cape, which the evasion here is not particularly interesting, but he didn't get Light Collector offered clearly, so he will take the other move speed item. On that hero.
That's good.
Unfortunate. Sometimes you just low roll.
Yeah, it happens.
Storming time for the side of Falcons. Looks like at least they're grouping through his
You have to do something. Come on.
They kind of seem a bit indecisive about whether they can kill it or not. Snaking's pinging it.
Yeah, they're going to try.
They will go now.
Let's see if Crit and Snaking can survive this encounter. Crit
will
back away. Meanwhile, Malrine gets caught off guard and brought down. Snaking, you got to run. Can Skeeter finish it himself?
Oh, that was the reason they were hesitating. That was really close, actually.
Yeah.
Whereas this one is a slam dunk, easy take for BetBoom with 5 heroes, of course. They will get the shard onto their techies. Falcons got
Crystal Clone.
Yeah, nice. That's a good way to say it.
It's funny when they add these shards, a lot of times they're just so bad. And then patch after patch is a little buff here, little buff there. Like after 3 in a row, they're not a meme anymore.
Yep.
Crystal Clone quite good. Even Glacier. I mean, the Ice Spell's getting lots of buffs lately. Of course, we're not seeing Drow. Has nothing to do with Glacier though. S tier.
And then you have the opposite case where some items get added in a version and the players are just slow to pick up on it. Like, the Light Collector has...
Here we go again.
Yeah.
Can you go 1 minute without talking about Light Collector?
I'll try.
Please.
Right. What is it now? 24-21. Okay. Light Collector on Doom. Get to see it there. All right, perfect. Shit. 24-27.
खेलना तो खेल सकते हैं, वो कोई problem नहीं है.
I was going to elaborate, but I'm not.
Yeah, I was going to say you were talking and then you just stopped suddenly, much to everyone's joy. Skeeter and company are smoked now. Only with this 2K
it's only
lead.
been 20 seconds. I'm getting
withdrawal match खेलते हैं. थोड़ी देर बाद.
You're just having a stroke. That's perfectly normal for the grand finals. Is Toronto, Tokyo, and Save gonna attempt to defend? Is this Astral Spirit? See if it ends up hitting anyone. Not yet. Oh.
Okay, nice.
It did hit Snaking, so I think that will indicate that the rest of Falcons are shadowing Skeeter. 2 minutes on the Aegis.
Yeah, they want to put it to use here.
Oh, nice. Aegis use कर.
He'll go here. The whole team is covering him, including Doom with the Light Collector.
ये game हो जाना तो फिर देखता हैं.
Feeling very strong here.
Yep. Something tells me that thing's going to get so nerfed that you'll never have to say it again.
I don't know about that, but it's definitely getting nerfed. Lacoste actually had a very good idea for a nerf, which was that it kind of breaks like Tranquil Boots. So if you take damage, the effects are halved, for example, for 3 seconds.
Satanic आ गया तो गैरों को कोई मार ही नहीं सकता.
If you're like jungling, you lose some of the regen, and if you're fighting, you lose the regen as well as the move speed.
I like my idea better.
Interesting idea. What was your idea again?
The move speed is at night. The regen is in the day. Yeah. Both regens.
And then you keep the values the same?
You might need to tweak them a bit, but yeah, similar. Yep. You'll see.
Unsurprisingly, the cost idea is clearly better.
You'll see. Tier 2 tower will be Skeeters, so no defense mounted from Betboom again.
Yep. They're just waiting out this Aegis. It is a really big advantage. This Gyro is a very good Aegis carrier. Much better than Sven. So
yeah,
they recognize that this power level of the Falcons lineup is not something they want to mess with. They will give up a little bit of ground to avoid a disastrous fight. Now, with it expiring soon, do Betboom have a clear call to go, is the question. Timber
maybe
has this 8-second BKB still. The Sven has 9. Obviously still susceptible to getting doomed, but there's the BKB as well. This does feel like a pretty good time for Betboom to try to strike.
Yeah.
Aegis out in 20. And they do seem to be congregating around that mid lane to maybe go for a smoke, but ET a little bit far behind, and he's actually the one carrying the smoke. Oh, Techies has one too, so they could have, but yeah, they would definitely want to do this as 5.
They should defend.
Skitter's Aegis will now fade.
नहीं fight कर तो कोई सकते 3 BKB से अनलॉक के
all
पास.
but one tier 2 tower during this Aegis.
Yeah, it's quite
3 BKB से नहीं होता.
Nice
Fight कर
stack. The Satanic will be next. And then I would assume the Daedalus to follow.
Oh, this is a big find, by the way. The Defiant Shell on Sven. God tier item on this hero. You get that extra swing if anybody attacks you. Major damage increase, especially in the man fights that could be coming up against the Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, Gyro can't even control whether he's auto-attacking because of the axe.
नहीं करना था, ये smoke नहीं करना था. अच्छा नहीं है.
He will be activating it all the time. Ogre Seal Totem for Amar, also noteworthy.
No.
He pops the smoke. 4 staffs to safety. Amar looking for an opening. Blinks into the frame, but he gets stunned instantly by Nightfall. Pops that BKB. Trying to go to work on someone. Skeeter's taking some good damage. Pops the BKB of his own. Now tries to run away. Thinking about going back in.
Oh, is that stolen X?
As Betboom on the high ground.
Oh, I really thought they were going to go for the Blink Doom there, but probably feel like Betboom has too much of a superior positioning.
Not often do you see all 10 heroes basically colliding there and 0 die.
Yeah.
And now that the Ags is online for Malorine, his damage output will be huge.
Ags, okay, nice. I'll fight
really good restraint there from Falcons to not go for that when they get the X mark. Amar could have definitely Blink Doomed the Timber, but I kind of agree. This would have ended really poorly. Timber likely to get up to the high ground there, and you could be running into mines, you're running into ET and like this very tight spot.
He's been
tough.
in these 2 games, he's been very patient with the Doom.
Yeah, waiting for the right opportunity.
I feel like the Doom in a lot of the games earlier in the tournament have been a bit underwhelming after the nerfs, and it's not the case on the Falcons side at least. Of course, this is one of the big reasons that Techies is being picked by BetBoom consistently. Not only is Save just God tier, but the hero itself, just so much control over the map. Even when you're behind, just in these little crevices, can give some vision. Some idea that the enemies are there. You might have a collision now.
Okay.
For the opening, we'll get glimmered. Oh, sticky
Something
bomb.
happening.
Gonna roll up though. Amar gets off the Shivas. Looks like he's trying to run away as Mallory buys some space. As the X, is that going to last long enough?
No.
Looks like Amar gets away with the BKB TP, and Mallory also disengages.
Gyro नहीं था इसलिए fight नहीं
clean
करेगा.
Exit there. They have the gyro bottom, so they were not interested in taking this fight. Falcons and they won't have to. Now gating down, and Skater is already out. It's just really clean map movements from Falcons. They're doing such a good job. Not
This is the one team that you look at and like, do they have vision? Like, do they have the same vision as us somehow? It's ridiculous.
Very aware of the map.
क्या खेल रहा है फाल्कन को कल?
Opting to go for the Octarine.
इतना मैप अवेयरनेस मेरे टीम का रहता मैं अब तक कहाँ डिवाइन इमॉर्टल चल जाता था.
Nightfall, the Daedalus, almost there.
7K lead. You can't. I mean, you can ascribe some of it to Devour, but Falcons are just more efficient. They're getting more out of the map, and I think it's interesting.
Okay, one more fight.
When you think back on the entire tournament, this was one of the big ups that BetBoom have over a lot of other teams, was their efficiency and their movements on the map. There's just this one team in the tournament that does it better, and obviously Shocker, they're the ones they're going to be facing in the finals, but it's got to be frustrating for BetBoom when all of the stuff that you've done in every other game, more or less, that generally works, just you're not finding anything. This last game you got 8 kills, in this game you have 9, and every failed move you make is money down the drain, where Falcons is just being more efficient, farming around the map. So they keep building this lead. Falcons will try to contest this Roche Pit area. 30 seconds until
they scan
the grand return.
I know BetBoom is here. They have a nice setup. This is where Techies gets really scary once he can have some time to set up these mines. Smoke now from BetBoom's side.
Yeah, Falcon should be
nice one.
From using one of
Not only Techies,
well.
Very scary to fight into.
Okay.
They're actually moving around. They find Amar on the other side of the tree line. He's actually completely isolated from his team, trying to go for the backstab. Blinks to the south. The Shivas for vision, but nobody's in the pit. Instead, he's going to get gone on out. Blast off connects. Stormhammer as well as the ET ult comes out. Decimates him, but he actually buys back instantly. Nice. The nice rolling thunder. Boat not being used to much effect as BetBoom now.
Bro, you can fight.
Toki in the pit gets denied by Roche. He's not happy that somebody's entered his pit. He buys back now as Malrine actually scouts him out on the backside. Miero very low already as the boat is stolen. Skeeter, you can see the BKB popped as the Doom applied to the Timber Saw. The Yules is actually going to cancel the TP. It looks like he's going to get cleaned up eventually, so GPK does die. And now the chase is on. And they're going to be able to surround Nightfall. He goes down as the stolen boat overhead. The Toronto Tokyo Company have to try to get out. Only 2 of them alive, just 2 supports for BetBoom. He's just going to get chased down by Amar, relentless on this Doom. 1 Centaur stomp, more Infernal Blades, lots of high fives, and Toronto Tokyo eventually dies. And now the pit is all Falcons.
It's just Falcons 101. The way this entire fight starts,
that's a Jenkins joke. Go ahead.
The way this fight starts, the Doom specifically is trying to backstab. This is like it can't really go wrong for Amar, right? Either he gets tons of information and they commit key spells to killing him, he insta-buys back and TP's back, or he's going to find them and get the jump. So it's like, it's fail-safe. Because the Roche is bottom and they have that contact point, he's very confident to wrap around. And this entire fight is decided by what happens in the first 5 seconds. Doom forces out spells, buys back, and he pulls the fight down into the corner where Pango is insane there. You get Skitter, who gets to just flak the entire team, and Doom's death is completely irrelevant. He's just back after 5 seconds, getting the Doom on the Timber. It's just so it's so easy. It's so hard at the same time. That's why it's so cool to watch. Because when you see them do it, they make it look easy. But if you're in that position yourself, it's definitely not the most obvious way to play it. But I really love the way they're setting these things up.
Yeah, they had a huge team fart win.
Yep. Nice.
Into the Tormy.
You waited 20 seconds for me to finish my
You
sentence.
wouldn't stop talking, as always. Skeeter gets the shard, surprisingly enough. Not exactly a core type shard, but he'll take it. As the lead now, 13K at BetBoom. Need to find a way back in this game. Because, I mean,
there's no way to find, bro. There's no way to find. You guys have nothing to kill.
Really tough.
You guys have no damage.
Especially when Falcons are showing the edge of just grabbing first pick gyro, which is something you haven't had to play against at all for like the last 20 games.
Yeah.
When they do that in the second game and you're still struggling to solve it, it just means that they have a bigger toolbox. BetBoom are running
I guess
a lot
Rubik's
of
अच्छा ये अच्छा रहता था
ideas
फाइट
just
में मेरे
aren't
को लग
really
रहा
working. It's not coming together.
ओवरऑल टीम
Now Skitter is
बहुत ज़्यादा
borderline
हेल्पफुल रहता है
unkillable.
He's huge.
He's got the Satanic and the Aegis, and we've seen how BetBoom's fights work. It's pop BKBs, it's get in there and try to get the kills quickly. Once the BKBs fade, Pango's gonna pop off, Doom is gonna pop off. Alreen, thought he had a read. Not gonna find anyone.
Oh,
Kill the wave, I am sure.
He has Arcane Rune, so this is a very minor commitment. With the ult.
Kills some creeps right in front of Skeeter. Skeeter not happy with that.
Point out,
Very angry.
Amar with the Ogre Seal Totem is still choosing to use Light Collector.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's been a while since you mentioned
He used it to great effectiveness in the last fight, the Seal Totem. But when nothing is happening, you just got to go fast. You know, he's probably
Okay,
going to swap it in here in the anticipation of a fight.
ये fight जीता
Amar leading the way. Stormhammer onto Snaking gets deleted. Amar has to pop his BKB in retreat. Call down. Used as kind of a zoning mechanism for the side of Falcons. Toronto Tokyo taking so much damage as Skeeter is just leading the way. They don't want to go on him, but look at the homing missile. The shard actually comes in handy. Amar gets off the Doom onto GPK, but he's all alone. This is a 4v1 scenario, and Falcons, will they actually connect? It doesn't look like it.
He'll live because of the Doom.
And everybody's going to TP out for BetBoom.
Okay, support for support.
Untouchable. And he's going to be going for the butterfly next.
Yeah. In anticipation, BetBoom will prepare an MKB on their Sven, which never feels great, but you just got to do it here. Skitter is going to become way too big of a problem for them. He already is, but it can get worse than this. Mar fishing. Won't find anyone. Speaking of him, he's working on his next item as well. Octarine is very close, and then it's into the refresher.
Oh, Malrine.
Oh, okay.
Blinks away. Nice timing. Gets X, though. Has the roll up into his ult if he needs, and
he'll just get out.
He will use it. Gonna try to hound Miero a bit. Uses the defusal. Gets a random bash on Techies. Just in a drive-by. As Skeeter is in the base. Tier 3 tower looks to be his. The fortification will delay it.
35-second Aegis? Does he stay?
It's close, and probably the butterfly is really close as well. This GPK, again, the ADHD just taking over.
ADHD.
Really wants to deny that tower, but probably not
the GPKD.
Yep.
Kicking in, getting impatient, wants something to happen, but every time BetBoom tries, they've found a little bit here and there in the last few engages, like they burst the CM, but Falcons just don't give you collateral. They're not giving you a big enough win.
Hey, look at this. They're holding on to the Roshan's banner, Citroen.
You just can't stop talking about it, can you?
It's the first time I brought it up, as opposed to your 10 light collectors.
That was the joke. I thought it was a pretty good one. Light collector on Doom.
Okay.
Ready.
Roche's banner ready to go for Snaking.
So how do you think he's going to use this? Are they waiting until they take their first lane, or is he going to incorporate it as part of the next Roche Aegis push?
I think he's trying to combine the banners. He saw how effective that was for gaming gladiators.
This is really big, actually, getting this rune right now.
Falcon जी हाँ बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है उनका उनका synergy इतना अच्छा है रहा
this new double damage on
उनका आइडिया है क्या करना है यार बीवी बेड बूम था असल
he is.
Kunka fail हो गया रे 45 almost हो.
He's gonna pop this and swap in his BKB and just
Kunka तो damage ही नहीं दे पा रहा और items भी उसके डंके
because of
नहीं
this, I think.
Oh, maybe damage item का तो कुछ होता था.
Jinx, you can't say light collector ever again.
That's not how that works.
Yep.
Fuck.
They are smoked. They're smoked up as they will approach for this tower kill.
Oh, he pops the rune and chills.
Oh, yeah, he did pop it. Okay. Just
all right,
needs,
here we go. Advancing.
All right, one casual right click. Tower is dead. Mine's being placed, so Falcons, if they try to dive, they could get punished. But Malrine, okay, Save actually goes in for the initiation, gets bashed up by Malrine. Very unlucky for him.
Shit, वो damage देख रहे हैं.
All alone. No one wants to join him. He gets doomed and destroyed. And Skeeter still applying a lot of pressure to these barracks. Well, the tidal wave brings him back in, pops the BKB to avoid the Stormhammer. Now the call down is there. They have the bashes as well onto Nightfall. He's already at half HP, applying some pressure. Looks like that will be the death of Amar at the very least. And now Skeeter and company on the run. Nightfall want to find a connection. Will do so on Skeeter. The Satanic is not going to help him here. Even the freezing field being expended, but it's not enough. So Falcons completely punished as BetBoom will get another kill onto Crit. A nice X from Miero. And tidal wave brings him to his knees. That required 2 buybacks.
Okay, 2 buybacks. It's okay. Nice fight. Nice fight.
Really good hold.
It's a great result for them, and it makes the world of difference.
That damage, भाई साहब, immortal. Guide हो.
They're using the Doomini initially.
No, Satanic गलत time पे use रहा था मेरे को लग रहा है.
So Amar's fight is over now. Like he should actually just not be coming back in, I think, at this point. But he will go for the reinitiation here after Skitter.
फाइट अच्छा ही जा रहा था until unless
ET
को chance दे दिया मारने के लिए.
I can X the Doom here and we just blast him with buybacks. And Skitter, having used the BKB in the initial fight there, won't have it to disengage with, and they will turn and kill him off. Satanic was 1 second from being ready. Could have perhaps stood his ground a little bit, but I don't think he has a chance of surviving that.
I doubt it. All right, so BetBoom, I mean, it's still a 10K lead, but that definitely opens the door.
कोई डोर नहीं खुला. 2 buybacks है वो देखो जरा.
Yep, this patch is something else, I'll tell you what. As Miero picks up the Octarine, Roche is 30 seconds away, which is good news for Falcons.
It is really rare in this tournament that we see a team try to high ground without an Aegis.
Yes.
So
they felt that strong.
They got tempted because of the rune. There is no way they go for that high ground siege without that rune on Skitter. But he felt like, I can do this, I'm invincible, but you know, the rune is timed. You don't have to map. Wait it out, and they follow up and clean house with some nice buybacks. So it's not like it came for free. And Falcons are still in a great position, but they were doing better before that push. That's for sure. They were up like 16,000. Now it's down to 11, turn to 13 with the Tormentor kill. Amar will get the shard. Satanic on the way for Nightfall, only a few hundred away from that one.
What do you think of the Doom Shard? That's the healing on Scorched Earth. The old one was really good. The Infernal Blade extra stun was very strong.
Yeah, it was crazy good. I think this one it's okay sometimes. I think it's very specific.
Yeah, it sounds underwhelming. It's hard to notice, obviously, in these big team fights, but
this is very big for BetBoom to get this for free.
Absolutely.
How come Falcons aren't contesting this, actually? They have the buyback advantage. It's on the Radiant side, and they had all their spells ready. Huh. That's peculiar. That's actually a really big moment here for BetBoom to just get that freely, because if they contest that fight and Falcons do, like, tie it, they probably get racks, right? Because they just have an advantage from the previous fight having the buybacks that it did expended by BetBoom. But now you buy a lot of time to stabilize the game.
Did they use the...
They used the banner top.
God damn it.
God damn it, also.
They used it outside of the base, though. Used it close to the
I don't care.
Okay.
Techie's mind set up.
Very sorry for bringing it up, Shannon.
Falcons, just so angry.
Okay.
Onto the high ground.
Pushing into Aegis.
Yeah. The God Strength is down, so BetBoom.
They're trying to pull one on them. They might actually just get this lane.
Yeah, I think they will. Fortification is popped, though. Tidal Wave brings Skeeter a little bit farther back as Malrine finds the connection onto GPK. This is the Aegis target, though. As you can see, the Ag still doing some work as Amar pops the BKB, gets the Doom off.
It was on the Kunkka, though.
He's just going to run away, though. Looks like he's A-okay. And now Amar Might get punished as the Stormhammer will come for him. And they're actually going to try to fight this out. It looks like Malrine gets off the second ult now. That's the Aegis down. Nightfall waited long enough that his God Strength is up. He's going to get telekinesis though. And he's going to go for the killing blow onto the Rubik, and he gets it.
Satanic होगा इसके पास अभी
Skeeter is just doing so much damage. Holy shit. That is a dead Sven for 90 seconds as now Skeeter should be able to finish this Rex, although that is backdoor protection. Ultra kill from Malrine. He's the one actually netting himself the kills.
Rampage.
Is going to get stunned up. The shield crashes down. Swatch is actually going to miss because of the Yules. There's another bash to come out. That's going to be the set of racks now in favor of Falcons. Malrine wants this Rampage. Is he going to get it? Echo Stomp is going to be missed. He's going to use roll up for some reason to get the basher up again. Swatch again is not the Rampage. It should have been a double though. He dies to the Falcons. Oh my god, the greed!
So greedy.
Greedy boy!
He wanted the ET kill as well. He actually had the clean Timber kill and a full-on disengage.
Fuck, great time हो गया.
His team's like, you idiot.
That is. And he's gonna buy back.
Oh my, really?
His team is laughing at him. They're like, Malrine, what are you doing diving the fountain? He's like, fuck you guys, I'm going back in.
They don't have buybacks on BetBoom. I don't know if they know this, but this will not be punished, it looks like. This should be 2 sets at the very least. I mean, I don't know how much Malrine's helping with the push.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he offers some protection for Skitter in case of buybacks from the enemy team.
Yeah, Amar, he's shadowing them right now as well. X onto Skeeter. Into the Torrent, into the boat as well. His BKB is now up in the Satanic as well as Malrine gets a nice stun connection onto Miero, but just buying some time. Spends up in 8 seconds. Does Skeeter actually want to continue? Pretty easily. They're going to try to go for the Megas here. They know that Timbersaw, if he would have bought back by now if he had it. 50 seconds of no GPK. 5 versus 4. Blast off hits. The Gyro already at half HP. Stormhammer coming in. Very long distance. Nightfall. He gets the kill onto the Gyro, who buys back instantly. That's the AoE doom for Mamar. It's not going to matter. He dies. Torrent Storm to follow to delay this. That's a buyback, like you said, onto the Gyrocopter. They want to finish this. They want to get the Mega Creeps now. Torrent Storm comes out. Tidal Wave as well. As Skeeter will get the range. And Nightfall, he's going to have to fight. They want to save these racks, but Malrine goes in really deep with the Rolling Thunder, and that will secure the Mega Creeps for Falcons. Finding the connection again onto this Kunkka, 12 seconds away from GPK. I believe they're going to try to run away, but Skeeter might have to just BKB TP. Doesn't have the TP though, so we'll just run. As Falcons
कितना eager है लोग को
major advantage now.
Yeah, they outlast. Can do from here. They outlast all of Sven's stuff.
What is this Midas?
Wait.
Why? Do about a Midas. Why?
35 minutes slower than average.
Oh my god. What the? I'm pretty sure he had buyback. So
wait, इतना late Midas कौन लेता है?
Does not have buyback.
It's turning into a pub game. He saw Malrine's buyback. He's like, okay, dude, you're going to buy back? I'll buy Midas. Watch me. I'll break my items. I'll run down mid and break my items.
Yeah, well, let's... I mean, this is throwable, funny. I will say.
Yeah, they could lose. I mean, it's the only way they really lose this is if Gyro gets caught. I think Skitter can play this very safe. He's more or less maxed out. They have a major advantage.
Though, right? So.
Yeah, that's why. So he needs to just be careful not to get caught. We've seen how Falcons can win fights on offense. Imagine their lineup in their own base. Like, it's so difficult for BetBoom to pierce this defense. So.
That's an Eon disc down for a bit for Malrine.
Excuse me.
Yeah, it was a nice fight from BetBoom, to be honest. They isolated and killed the Gyro early before he got BKB or Satanic off. He just had the buyback and the ability to connect back with his team. Gotta say, I know this is not particularly relevant right now. It's just been noticing when Snakeking gets this shard on Maiden, you find so much farm with this. Yeah. Just go into the jungle, you pay 50 mana to kill a camp. As Frostbite obviously lasts really long on the creeps. This spell is way better than Frostbite and it costs a third of it. It's quite funny.
That's true.
You're obviously paying a lot of gold for it, but if you get it for free.
Nice. I'm surprised.
Oh, the attack speed, Shannon.
Did he actually go for it?
It's popping off.
So why are you buying Glitter Cape? Get a Daedalus. Do something cool.
This getting the attack speed talent so that he can give Timber max stacks as fast as possible.
All right,
really good win rate.
31%.
Okay.
That is shocking.
88% win rate. Stats don't lie, Shannon. You use this to
31%
destroy
pick
Techies'
rate है,
mines.
लेकिन win rate भी 83 है.
Okay, sure.
And to farm, to deal extra damage, to look cool, to get street cred worth way more than winning the tournament.
कलवाशा जा सकता.
I mean, that's from.
मैं जाता था पहले कलवाशा.
Is it just pro matches?
Yes.
That 39%. That seems really high. Oh. I like to see it though. The greed.
Look at it.
Oh yeah.
Pew, pew.
Imagine a Maelstrom though.
Yeah.
The Glimmer's not really going to help him. Such a novelty. I love it.
It's a real morale booster. You feel so strong.
That's true. And you have the Boots of Bearing as well.
Smoke करेगा क्यों?
The smoke from BetBoom. They've pushed out their lanes a decent amount. And the top lane is coming in though.
Oh, नहीं.
Zamar will not be their target. I feel like, yeah, they're just going for like a blind initiation, just hoping someone is on the path. Crit might be the one. Smoke breaks. Crit is spotted. X'd up.
Oh,
and eventually dead. They even used the Torrent Storm just in case there's anybody else nearby. That's all they get, though. Oh, that was the Torrent Storm
Rubik's
from
on.
Rubik. Okay. That is a good steal. So 13k lead for Falcons, but that doesn't really tell the story. It's not that massive. It's more so the mega creeps on their side, which, I mean, should secure this next Roche, which spawns in, it's a late one, 2 minutes. And from, I mean, do you think BetBoom needs to try to, I mean, tell me what they do. Give me a plan of action.
क्या करते defend करते और क्या
I would have
करते?
said the plan of action should be to try to find and blast the
Then
gyro.
just defend
That
the
kind of feels like what they just
nothing
did, but
else
ran
they can
into the
do.
Rubik. They obviously understand that if they can kill Skitter within the next 2 minutes and not have buyback on him, they could open up for a counter Raxing, but at this point it's starting to look really unlikely they get him in time, as they have to handle the base a lot. Falcons have had good hero placements around the map. So let's say it comes down to the next Roche. I think you have to fight for it. I don't think you can give up that to Falcons and let them go in with a Gyro Aegis and start hitting your tier 4s. I think that's just too difficult. So gonna be kind of some sort of an all-in. It's good news for Toronto Tokyo that he does have the cleave. That
How is he 23?
definitely helps with this problem. This hero actually pushes waves very well with the 100% cleave talent. Imagine that on some other heroes in Dota. That would be quite something.
Yep.
100% cleave on.
King still have his?
Wraith King, yeah.
That's a good question. I actually don't remember.
सही एक crit मारा
I'm
GG
shocked that
हुआ.
we've had 5 games of Wraith King in this tournament.
Yeah, it was 5 games by Falcons.
Yeah,
I don't know if they were the only ones to play it.
We've been casting them a
He has
lot.
35% cleave on level 20. Elder Titan has 100%.
Yeah, quite the difference.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden has 225 attack speed. Now imagine getting that on Sven as a talent. That would be. The game is, you know, balanced around different things. There was a theory that Crystal Maiden core was going to become a thing because of this talent. It never really caught on. So I think we need to buff it to 350 attack speed.
Yeah. I mean, there's a point where it becomes good, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, the techies, does he still have the damage? I think it's 251, I want to say, at 25.
252. They
Sorry
buffed
about
it
that.
by 1.
That's right. Forgot about that.
The dumbest change of all time. What?
Have you seen the late game techies, though, that right clicks?
No, it's one thing to right click, but buffing it from 251 to 252 is obviously just a joke and completely irrelevant.
RS आ गया? Okay, they should fight
a
again.
meme on Valve with the -1 armor. It's one of the classic memes, but that is infinitely more impactful than getting 1 damage on techies.
RS जाना है.
The 1 armor changes are actually very
जीतना वाला तो अभी
massive,
fight
but
करना.
people love to
नहीं
joke
fight करता
about it.
GG है.
But it pushes win rates by 1 to 2% a lot of the time for a hero to lose 1 armor.
GG.
Well, we got Roche.
They did not contest it.
Refresher भी है.
So here we go. How on earth are BetBoom going to handle this fight?
That is a good
No
question.
idea.
The problem you face is you have to pop everything to kill Gyro the first time, and you have to go on him or your base is gone. So you're going to pop your stuff, you're going to jump the Gyro with your Sven and his BKB and everything.
Why did I see AoE Doom before? He doesn't have Ags. Was that Reflection from Lotus?
Yeah, he doomed the Sven, and Sven was Lotus, and Sven had Ags.
That's so funny.
So
All right.
Yeah, it was a bit of a confusing situation, but
Miero.
Doesn't really matter.
Miero's going to be spotted. Amar. Malrine going in with Rolling Thunder, finds the connection. And more importantly, the banner is placed high ground.
What the fuck?
Here, the Lotus applied, but the Doom is already used on Miero. Infernal Blade to follow. He's dead. Does have buyback though. Malrine, that's ult number 1, trying to get rid of some of these mines.
This is an offensive banner,
so.
Shannon. It's Radiant.
It's a Radiant banner?
It's a Radiant banner.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's got a red.
It's dying to the creeps. You must protect the banner, for God's sake. Why did you put it there then? Why? Good Lord.
It had a green health bar.
Just put it down under the stairs then. God.
I think maybe if you place it a little bit, maybe it was close enough to hit both lanes. Can you hit both mid and bottom if you place in the enemy base when they like converge? I think maybe.
The AoE is quite small.
Yeah, maybe not.
That will get buffed.
Maybe they were placing it as a distraction.
Distract. मैं सोचा vision में था, vision भी नहीं देता वो.
Oh, that's
the other banner.
I thought they had another try.
Yeah, this is when the banner is actually useless. When you're down megas and you don't have a single barracks to your name.
All right, here we go again. Malrine with another ult.
Malrine finds Nightfall, roll up into the perma-stun. Skeeter doing a decent amount of damage. Homing missiles coming from him. He has to pop the BKB, trying to apply all the pressure now onto the Gyro. Telekinesis smoke. The Aegis goes down. The burst was enough. That's life number 1 is Malrine trying to create some space again in that roll-up. Second Rolling Thunder as well.
He does have refresh on Sven. That was a key timing to get this just before this attack. If they would have hit the base 1 minute earlier, Nightfall would have not had this item. He just got it, I believe. Or maybe his courier was... He has a lot of gold. Wait, a moment ago he had it in his quick buy.
What is up
What
with
did he sell? He didn't sell anything. I actually don't understand how he got this much gold. Oh, I must have missed something. Oh, well. Well, they hold.
It's probably the light collector that got it for him.
Oh, that makes sense.
So yeah, they hold. What is up with this tournament? Mega Creeps, suddenly the team that's down takes fights and owns.
Okay, well, there is an inherent pretty major advantage to being in your base, and that's usually where fights happen when you have megas, so you're fighting around your tier 4s. It's also a special case because you have techies. It makes it even easier.
Save.
Covering the perimeter.
It's too bad they don't have anything to heal that tower. Tramp Protector would be really useful right now.
Oh yeah, give me that repair kit back, baby. Everybody loved that stuff. The best tier 3 item of all time.
Or Lich 25 talent.
Yeah. Do you think, was that the least controversial neutral item removal ever? I think nobody liked repair kit. Everybody thought it was.
I'm sure there's somebody out there.
I liked it, bro. I like the item.
Sick people in the audience.
Yes, I'm sick.
In the audience.
That's right, in the audience. Yeah. Okay, so Falcons, are they waiting for the next Roche?
Time to farm.
Because that's going to be tier 5 time at that point.
Yep.
And are there some tier 5 items that make a huge difference one way or the other?
Well, we did say at least one of the games in this finals would go over 60. I feel like this one is pretty much a done deal now.
You say that, I think you just cursed the game, Cinderin.
Oh, or I blessed it, depending on your perspective.
That banner is still rotting away in Toronto Tokyo's inventory.
He'll use it when he gets racks in 50 minutes.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Maybe not.
Yep, crit.
Oh,
Telekinesis, offensive usage. As Mallory coming with the Rolling Thunder. Toronto Tokyo stunned as well. Save, gets off the blast off. Does end up falling, though the gem drops to the deck as well. As Toronto Tokyo not going to get bashed. As Mallory hits a wall, but blinks. Still finds Toronto Tokyo. Swatch is actually not going to hit him. Shield crash is there. As the rest of BetBoom now on the run, but on the footsteps of their base is Malrine, the second Rolling Thunder. They take out both supports, they buy back instantly. Nightfall with the God Strength, trying to get something out of this. They're just kiting him right now as the Doom comes out onto Nightfall, has to run away in shame, gets 4 staff for the time being as Malrine continuing to just be a nuisance. So they force the 2 buybacks out from the supports of BetBoom. I think now they have to just wait for these refreshers again.
Yeah.
Malrine is doing so much work. As he didn't even have Ags in his... Wait, he just put it in his backpack now. Okay,
yeah, he used a gem here.
That was
a huge win for Falcons in this situation. Having these heroes without buybacks. It's 2 very vulnerable supports now that if you catch either of them, you give yourself a very meaningful advantage going into the fight. Like, killing someone like ET is huge in the late game, so they can very clearly try to target them now. And, well, BetBoom aren't going to wait around.
Indeed, Malrine is their target. He gets the roll up, and the Yundis actually procs as well. Crit. He will likely be the one to fall, but Malrine has always back
Okay.
against the Doom.
Okay, bro.
He's dead. Buyback still available and actually did not use his ult at
Okay,
all.
okay.
Toki's getting next to Liz, a triple kill for Amar. They're getting everything that they want, and that's 2 diebacks on both supports of BetBoom. Now the rest of the cores will have to fall back to base. They have the buyback on Miero, so it's going to end up being a 3 versus 5 as Miero doing some stretches.
That's Malrine.
What did I say?
Miero.
Malrine, yep.
Malrine.
He's playing for...
Thank you very much. All right. 5 versus 3. Miero's courier gets killed, so no double torrent storm. That's a pretty big deal as Skeeter now applying all his pressure to this tier 4 tower. Stormhammer is in. Godstrength activated for Nightfall. He's just getting kited again as Malrine with another ult. It feels like he always has this thing up as GPK tries to use the Yules to get out of dodge, but the Ancient is just fully exposed as Skeeter is just going to continue to right-click and stand his ground. They take out GPK. He flies back into the game as the tidal wave, trying to bring Amar back into the fountain, but the Ancient is what is really the issue here, as Skeeter will pop the BKB, but the fortification actually comes out for BetBoom. Do they have the damage from Skeeter and company? Malrine will continue to get the stuns onto GPK. And this Ancient looks like it's finally going to go down in favor of Falcons as they take game 2. 11 seconds before those tier 5 items.
Yeah, you're welcome for the blessing. We do indeed end it before the 60 by about as little as we could have.
बोला ना Falcons जीता बोल के उनका वही अच्छा नहीं था लाइनअप ही अच्छा नहीं था उन लोगों का.
Never really felt like BetBoom had a way back into that one. They were trying their hardest to find some fights, but ultimately I think the real difference maker in this later portion of the game is just the zone control. Malrine was owning on
First thing उन्होंने कुंका उठाया वो चिल्लर पिक है. देख के चिल्लर पिक से उठाया वाला. कुंका उठाया ठीक है डैमेज नहीं दे पा रहा वो कुछ नहीं कर पा रहा टीम फाइट्स में उतना कुछ खास ही नहीं था.
Giving vision, protecting the other heroes,
Yeah,
giving them a setup
next level खेला Tango.
and an escape plan when it matters the most. So, yeah, great.
Tango
Well
जो
played game
खेला
for Falcons,
भाई.
and they just look unstoppable.
Falcons 2-0 in this best of 5. Sheever, what's up?
Well, my main question to my analyst is going to be what we saw Marcel
आता
later
चलने
on,
हर्षद.
but Purge,
एक खेल सकते.
the Midas purchase at 46 minutes wouldn't have been worth it. Was it worth it?
Did I do the math? No,
Did
I
you
did
do the
not.
math?
But I think it was probably worth it for the fact that a couple of their players had diebacks, basically. He was on dieback, I believe. They had gotten mega creeps, and usually what happens when one team gets mega creeps, you have to wait a long time until the next advantage that you get. So minimum he was going to wait for diebacks to come off cooldown, which takes like what, 9-10 minutes or something.
Yep.
And then they're also going to wait for Roshan. So he knew that he had a good 10 minutes for them to sit and farm the map. So he was estimating and planning ahead. And then if it hit 60 minutes, you get your tier 5s instantly. He was just like, the gold is going to pay off. As long as we don't get caught in the next 3 to 4 minutes, which they didn't, then it was fine. So definitely worth it.
Glad we got that.
What are we talking about? Midas?
The Midas purchase.
Oh, because it's like game. You want to get your tier 5 items faster than the other team.
It was at 45 minutes though, so you bought it
his
real
25 times, and Amar likes gold and fun, so
that's fair.
Yeah. I think he likes to do a little bit of trolling. But I feel like if I look at these games, Falcons just have this incredible early game. When I look back at the lanes, first of all, I don't think Techi's Kanka should get disbodied in the bottom lane, because the entire early game is they win bottom lane on Falcons, they bring their Pango, they keep playing through it. BetBoom never made any rotations through the bottom lane. I don't think they really activated GPK, and then the most important part, they also stole BetBoom's Ancients and Triangle stacks. Then when BetBoom tried to do the same thing to them, they actually counterplayed it and then killed 3-4 heroes of BetBoom. So they have a lead of 4k at minute 10, 11, and I don't think this game should be starting off that way.
I think Falcons just play the map so well. Everything they do is so clean. Also, night and day difference in the 2 Pangos that we just saw. But I think they completely shut down Kunkka's lane to the point where he was a non-factor in the game. And if your offlaner is a non-factor, you can't really do much by way of stopping these early ganks and early rotations. But there was a TP bottom with a hasted Pango. They killed Miero again. They took a tower. Then they brought Skeeter on the gyrocopter mid, where they got the enemy mid tower, walked into their triangle, warded, saw the stacks, TP'd back to defend the Ancient invasion that you were talking about, Kazu. They got a return kill by getting the most high-value target in GPK. It felt like everything they did was so perfect. Then they still had the map control that they laid out earlier for themselves after getting that mid-tier 1 tower. It was such clean Dota, and if you actually looked at the map, Betboom get their first tier 1 tower around minute 24. Like, they play the entire game with full tier 1 towers on Falcons, and because of that, they get the first Roshan Radiant side without any kind of contest from Betboom.
Like, looking into the next game, I want Betboom to try and solidify this. Or if your offlane goes wrong, which it did, then I feel like why can't Toronto Tokyo leave Sven top? He's against Rubik Doom. It's not the most pressurable lane. Like, try to free up your maps somehow, at least in the game. Because Falcons, after these early moves, not only did they open up the map, they also had like 3 aggressive wards around all the tier 2 towers. And I feel like if Betboom look at this game at minute 15, they're already not happy with the state of the game. I feel like they're doing well in the mid game and like holding on when it comes to the team fighting and everything, but the game should be easier at that point.
It should be easier. Who can ring us at this hour? Flax? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello, Shaver!
Hello!
I'm here for the... Hello, I'm here for the pub report, my friend.
Oh, give us it.
It's time for the pub report. That is right. We've been watching the games happening in Dream League, and the pubs are following every single thing that is happening in the game, Shaver. It is absolutely beautiful down here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure about this?
It's great. You know, in the pro games, they ban the Chen, but in pub games, they don't.
You're a Chen player
First
now?
pick Chen. No one is a Chen player. That is the problem, Shiver. We're getting first pick Chen in almost every game. People are picking Snake King, CM. No one wins on CM except for Snake King. There's no reason to pick CM unless you are Snake King or a furry, and that is the only reason to do it. We also have Doom in every single game. Now they're buying 30-minute Midases. So thank you, Amar, for blessing us with one of the 2 heroes you play. The pubs are great. How are you guys doing? Great grand finals so far. Fantastic, guys.
I'm doing good. I mean, I will say, I've been winning with Crystal Maiden, though, not gonna lie.
Yeah, things are crazy down in Crusader. Absolutely bonkers down there. But in real Dota, it's a little bonkies, all right? It's rough. But I'd like to thank the pro teams for the great pubs that they've been giving us. Any questions out there for the pub players that are suffering? I mean, doing great from this tournament.
Yeah, I saw your highlight that you were playing new heroes in your stream the other day. Which ones have you been trying out?
You know what? A lot of great new heroes. A lot of great ones out there. I've been trying a new hero called Techies.
Did you actually play it?
I would never. Fuck no, I'm not going to play Techies is dead. No. Funny Bomb Man? No, I don't play that. Dawnbreaker. 40% win rate. Always pick the bad heroes and then make them good. Like, you know, Crystal Maiden. So, they'll never get nerfed. No big deal. Sven, also, in every single pub game. Why? It's better than PA with the stupid Conda shit, but why? Anyway, great grand finals. Thank you so much to these genius teams.
What is this sound that I'm hearing?
Are you playing a Dota game?
He's in a pub right now.
Are you in a pub?
I'm not.
On broadcast?
No, I'm definitely not using AI technology to maintain eye contact while I play a pub during my official interview. This is the pub report, guys. I will not be playing a pub while being interviewed.
I think you just got assassinated. Are you still alive?
I'm very busy.
His hands on the keyboard.
My hands are not on the keyboard. Can you guys push? My hands are not on the keyboard. Thank you guys. Grand finals is really good. The pub report is strong. Seeing a lot of heroes. I don't remember Betboom's heroes.
Well, I appreciate the pub report.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I know you're going to stick with us as we listen to the social media report. I'm gonna go
the social media report?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why is he still here?
Yeah, he's gonna stick around.
Hi, Shiver. Welcome to the social media corner for one final social media report. We had the pub report, now we got the social media report. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the social media from the entire event so far. We're actually going to use AI to lock into what is the most important stuff that has been happening for this event. So let's go ahead and computer run the numbers real quick and pull up. This is the most important thing that happened right at the start of the tournament. Why is he still here? So mind control, kick, right at the start of the tournament. I don't think we've ever had such spicy drama festering in the Dota scene at the start of a tournament, Shiver.
I think the drama went downhill so fast after this day.
Yeah, but the Dota went up, and that's why if we can go ahead and computer pull up clip number 2, just doing the same joke here that I did before. Yeah, here we go. This is Seb, of course, from which team is he on? Shiver?
I think it's OG.
That's right. It's OG. And this is what happens when you have Whisper playing off-lane Rubik. The amount of pubs that Whisper has ruined in North American glorious South American Dota by being Rubik offlane, and now finally he's carrying two-time TI winner Seb with the Rubik offlane. It is something great to behold, Slacks.
Yes, absolutely. From pubs to me to you.
Shut the fuck up. We're going to look at the next thing. This is an apology tweet, or apology Dota2 Reddit post to Tomato, because there's a lot of shit talk on there about Tomato. So there's some check boxes in here. Shiva, if you go ahead and read a couple of those out, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Ooh. Well,
it's okay.
I can tell you, this is fine. I can still say things. The reason for behavior.
ये ना क्या कर रहा? तब तक टाइम पास मारेंगे. ये ना भी देख रहा.
130 average players. It's a
इसका
growing
देखेंगे.
game, guys.
गौर वो स्ट्रीम कर रहा, मैं गौर को स्ट्रीम
It's
कर रहा
actually a growing game. Peak players?
I don't know what that means.
2,000? How? The 24-hour peak is only 71.
Wrong on something. Can we go ahead and pull up the next slide here, computer? Let's look at what's the next most important thing. So this is a comment.
उसको देख, उसको देख.
Redditor and this thread.
अच्छा
That's what they call members of Reddit. Redditor.
Okay, Redditor.
If OG fans could read, they'd be so mad right now.
I think that's really funny.
I'm narrating this for the OG fans in the audience. We'll go ahead and computer bring up the next slide here.
Purge. Purge is an OG fan. Can you read Purge?
Hey.
Only sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll bring up the next slide.
Jake Paul again.
Oh, get it out.
Jake Paul actually has a great way
Jake Paul versus Tyson.
I do not want to hear it,
Some of his
Jenkins.
fights have been complete bullshit.
Jenkins, get it off my
Cut him off. Cut him off.
Jake Paul, Saturday,
Jenkins,
July 20th.
Please.
Flax, are you excited about this fight?
Yeah, I heard it's happening in a Japanese forest. So.
That's
okay, man.
Oh, मैं गौर को कवर कर दे रहा हूँ. Fuck.
Move on to the next tweet here. We'll just go ahead and skip past what he just said. Unlike Jake Paul, we don't want to get canceled here.
It wasn't it the other guy that got canceled though? I don't remember.
ये पुराना Dota नहीं नया वाला है.
Not this. Oh, yeah.
That was painful. I will say during TI, I think, or during the qualifiers for TI, that happened as well. So I think that he should have learned from that moment.
Was it to him?
I don't think so.
It was somebody else.
But it was. I remember it was definitely on Reddit and on Twitter, and it was big enough for me to remember having seen it again, which is pretty big.
Something like that's gotta happen to Duraccio. I feel like that he's the guy. So.
It's a Maraccio moment right there.
So we're gonna go ahead and I think
I lost money on that game. Oh, that does feel bad, yeah.
About that. If you could read that.
Ame purposefully sent an illusion near the Tormentor. This is the most calculated play I've ever seen. Yatoro, probably.
Yatoro, obviously a big fan of Ame here.
It's true.
But we'll go ahead and look at the final computer. Pull up the most important Reddit post in the last 2 days, and we'll get that up here on the screen for you.
Yeah.
So
oh no, not this one.
Yeah. Do I have to read that?
Yeah, read the whole post.
No, I won't read the whole post.
I can read it.
So the most important thing here is that this guy is divine. So all the other stuff, like he's a good-looking guy, good job, smart guy, whatever bullshit. He's divine, so he's a good player.
Oh, help me, dude, this fucking guy.
I'll say that open your DMs, because I don't think you're reading those, because there were some messages sent by
Do I missed shooting against short medium fighting recheck aggressive like cancel blocks and you could go tier do a couples cosplay or something. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I respect this guy. I just have to say it.
That's true.
It's not easy to put yourself out there. Like it's embarrassing and cringe, and it takes a lot of courage.
True.
So good for him.
Very true. Do you think it's cringe to put it in like the biggest place though?
It's pretty easy to put yourself out there.
Can be perceived as cringe sometimes, but good for him.
Good for him.
And good for us, because guys, that is the last of it. This is the most important post in the last couple days, so there's really nothing else. Unless somebody goes on social media and posts right now if you want to be on the next segment. But for now, on the social media corner, that's
next segment रहता है मेरा final segment.
I can post a Bane quote right now, guys.
Maybe if the date situation actually happens. Slacks, thank you for tuning in with us with the social media report and with your own pub report. I hope you didn't lose by now. But I think you just dead, so you have the time to wave. One hand Dota2.
Yeah, it's a best of 5 grand finals. I feel like they're stalling a little bit extra now. Just because it is a best of 5. And they don't want it to end like at 7 p.m.
Game 3 coming at you next.
Game 3, baby, let's go.
Let's go. गौर का stream देखेंगे सच है तुम.
Can Nightfall win one? Damn, he's good at the drums. Oh shit, Miero with the death stare. Pacer, Juice. Captic.
Oh!
What the hell?
What is this?
Is this Birmingham? I can't do the Birmingham thing. I already did it once today, guys. Can't do it twice. I forgot. That I'm gonna sweep this. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen a sweep finals, but yeah. They have shown they can win against Falcons. They beat them in upper bracket once, so it's not like statistically it's possible. Can't do it again. Do you play an instrument? Secondly, where the fuck is your hero? I think it's coming after this, guys. I'm not even capping right now on a stacka. Kappa on a stacka. I think actually it's coming tonight or tomorrow.
Let's go.
Patch. I hope so.
Let's go. Let's go.
We'll see. It's a short break. Nice. Good chill.
2 minutes. We gotta chill.
Quick geological guesser for this one then.
तुम geological खेलो मैं scribble खेल दूँ.
Disgusting points back.
ठीक है. Scribble खेलेंगे थोड़ी ज़्यादा. हम दोनों ही रहे. मैं क्या गेस करूँ 3 लोग आगे ना रहने के. What is this, bro? The fuck is he drawing? Night time? सबक छोड़ दिया. दोबारा अच्छा वाला अच्छा रूम मिले तो सही रहता. ओके नाइस. डाइवर्ज. पुलिस का तो पुलिस पे पुलिस लिखता है. What the fuck is this, bro? The fuck is he drawing? Square on island का थे. बुक तो नहीं आता. ऑफ है कुछ तो ऑफ है. मेरे को नहीं मालूम रे. आइलैंड ऑफ समथिंग होगा. ओह स्टैच्यू ऑफ लिबर्टी. ओके. ग्रीन कौन लगाता है भाई? स्टैच्यू ऑफ लिबर्टी में ग्रीन कौन लगाता है?
Welcome back. It's 2-0 in our grand finals here with Falcons and Bedboom, and I hope you got your drink ready, at least the best drink of the night potentially, because there's a chance this will be the last game of the night at this rate, because Falcons... Okay, can I just be real? Was their previous game, we said, Kazu, that Bedboom had a good draft. Is this just a skill diff?
I would say that this one came down to gameplay. I think at least Bedboom have a good enough draft where they should be able to fight back. And I personally think they did a good job in like the mid game, but they already lost way too much
at the start.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
I think Kunkka is the weak link in their draft.
Fuck are they making,
It was
bro?
way behind in net worth. It was the reason why out of laning stage it looked like they were losing, even though Sven and Timbersaw were having good lanes. And honestly, I understand that there's a lot of draft preparation that went into the series, of course, but don't forget that Centaur and Mars are still good heroes.
Yep.
Yes, you're thinking 10 steps in advance. I know that both teams have endlessly plotted their drafts for this day, but there are still meta heroes that you ignored. You opted to go for the Kunkka instead.
Yep.
Maybe reconsider your Centaur.
Yeah, I think they picked the Kunkka to kind of preemptively make the Mars feel bad. They expected that to come out. It worked for them yesterday. That was very close to being a 2-0 with that strategy. And then
strategy one yellow out idea. Nice.
I agree, but do you guys think they should have gotten bodied as hard as they did in the lane.
How to counter Shadow Demon? How to counter Shadow
But
Demon?
should it go that badly?
Well, how do you lane into that? Gyro's just flat cannoning and CM is pulling. And then you can't really contest, because if you contest, you're getting double nuked by Gyro.
How do you counter Shadow
Yeah,
Demon?
but I think even if the other heroes, it's like... I feel like to me it was more down to... It will make it easier, but it's still like a kind of gameplay issue that's going on. Or where maybe if the same thing happens this time, like rotate another hero there. Because I feel like with the drafts that's going on, I'm expecting more from Bedboom, kind of like out of the lanes, because they are supposed to be like the best laning team on like the same level as Falcons.
Or Miro just needs to be enabled a little bit more, because honestly, do you think he was set up for success getting Beastmaster into Sven? It doesn't feel like a successful lane, and getting this Kunkka Timber double flex versus a Gyro who destroys either hero anyway doesn't seem like that good for Miro either.
Yeah, I would like more emphasis on, I think, helping him.
It's kind of interesting they actually banned the Gyro in the first phase while also banning the Timber Saw, so maybe that does help protect them and keep Miro's off-lane flexible. Like that way he can actually pick Beastmaster in the lane, for example.
At this rate though, I'm having my eyes peeled on the Lifestealer that is not yet banned, which obviously Falcons already has an answer against with the Bat Rider, so Bedboom have to, like, they have this chance to ban it out.
Also, I like that Falcons took out the Storm Spirit in this game. I was going to suggest just go for the GPK Storm plus IO or plus a Crystal Maiden. That's always what they default to when they need a win.
Yeah.
And Falcons have already identified that because they weren't banning the Storm earlier.
They were. Every game Storm has been banned.
Yeah, I think GPK Storm is...
Were they?
That shit is monstrous, yeah.
Okay, never mind. It was taken out twice.
Yeah, they lost to it once in the group stage in a way that was very impressive, and then the second time they played, Falcons also banned it first phase, so like, I mean, they just didn't want to mess with it.
I wonder if there's other combos Bedboom could go for, where Save plays Caudle and GPK plays a mid hero that enables it, because I feel like their Storm Caudle combo has always looked like really strong.
But is there another hero that would utilize that mana the same way?
The mana probably not. Maybe a cooldown.
It's like, hard to use it. Maybe like there's probably these Embers, but I think Storm is like the easiest because he lanes well. He gives you like good like mid game matchups.
Puck maybe.
Ember offlane Jenkins.
Ember's good. Honestly, Puck is not bad either. Having the reduced cooldown on those spells.
No, Puck bhi bahut acha hai.
Is it explosive enough for this game 3? Because normally when teams are on the brink of losing a series,
अभी इनका पिक तक ना पिक क्या उठाते हैं CM उठा सकते हैं फिर से लोग लेकिन ये है बोल के
because I'm honestly thinking go for Invoker here. Pick something stylistic, something that he could feel very confident on.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. That'd be nice.
I feel like
CM
Falcons just didn't want to call Bedboom's bluff. They leave the Lifestealer in. It's like, go ahead, pick it. But it's Falcons in the end. They're like, let's just play our own game. They'll go for the Crystal Maiden.
The games have looked completely normal for Falcons when the Lifestealer is banned. So just get it out. That was the only thing that Bedboom has shown.
Line भी अच्छा है actually. Line उठा सकते हैं लोग.
And it keeps the Sven in, which Falcons has shown to be stronger on.
They're the only team that seems to be able to dominate.
Nightfall played it well, but I didn't really like the pairing so much with the Kunkka because it's not as much like reliable
Trend to be
trend. If they pick like a conventional offlaner, not that Kunkka isn't bad there, but if they picked like a Centaur that could layer like 3 stuns in a row with Sven, that hero dies almost every time.
Although,
so it kind of disconnected.
I will say, a lot of the heroes that do very well against Sven are actually countered by SD. Like the Lifestealer, the Troll Warlord, like all of these heroes have things that can be broken. If you look at the list, and I feel like I remember we did an interview with Snake King, and he was like he didn't want to speak too much about the SD because there was stuff that he was like keeping from us, and I feel like it could be something like that.
Ooh, okay, Mirana.
Much better Mirana game this game with obvious setups between X combo and Shadow.
Okay, this time chance है Bedboom जीतने का. इस बार chances है थोड़ा दिख रहा है मेरे को.
That's pretty good.
Have we seen Save Shadow Demon this tournament so far?
He's very good at it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he is.
I hope that this time around, like if Bedboom can look for a carry later that enables Toronto to go and help his offlaner, no matter what Miro is playing, because I agree with Effie that I feel like Miro has not been set up for too much success in this series so far. So I feel like working towards enabling that is very important.
Finally. I just cannot believe that Mars just went ignored 2 games in a row. I mean, the hero, obviously teams are thinking about it in draft.
Oh, Mars, okay.
Heroes that they know will do well, but this hero has been first pick material for a good reason. And honestly, I was hoping to see Bedboom regain that confidence in the hero and go for it themselves, but instead they just give it away to Amar.
It's kind of an interesting result of the tournament format. Like, these teams have had actually a lot of opportunities to play each other, that now that we're in the grand finals and they played each other 3 different series, they have like a developed meta that led to this like first pick Shadow Demon. So it's kind of a cool cascade from that, I think.
What do you guys think about the picks here? I feel like this Sven needs to be answered in some way. If they want to answer it in the lane, you could try to shift the Kunkka to mid, maybe pick a Slardar, or you pick some Morphling carry. You couldn't go for mid matchups too, but we also need to remember that the Bad Rider on Falcons could be flexed to mid.
I think Faceless Void sounds good. So does Morphling here.
Oh, I like
Void. They're eyeing
Void अच्छा है, हाँ Void मेरे को Void भी सही लग रहा है मेरे को.
Yeah, Morphling is a great hero because on lane he trades very well versus Mars, gives them the burst damage they need to, enter the game much earlier, and they won't have to be playing on big cooldowns.
Yeah, it also means that Toronto should be able to feel more free around the map. Like Morphling with a good early 5 minutes.
Okay, nice.
He'll just
ठीक है, Morph भी ठीक है. बाहर निकल जा सकता. Nice.
Actually, for that reason, I wouldn't mind seeing this Kunkka just go mid.
इनके में और क्या बचा है? मिड लेनर बचा हुआ है ना? उनके में?
Hey, that's Mark.
हाँ, उनके में मिड लेनर बचा हुआ है.
He's with us in spirit. Rest in peace. He's fine. Just for all the people that are...
He's probably streaming.
He's fine.
Rock Valley College. Rocks. Where do they have valleys and rocks?
अभी तक नहीं start हुआ.
Assume that there's a very high chance for this Kunkka to go mid, at least if the next ban is also like centered around helping him to go into that route. Especially because you do see the Sven matchup, I think you would like to slow him down with a new offlaner.
I agree entirely. I think this should be a Miro pick.
I really hope that was not caught on the microphone, just so that he can do it again.
I'm sorry, Effie, please continue.
The cool thing about this Mars coming out for Falcons is that if Badboom was setting up for the Miro last pick summons hero in either the Beastmaster or the Lycan, they already have a solution for it in Mars Arena. So it covers for that. But we've seen Miro pick his summons heroes into
mid बचा हुआ है. Mid क्या उठा सकते हैं लोग?
I think Miro's had a really good finals so far.
Yeah.
Puck नहीं.
He's been struggling.
I'm sorry.
Puck मर जाता.
Yeah, my bro's
I want to point out, by the way, if Falcons has last pick, there's always the option to Bat Rider flex to mid. If the game looks like, if it's like a Kunkka mid, for example, it could just be like an insta GG. That is not a good matchup for Kunkka, and they get to see
Invoker ban कर दिया
before they decide. Obviously, SD is, feels bad to play against that as a Bat Rider, but as the core, maybe not. Maybe it's not that bad because you can always jump the SD.
I'm kind of eyeing a Miro hero. I can see like too many mid picks that I feel like really impress me. I can't find it at least.
What about Slardar?
I was gonna say
probably
Slardar makes the carry matchup good between the Morph and the Sven, better than it already is.
Also gives them early Roche, right?
Yeah, and then also it's one of the highest win rate heroes versus Sven, particularly because the laning is really rough for the Sven.
The Kunkka does seem fine. You talked about the potential bad flex, Jenkins, but I think these supports are primed to come play around this Kunkka and help him. So even the bat flex in mid wouldn't be that good if Morphling is self-sustaining bottom and Moran is just sitting mid.
Do you guys think if they put the Kunkka mid that... So I'm not fully sure if Malrine plays OD, but would you guys need that? Would you want him like for that to be banned out? If you have Kunkka mid, Morph carry?
I don't know if it's that important.
You can just ban... No, Pango's already banned out.
Oh, they banned the Invoker. Effie, they have the same read you did. Just pick Comfort.
Cover your base.
हाँ, Puck ban कर दिया.
They'll pick up the Lesh.
सोच रहा था Lesh Drag, okay.
I feel like you run bat mid now against the Lesh. It's one of the hardest matchups in the game for Leshrac to play.
He's smiling a little bit.
He is smiling a little bit. I mean, he gets to choose. You want to play bat mid, or do you want to give Crit something to pop off on? Because if is there a position for
Timber banned है ना?
I could actually just see a Lina mid.
Leshrac के साथ
I think bat mid is great, but the one thing that could maybe offset it a little bit is
Sniper उठा सकता रे.
Who will help
Sniper में fix रहता है.
Lina mid sounds horrific.
लेकिन मर जाता बहुत जल्दी मर जाता.
Have many heroes to deal with it.
Yeah, she's just gonna stand her ground, pop BKB, and then they can never really initiate fights on her.
Otherwise,
Ember लेके भी space बना सकता है. Lina, okay.
Beats
this
the
is
morph.
scary. This is a scary Lina. Like, she's not really threatened by much except the early game arrow ganks, right? The X into arrow. That could be where Badboom are looking to play and looking to punish her. But as the game progresses, it's not like she's playing versus a Centaur or a PA. She can easily position herself to do max DPS during these fights. And Badboom are going to have to play a game where they completely shut down Mallory and play her on that mid lane.
And it gives them another source of heavy single target damage. It won't just be Sven. It could be like Lina or Sven dealing with Leshrac. Leshrac doesn't really like that. He wants to be like up in front, healing. But if Lina just stays far away, like she's going to be able to play her game and pick and choose kills.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing Badboom win this game. If I could craft a lineup around my Lina, it would look very close to this. My Mars is going in, my Sven is going in. My Sven gives me armor, which allows Lina to stay alive. Against heroes who have a hard time reaching you, I think Badboom have to pull out a hell of a performance.
Like how? Like, because I think the consensus is that there's a little bit of an outdraft going on. So this is obviously potentially in that case our last game. If Badboom were to extend this series, how are they going to do it?
I think you make stacks for your Kunkka, because he's not going to win this lane. Miro, again, not set up for a good lane. Make stacks on Shadow Demon for your Kunkka. Start rotating mid with your Mirana. You play around this Lina mid as much as you can. Kunkka farms the stacks to catch up, gets the early Aghanims, and then they try to overpower Falcons before Falcon hit their timings, because in the late game, Badboom don't have a means to address Falcon's heroes.
And if they do, they have to play around their opponents popping BKBs, backing up, and then re-engaging. Otherwise, there's like no way that they...
Ease for Amar. हो गया रे game, हो गया.
Yeah, I agree with Mira.
हमारे का माउस दे दिया मेलरेन को लीना दे दे लीना का गेम कितना अच्छा है अभी
One of the strongest trios you can come up with in Dota. It has damage, it has tons of disable, it has catch. You throw Kunkka in there as well, like he could replace any of those three and it's equally as good. There's potential for them, but they have to connect the dots.
Badboom supports need to stack up and find plays in their mid and offlane.
अगर जीतना बोल Badboom जीतना बोल तो हो गया pick हो गया रे.
Alright, there's a lot of work to be done for Badboom for this game 3. We're of course looking for an opportunity for game 4. More Dota is of course great. At the same time,
हमारा भी toxic बनता दे कितना toxic बनता दे कभी.
Their second tournament in a row in the championship. Let's find out if they can do it here with Sven and Synderen.
बनना कई को बनना रे फाइनल से मैलरिन को लीना दे दी है.
Well, they're one game away if they were to win this one, that is, to 3-0 sweep 2 tournaments in a row. That would be quite impressive. But still, have an entire game to play. Do you feel as strongly as the panel do about the draft?
हाँ माँ पंडुआ बन गया. ताक मैं बोला घर को आ मैं दिला तो बोल के अभी पैसे हैं मेरे पास थोड़े बहुत.
Probably they do have the better lineup, but I also think we're a bit biased based on what we've seen so far in terms of performance, right? Like it's always you're more likely to look a little bit more with positivity toward the team that's up 2-0 and has done exceptionally well. And the thing is, when you think about it, if Badboom don't blow us away in the draft, then you've got to be concerned already, right? If they don't like trick Falcons or catch them off guard or get something where we're like, wow, Badboom really solved it, but it doesn't necessarily inspire enough confidence. That's not to say that they can't win any given game, because I still think they can. I think the previous games in this series were winnable, but Falcons are extremely stable. And Badboom, in my opinion, in this game have not knocked them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and I'm not that the Kunkka hasn't been good. I know they've lost both games, but 3 games in a row they're picking this hero on Miera, which is a shame because I feel like there's a lot of other heroes that are still available in the pool that he's very good with, but it seems to be that their strategy is around all the disable that he provides. But it feels like a lot of the laning stages haven't been going their way, and it feels like when you're behind on Kunkka, just hasn't worked out.
Next week कब रहता घर पे? Next week पूरा घर पे रहता मैं कहीं नहीं जाता.
Yeah, true. That hero was very high priority early in this tournament. Even in the earlier portion of Group Stage 2, was getting a lot of love and has basically been completely forgotten the last 3 days. So, always interesting to see that meta develop. Nice arrest from GPK onto Malrine, but he will be okay. This is a lane that, generally speaking, is, I would say, at least somewhat Lina favored, but as far as Lina matchups go, it's one of the harder ones because she bodies a ton of them in mid. Oh,
Mallory, the tower hits, is there. Right click is going to hit. GPK getting blocked by the trees, trying to get him under the tower. But GPK is the one that dies. Oh my goodness. That is a feels bad if I've ever seen one. And the tips ensue.
मेट्रो पकड़ के आए तो पिक कर ले ठीक है आना कोई टेंशन नहीं
just a flat out big mechanical mistake from Mallory. Of course gets rewarded because it's Falcons.
Of course.
So somehow this will turn into a win for him as he does get the first blood and he gets the experience too, which is the really big deal there.
That is literally unbelievable.
Yeah.
And of course it happens to BetBoom and GPK specifically. And now the pressure will be applied by Malrine. Dragon Slave onto him.
One more attack would almost have done it with the burn from the Dragon Slave level 2.
Yeah.
But Malrine very careful not to click close to the tower anymore. So that he might just walk
into it.
Right,
well,
that's quite the start. Falcons in the
most unbelievable way to get first blood. You walk into tower range by mistake. The enemy hero is one hit from killing you. You hide behind a branch that GPK then runs in to chase you behind, and then you still get the first
That is the stupidest statement I've ever heard, actually. Hides behind a branch. How dumb does that sound? But yes, actually accurate. As Skeeter's going to get harassed. Nice torrent set up. I mean, this is the old school Shadow Demon Kunkka lane that it was definitely a Dota 1 thing, and then into Dota 2 it had its time as well. Kunkka was more of a mid laner, though, at that point.
Yep.
Specifically a mid laner. As a pause from... Okay, I have to give a shout out to BetBoom.
Yep.
Let me just click that. Oh, the button doesn't work anymore, Cinderin.
It only works if you're not behind 2-0.
Okay.
Really unfortunate.
Let's see if the other one works.
Oh, okay, well, that's the important one.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I mean, this kill is ridiculous, actually.
Yeah.
My God.
परसों आता परसों में वो कॉलेज है
Okay, good. I literally forgot what I was talking about. Probably doesn't matter.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday को आ सकता है. Thursday free रहता हूँ.
Shout out to BetBoom. The first 2 days were riddled with pauses, and they haven't paused since.
Yep.
I believe. Like every pause has been against them.
Yep.
And we've cast every single one of their series in Group Stage 2. I'm pretty sure.
Close to, at least.
But yeah, definitely a good start here for the mid laner, Mr. Malrine.
मैं Thursday, Saturday, Sunday और Monday.
Oh, yeah, any other heroes in this matchup kind of stand out to you?
I mean, we get to see Mars again.
Yeah, that's his signature, otherwise known as his patented hero.
Yeah, Amar, widely regarded as the best player in the world on this hero, for good reason. Falcons were first picking this hero a lot earlier on in the tournament, and then the meta shifted a little bit, but usually the way it goes is everything comes back around because then the new meta heroes start getting banned and then Mars will find his place once again. So, yeah, that's the one to watch. I think that the Mars against Morphling lane is interesting because in theory Morph shouldn't be struggling too much, but Mars is very good in the very early levels to put some pressure and then stabilize the lane. And even when Morph gets farmed, you generally go these double
पूरा team platinum है देखा.
The adaptive strike harass.
इसमें 2 ग्रैंडमास्टर है, एक प्लैटिनम, एक गोल्ड, 2 गोल्ड, 2 ग्रैंडमास्टर, एक प्लैटिनम.
Charge and an arrow. This crit is nothing, giving away nothing for free.
And what about the Morphling versus Fen match? We've seen this a lot this tournament, just these two heroes in general. But how do they work against each other when you get to the mid game?
Yeah, that's another one that's kind of funny, right? Because Morphling in theory is very good against Sven because you have the mobility spell. You can itemize well against the Sven, but at the same time, Morphling is always this equilibrium hero where if you miss a beat at one point, you can just get burst by Sven in 2 hits. So gotta be
nice torrent.
Gotta be careful.
Okay, Mara शायद.
Tidebringer to follow.
Mara.
Stacks now. That is a kill for save. Nicely done from BetBoom. As the mid lane.
Oh,
okay. GPK getting some revenge.
This lane is cursed. What's going on in mid?
I don't know.
What is happening?
But even despite the first blood, Cinderin,
yeah,
like
how is GPK winning
even.
now? What in the world?
All right, this is what BetBoom needed.
Yeah. Kez wanted them to get off to a better start in the lanes. I think this time around, it's definitely looking better than last game. And of course, the kill on Skitter is very nice. in the top lane, and Falcons get to play against Shadow Demon. That is something we haven't seen much of. Let's see if they have the solutions for this hero that been winning with every game. They've had it.
Toronto Tokyo will be spotted as well, I believe. They're trying to set something up onto Mallory. If they can get that Shadow Demon disruption, they do get the ward. And now the 6-minute runes are coming. Bepim are going to mostly guess towards the top side as Malrine will not get it. It is a damage rune for GPK.
Snaking's dead.
Yep. And that's the setup for the Split Earth into the Pulse Nova. So panel kind of talked about it, but disruption into Arrow, disruption into Torrent, disruption into the Split Earth. Just this Shadow Demon can be everywhere and always have a good combo.
Very nice pairings for sure. And you also have, I mean, Shadow Demon, generally speaking, when he isn't in the meta, it's either because if it's a push heavy meta, the hero just sucks against that. If his laning stage is too weak, then that's also a problem. But
things like it's so annoying because they know every little thing and you don't, and they contest like everything, so it's very hard to play.
It is.
वो ESL का देख रहा, मैं उसका देख रहा हूँ.
Play offlane? I haven't played offlane. Usually it's not that bad. Can be, of course, but it's not as bad as mid. Mid is like way more swingy. A million times. BZM flashback, yeah, it was a rough game, but it is what it is. You know, it's fine. I won more than I lost today. That's what's important. So far. Might be a pub F Falcon win here. We'll see. A pub.
Game का आवाज ही नहीं बढ़ाया.
Level 7 on GPK. I'm very impressed. I'm proud of GPK even, I would say. He had them very insane fucking unluck. Level 1, level 2 I mean. And then yeah, he's already back. Kind of winning mid into a hard matchup, so well played.
Yep. I mean, he's gonna get there fat from like Radiant. They already have the wards prepared for him, so he can farm this jungle without getting contested.
Yeah.
Gonna be fat.
The Lina will be a problem later for GPK though. I feel like they understood a lot about the concept of the game against Lesh. This Lina, if you looked at the XG draft yesterday, if you looked at the XG draft yesterday when they last picked Anti-Mage, they had like 5 melees into Lesh, right? And just like nothing touches them. You need the range to damage. You have to have it.
Yeah.
And Lesh might be annoyed by that later.
क्या थ्रो कर रहे रे? 2 गेम्स अच्छा खेल के अब क्या थ्रो कर रहे हैं?
Those green arrows. Get green arrows around.
बहुत वैसा है इसका स्ट्रीम. आवाज ही नहीं आ रहा. ये लगाएंगे अच्छा.
What do you think? What kind of build do you want to see from him this game? We're going to see the Stormhammer top, God Strength from Skeeter. Boat is coming. So, actually does not get the buff at all, but still attempting to run away as Crit has a bunch of sticky napalm stacks. Their save is here. As Crit will eventually get disrupted.
So what build do I want to see on the Lina?
Yep.
I mean, Prolic Leibniz is fine. I think it's a his standard build in mid is good against Morph. You could also make a case for the pure damage, this hardcore spellcasting build against Morph, so just blow him out of the map. We've seen Malrine do that one too. But in that game, he was snowballing mega hard from his lane. That's not happening this time around, to say the least. So perhaps the stable build here, as Kezo talked about on the panel as well, it is a really well-crafted lineup for Lina to be able to stand her ground. And oftentimes when you have this kind of a matchup overall in the game, it's very favorable to go the right-click route, because it's more consistent damage output constantly in the fights. You just really get to play around your allies very well. So I think I prefer that one, the Gleipnir build, but we'll see. Travels for now, of course, standard.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nightfall going for the Lincolns, not too big of a surprise. Lasso obviously going to be a big deal. Zamar forcing out the attribute shift. Yet to see the arena yet. He's not leveled it as of this moment. As the ward battles ensue, but looks like a haste room for GPK.
A ward battle between Save and Toronto Tokyo, and they will both lose to no ward.
Yep, good attempt.
Both place the exact same center at the exact same time. It's unlucky. Minus 50.
It happens to the best of us.
It does.
Nightfall not really pressured this time around. Save in Toronto, Tokyo.
क्या है दोनों ऐसा था रे
Wind of it though, and we'll back away as a result.
जाना बोलता स्मोक करके जाना ऐसा जा रहा है.
And of course, we've seen the Skeeter Sven so many times before. No team played it better at this tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
And the one weakness against the hero is just playing around that God strength timing. But feels like they rarely miss a step when they have that hero.
The thing that is especially impressive is that they don't lose with it, and they also don't lose against it. So they understand the value of the hero very well, but they also bring the solutions in the games that the enemy team snags it. It's just such an incredibly powerful position to be in any meta, is being the seemingly one team that has a consistent way of beating a hero that other teams have given you a lot of times. It just can't seem to break. Snaking in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah. Gets the frostbite off, but the X will ensure the eventual death. Still many people from BetBoom on that side.
The way this game has gone is just so ironic. GPK with a totally tilting death mid, and then he gets 5 kills in a row, including a solo kill. This is not old GPK anymore that would have maybe broken under that pressure from the death.
That's fair.
He has really recovered nicely. Wait.
Nightfall dies to Malrine.
Wait.
Oh boy.
Oh, he got burst from the fog here, trying to push the tower.
What? What is up with
He had no health.
Oh fuck.
And now he has no health.
Yeah. Good call, Cinderin.
Yep.
You'd be a really good play-by-play.
Yep.
What the fuck?
It does feel like that happens like 1 out of every 2 Morphling games in like the laning stage. They just get
That's also known as half.
Thank you.
No, just helping out. You'd be a good play-by-play caster.
Yeah, it's being specific, you know? It's a small sample size as GPK. He stole a few creeps in a few stacks, I should say, in the Falcons jungle. Now we'll be getting some triangle action here. But still the net worth fairly even. And you can see that a lot of it is on the 3 cores of Falcons, despite GPK kind of jumping ahead of the pack. But he's kind of all alone in terms of the cores on his team.
He does have a good supporting cast this game, though. I think Disruption is an absolutely incredible ability for Lesh to play with. We've seen multiple teams make use of that, especially Team Spirit. But I also think, I guess OG has their own variant with Lesh, with IO. It's just having this defensive support to allow you to get off your Bloodstone and to get that reset is really powerful. And Kunkka obviously going to play into that as well with the boat. So I think this is the type of game that GPK can really pop off if the conditions are met from his teammates. And I suppose Kunkka's game is better than last time as well. Miero was having a rough one last game in that offlane. This time I'm sure he's still 6th, but his net worth this time much more matching that of the opposing team. Levels not so much though. Amar level 11 to the level 9 of the boatsman.
He finds a way. A save. Under the cover of smoke. Malrine just reading it like a book though. Diabolic Edict onto the tier 1 mid, so BetBoom.
Oh,
He's become illiterate all of a sudden. Arrow is gonna hit, but the TP supports have come. Arena plays.
Oh my god, bro.
Looks like Crit's gonna be taken out first though as the God Strength comes Skeeter. He even comes to play. That's 2 supports dead, 1 on each side. The tier 1 tower now falls in favor of BetBoom. Looks like Falcons are on the retreat. That's
सब लोग रेंडॉप लेकर घूम रहे हैं.
Arrow, oh, it actually does hit onto the Sven. The leap in from Toronto Tokyo. Nice LSA from Malrine. Gets the Laguna Blade. They punish Toronto Tokyo, but Skeeter eventually falls to Nightfall. That sounded weird. Now Omar is going to get chased out. Not often we see Skeeter die at this stage of the game center. That's one of the few things that, or not the few things, but one of the main benefits of having him is very stable carry. And he always comes at the right time in these early engagements. A lot of carries will either stay out or get too involved, but he seems to be the one walking the line very nicely. But this time, he does fall.
He did also have 1 death around this time in game 1, in fairness, I think, on this Sven. But that time around, he was top net worth, and this time, it will be a bit different. I also wonder if the dynamic between Sven and Lina is going to be quite different from the previous ones we've had, with how they overlap in farming patterns. Lina actually likes to push out mid and then maybe get some of the triangle sometimes, but Sven really wants to claim that for himself. It's why in the past, a lot of the time, lineups that have had, like, let's say TA plus Sven, for example, can get very awkward because both heroes are a little bit on the more passive side and kind of want to play the map in a somewhat similar way.
Shard nahi.
Don't know if that's going to hamper Falcons too much right now, but it is a possible problem for Skitter. And Malrine is going the full-on caster build.
Okay.
So we'll commit for the Ags at this point. As we said, great against the Morph. It's great for bursting the Shadow Demon. And of course, against a hero like Lesh, you want to take him down 100-0 and not let him heal up with the Bloodstone. But I really thought the Gleipnir was going to be the approach in this game, given how the Falcons lineup is built with the Arena as well as the Lasso. I guess another way of looking at it is if you just lasso someone, you can completely obliterate them if they don't get disrupted. So
yeah,
yes, both builds are good for different reasons, and this is the path he has chosen. Man, GPK though, talk about a lead when it matters the most.
Absolutely.
Really coming together in this game number 3 for him.
He has Kaya Bloodstone and the BK. Oh, not going for BKB next. Going to finish the SNK, I suppose.
He's really relying here on save, which is a good player to rely on, I would say. Probably getting the BKB after this, you would imagine, but I really like the Kaya-san's choice here. I think it plays much more into the power level they're on in the game right now.
Increase resistance.
Probably would be a mistake to never get a BKB this game. I think maybe that's a little bit of a stretch. TP from Malrine. If they see this,
he has his ag. Toronto Tokyo gets the vision. No, not quite.
They don't see him.
Yeah, good attempt, Cinderin.
They see him. They don't see him.
Now they see him.
Malrine,
LSA going for the blow, but a nice disruption onto Nightfall as Malrine using the ability to walk over clips. Very nicely, but Cricket's taken out first inside this arena. It's a stun onto Malrine, but now he's stuck on the low ground. Doesn't have his flame cloak anymore. As Skeeter, he's going to get stunned in the midst of this God Strength, trying to play everything to this Leshrac, but the Split Earth is there. The spear away, trying to buy some distance. As Malrine ended up falling to Toronto Tokyo, so ends up being a 2-for-2. Pretty even fight.
Okay,
वो मर गया. Position 2.
Yeah.
हाँ चलता. Position उन्होंने माना carry नहीं माना वैसा.
Definitely thought they had vision. You had me convinced for a while.
It really looked like Toronto Tokyo from that angle would get a glimpse of the lean in the trees, but somehow not able to find the angle still. As soon as Malrine even took a step forward, they immediately reacted on that and got the counter going.
Okay.
So Falcons only finding that 2-for-2 exchange. And with Sven being involved in these moves, keep in mind he's not farming. And if these fights are like Collector on Mars, if these fights are even, you're not too happy as Sven, I think.
How does he get it every game? Every game.
Some people are just born lucky.
Yeah. We had this conversation before. It's 3 cores here for Falcons. Nightfall. LSA is going to hit.
No, he didn't get it off.
As well. And yeah, he's dead. I thought the Lincolns might be enough, but they get the perma-stun as Skeeter going to be found by Save. Toronto Tokyo in the vicinity as well. GPK trying to catch up. Disruption will slow things down, but Amar, he wants to fight GPK. Arena is coming for you, but a nice stun to start things out. Toronto Tokyo can't quite get inside. GPK doing so much damage, but Skeeter blows up Miero. And now GPK kind of stuck inside of the arena.
Pipe अच्छा
रहता. Getting away with murder. 2 kills to their name, and they lose nothing.
It's such a clean Morphling kill too. Their lineup has 2 stuns that don't proc Lincolns, and one of them pins him to a tree and gives them plenty of time to break that Lincolns, and the other one has long cast range with the flame cloak from the trees. So really a beautiful kill from them there. They get the chain stun into Stormhammer to break Lincolns so they can Laguna with the Ags. And the follow-up fight, just barely escaping on crit, getting out of that arena, which is obviously on his team, but he's escaping the Lesh by flying away.
You had your chance. Light Collector on crit.
Yep, Light Collector on crit. Very nice. Bad Rider loves that because he's a hero, and therefore it's good on him.
It is good on him specifically as well, of course.
Yeah.
All right, so 3K lead for Falcons, and when we get to the Roche timer, which, you know, getting it around that time, do you give a team advantage in taking it and
equal है fights पता नहीं कौन जीत सकता.
Morph is quite good at taking it, and
Morph भी अच्छा farm रहा.
In terms of area protection, you've got.
लेकिन फिर भी क्या है एक अच्छा arena और CM का ult biscuit कर सकता पूरा.
But GPK getting that That extra spell amp would have been pretty damn good for BetBoom. Yep. Now BKB online for Amar.
Okay, nice.
I guess the side of Falcons aren't particularly good at killing Roche when Lina's going caster build, because you kind of have to pop God Strength for it, and then if a fight breaks out, it can get really bad. Whereas for BetBoom, it's a little bit lower commitment. You just take it with the Lesh and the Morph goes to town.
इस बार इतना aggressive खेल रहे हैं, वही 2 games aggressive खेले तो हो जाता ना.
For Lincoln's Breaker.
नहीं खेले.
I mean, Frostbite has pretty low range.
Wait, what?
What?
Amar's queuing Scotty?
Really?
I mean, you're against Morph and Lesh, so I get the idea of the healing reduction, but this is a very unusual build on Mars. I don't know if he's going to commit to it. A lot of the time when we see Amar, he's very creative with his item builds, but just as much as he buys crazy stuff, sometimes he doesn't buy them.
Opener onto the Shadow Demon.
Nice.
Skeeter and company should be able to get the tier 1 now.
See if he commits for that Scotty. That would be very interesting.
Oh, Arena.
Finds the opening.
GPK. BKB popped as well. Oh, the spear actually didn't hit. It looked like it did. That was really strange. As Nightfall and company actually looked like they want to defend this tier 1 tower. Now Arena LSA onto 2. Flamebreak to follow along with the Luger Bait. GPK is dead. Great find from
That's
Falcons.
nice. That's nice. Nice fight. Nice fight.
Toronto, Tokyo.
Okay.
Well,
Okay. Nice fight. Nice fight.
From Falcons. And just like that, it's a 6K lead.
Nice. वो double shot अच्छा था लीना का.
I want to see a replay on that Mars spear. I actually don't.
It looked like he moved with the spear.
है ना move करा.
Oh, he hit one of the soldiers on the left at the exact same time. The spear just genuinely missed. It looked like it bumped him to the left. That's why I was also confused, but wouldn't make any sense. And this game doesn't have any bugs, so.
Oh, bugs नहीं है. Okay, okay.
Miero and Nightfall will take the Tormy.
This is starting to look really Falcon again, I gotta say.
Really, what?
Yep, that's the one. You press the right button.
Save, gets his shard. So how good is Cleanse this game? Takes off the fire from Dragon Slave, sticky napalm.
Frostbite.
Frostbite.
And Crystal Nova. I mean, it's good against Maid.
Yeah, very good. Not too bad.
A Tormentor trade-off here.
Falcons are reminded that they have a Tormentor as well, so might as well. Snake King doesn't quite have his attack speed talent yet, so not providing much here. Body.
Okay, nice.
He will be rewarded with Crystal Clone, and that's how he got so much farm last game.
Yep.
From a free shard. Manta now.
मेरे को भी shard लेना पड़ता है आज से CM पे I guess. सही दिख रहा है.
It's still in his quick buy for Amar. Hasn't committed yet. Straight. I mean, one rebuke. I mean, if they're lined up, I guess. Then sure. But Superman is now online for Skeeter. How many times have we said that this tournament?
Probably 8. Save.
Definitely more than that, as the last on the other side into the freezing field. Skeeter wanted a piece of it.
Superman online on Skeeter.
That's right.
कितने बार बोलते रहे.
But weren't able to reciprocate on this other side.
Okay.
As the BKB will be next for GP Keck.
GP
Just a recipe away now.
You're really not much of a memer, but you do like that one.
I mean, because the Keck W guy, rest in peace, of course.
अरे क्या है अभी
He's a
लागो ना.
legend. He's like, okay. Something makes me smile, which is usually cat videos, then I'm a fan.
You do know Keck is how the Horde says lol in World of Warcraft, right? That's where it's from.
I did not
Okay, if the Horde says lol and the Alliance read it, then it says Orcish Keck. That's where it's from.
Oh.
So there you go.
Today I learned something.
So it was actually not Recitas that invented Keck W.
It doesn't, obviously.
Even I also learned something new.
It's his face that makes it good.
Well, then you gotta call him GP Keck W.
GP Keck W.
Okay, well, it might be a GP Keck L after this one if they.
Oh, okay, nice, nice.
9K now. Miero hunting.
Uh-oh.
R blinks just
not
in
gonna
time.
Find him.
And it's gonna be
what?
See you later.
Through the gates.
Everybody's out. Save late by half a second.
The courier though.
The courier.
Sven Courier will survive.
Here comes Roche.
Roche, yeah. Save.
See you later, suckers.
Would not go through there if I were you.
No. Yeah. Dangerous proposition. Here goes Roche. This will take some time, but they will use freezing. Okay, freezing field and God Strength, and they'll get it done.
Hey bro, how are you?
So first Roche
Hello
goes
Sparsh,
to
hello,
Falcons,
welcome to
trying
stream.
secure their
I'm good bro, what about you?
3-0 grand
Just watching the game.
of this year.
Starting to get some, you know, that Year of Secret vibes.
Yeah.
Where they were just dominating absolutely everything.
But you know what the big counter to those teams is, Cinder? It's Ice Frog.
TI? Oh.
Well, yeah. But that's because they get
बहुत
nerfed
मुश्किल
so
है
much.
बेडबम हार जाता लग रहा है मेरे को अब तो मे बी जीपी के मॉर्स और कुंग का कुछ करे तो कर सकते
His pool is getting bigger though.
That's true. I think he's grown a lot since then, so I don't think it's going to be as big of an issue. And Skater will continue.
Where are you
to
from? I'm
push
from India, bro.
the Mask of Madness. And Aegis online for him. Lasso finds themselves a Marana. Toronto, Tokyo will drop.
And the push is a bit of a ruse. He's completely alone up there, and his teammates are making a move at the same time. And the moment they connect that move, Skitter backs off. So they're playing off the lack of knowledge for BetBoom in that situation, where you can't bank on the fact that Sven has backup, and you also can't bank on the fact that he's alone.
Let's see.
So you kind of have
Either
to take a
they
guess.
should push, yeah.
Toronto dying is the best casualty
अरे
BetBoom could possibly
भाई
have there. So
इंडिया के किस स्टेट से हो मैं हैदराबाद my bad हैदराबाद से और आप कहाँ से हो?
Okay, I take it back. That's really bad. Should have been without the gem. It would have been fine.
Harpoon for Skeeter.
Okay, nice build.
As Falcons just dominated from start to finish in this tournament. BetBoom are going to have to come up with something. They've had more opportunities than any other team to come up with a solution. It feels like it's only getting harder.
Yeah.
Chances है अभी भी chances है अगर अच्छा play करे तो.
It's ironic though because the upper bracket finals, BetBoom.
West Bengal, oh nice. और खाना वाना हो गया?
I mean, you could at least make a case that they were more competitive than they were today so far.
खाना वाना हो गया?
Because
like
looking at it at the flip side, the game one could have definitely been won by Falcons too in that upper. They were up like 7 or 8K, took a bad fight and lost the game.
Yeah.
So they could just as well have been them winning game one, and who knows? But
I like
I agree though.
Bringing out these aura here, like the Beastmaster, the Lycan, they looked good for certain stretches.
Yep.
Just not able to complete the game. Skeeter's gonna run into Toronto, Tokyo. He forces it onto Logan. It's a double Stormhammer. It ends up happening here.
BKB नहीं है ना इसके पास?
HP though. That's gonna be Aegis. Wants to hold on to that BKB.
Why did he not BKB that?
He's gonna try to BKB now.
BKB था ना?
Not hit. Now they're gonna try to turn this around onto the Lash Rack. The Laguna Blade is there. Pops the BKB and the Bloodstone that's keeping him alive. The arena is making it very awkward for the rest of BetBoom to try to connect with their team. But the burst is there to find Malrine. And now Nightfall has to go to work.
Nice turn.
And now Snake King running away.
Skater थोड़ा ज़्यादा वो हो
Cover
गया.
of Moonlight. He'll be able to get this Wisdom Root, but he will end up dropping with that X. Oh, another Glimmer comes out from him.
No.
Do they guess correctly?
Don't tell me.
Into the trees he goes, and he actually
Oh
gets
my
out.
god.
He steals the
detection.
wisdom and escapes that situation? My god, dude. Okay, I feel like if we get a replay of that, I think if Skater BKBs on the initiation, they just win there. That fight completely.
हाँ वो BKB नहीं
We've
करा.
talked about this, you and I, before, that Sven being a transformation here, if you use God Strength on your first life and you initiate, you might as well BKB, because like, what are you going to do on your second life with it? Is it going to be enough? You connected on 2 enemy supports with your stun. It's an amazing setup for your team to follow through. You're going to see it here. So here, if you BKB here,
BKB करा था, उन्हों मरता था.
Dead, he's probably going to kill the SD as well, and he's not going to lose his first life. And then sure, your BKB is going to run out, but you're not going to die. So you have your God Strength ready to play the fight with your team.
Another fight. We have the lasso connection onto the SD. Skeeter trying to kill him off, but the disruption comes in. Save eventually will fall though, and now Falcons looking for blood. Miro and company on the retreat.
Good torrent slow there.
Miro still with the God Strength applied.
Oh,
GBK harpooned in. No BKB there quite yet as the arrow is actually going to connect onto Skeeter. Ambar gets off the arena onto 2.
Oh,
get a huge reveal to delete Nightfall out of nowhere. And GPK trying to get something out of this fight, but they have the burst for him as well.
Oh, that spear. I think Nightfall was really expecting that spear to get onto the Lesh. He didn't react in time. He just got caught without using attribute shift. He has Manta ready, he has BKB ready, he has everything. He just got killed with 1 spear into Dragon Slave and a couple of hits. Oh boy, that's...
You cannot make mistakes like that against Falcons.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
It's the eternal curse of Morphling
एक
as well.
गलती अब
They
कितना
get
cost
so
करता
many
देखो.
stuns. At some point, something's going to catch you that you aren't expecting. Really got to be on your toes or out of the way when this initiation happens, and then come in later. That way is pretty much the worst possible start to the fight for BetBoom. And then Lesh can do everything in his might, but never going to be enough without the morph at this point when you're this far down.
Yeah, but now for Falcons as they mount a 17k lead at 30 minutes.
बहुत मुश्किल है अब BetBoom का इतना लीड दे दिया 17 का लीड दे दिया उसको.
Nightfall and company, I feel like they're going to have to try to contest, but Malrine, the cover of Invisibility Rune, they scan out. They know someone's there. Looks like, okay, little poke. Poke and run. Very nice.
Okay.
Force Malrine back. Not sure how many heroes are back there. Playing it safe. Yeah, that's slow death.
Nice efficiency from Snaking.
Just leaving his little ice
CM का वो शार्ड कितना OP अब समझ में आ रहा है. इसका लोग शार्ड नहीं.
For good reason, because it's really fucking weird.
Okay.
No offense.
Can't say that afterwards. 2 sentries placed just in case. So Falcons. I mean, what can BetBoom do?
कितने लोग 4 लोग देख रहे हैं. बताओ कौन जीतता? BetBoom जीतता या Falcons जीतता?
Have to contest, or is this a high ground hope for the best?
Share your opinions, please. Let me also see.
I don't know. I also don't know if their read on the game is accurate with what the game state is. Like, I don't know if they think they're 18k behind, and if the game is in this bad of a spot. Because if they do,
chances है उन लोग का fight turn करने का. Morph अगर अच्छा चला तो Morph और ये अच्छा connect कर रहे तो फिर जीत
somehow find a good fight with your Lesh.
केवल तो उनके पास अच्छा
They
lineup
might
नहीं
feel
है.
like they can ride it out and eventually get somewhere with their Morphling. It's been a very quiet game from Nightfall. I don't know if this butterfly is going to change much. When you have to go triple defensive item like this.
Lamar did get the Scotty, by the way, in case you didn't notice. Crit leading the way on the cover of Smoke. Miero is going to get lassoed. Brought back. Disruption is there from Save. He gets deleted by Malrine as GPK jumping in, but the BKB from Malrine will keep GPK at bay. And now Nightfall stuck inside the arena, but will be able to wait for him. They will be able to get Mars in the end. So a good start here for BetBoom. Can they get more? They get the connection onto the Sven, already at half HP, but going to get pushed to the other side. The Torrent Storm going to continue on, and he's left all alone. And that is a speeder dead for 80 seconds. Ooh! Nightfall almost with the cancellation of the TP on Malrine. As Crit being pursued now by the Waterman. That's going to be a gem dropping if he is able to find it, but Crit, blink, and away.
Nice, nice.
So a good fight for BetBoom, though. Getting that Sven is a huge deal, and Roche is, it's a minute 20.
2 core kills for their Shadow Demon is the best possible trade they could imagine right now. Very good outcome. And this is all because Save has a dagger. Like, without this blink, this is just completely a doomed situation. You would have just lost your Kunkka for nothing. Because obviously, this is the dynamic between Batrider and Shadow Demon. A lot of the time, it's going to come down to net worth. Bat will get blink force. He'll grab someone and push them away or pull them away before you can react on SD.
Flame break, trying to steal it. Steal his own Torrent. Tormentor. Miero will get the tidal wave. Okay, so
haven't seen Kunkkas buy that as much as I thought we would.
Yeah, I agree.
All the time they just wait for the money to come in freely.
BetBoom showing a little bit of life now in this game 3.
Dire are scanning.
But they still need more.
Radiant are scanning.
Malrine on top of that Ags now has a Sage. Kaya has an Aether Lens as well. So we have the Moonlight Shadow from
BetBoom. Okay. उनके यहाँ से भी smoke है. Okay. एक और fight होने वाला है. Let's go, let's go.
Drawn, or whatever shape you want to call this, by Toronto.
That is a shape, that is true. Oh, Crit also leading the way. He finds the lasso again onto Miero. The Laguna Blade, the disruption is there to try to save him, but the cleave from Skeeter deletes Save to start things out. Miero does get his spells off this time. And Nightfall stuck inside the arena. That's a lot of damage being applied as Miero drops first, so 2 dead already for BetBoom. They lose their Mirana as well. And Snake King with that freezing field, keeping Nightfall away as Amar continues to apply the Scotty on top of him. GPK looks like he'll at least get Snake King, at least he would think so. The Lightning Storm finishes him off, but the big kill is Nightfall again. And now GPK surrounded, Rebuke is there, the arrow to try to help him out. Toronto Tokyo has pretty much nothing left in the tank.
God, bro.
This is the death of GPK again. 4 for 2. So Skeeter is getting killed in these fights, but BetBoom just can't find much more.
It's 5 for 2. Toronto Tokyo even bought back.
अच्छा फाइट था रे भाई चलता कैरी मारा तो उनके टीम में 4 लोग मर गए.
Falcons and
despite
them really, they're fighting back against Skeeter. I think this is one of the harder Sven games he's had because he's got 4 deaths, which is actually high for him. They are punishing him in the fights, but they have to use everything, and every initiation is Falcons. It's crit, getting the lasso, forcing BetBoom into an uncomfortable position where they try to save their Kunkka every time. Yeah. Superior vision, as you see here. Very dark map for the side of BetBoom. Just in general, they only have wards bottom here, just which are about to expire. This has not been where the game has been played for the last few minutes, so it doesn't really help them much. Refresher. Yeah, interesting build for Omar. If you go Scotty, you have the mana for Refresh.
True.
Kind of like Faceless Void, so...
He saw that Faceless Void game from earlier. He's like, why not?
I guess if the Scotty is good enough against specific enemy heroes, is actually kind of interesting idea.
How long does the Scotty last for when you hit someone? It's like 3 or 4 seconds?
I think it's 3.
3 seconds.
3 seconds.
On both ranged and melee. It's just the numbers that are different.
All right, into the pit Falcons goes, and I don't think that it will be contested. And this is the Aegis and Cheese.
Pink kar rahe wo log.
Expended for this. The Aegis on Skeeter now.
Nice.
It's going to be even tougher to kill him that second time.
Bot push kar diya tha, ho gaya unlock.
One thing that BetBoom have going for them, there's not much, of course, as GPK will get his shard. That's going to be great for high ground defense.
Yep, that's a good one.
But when you do kill the Sven, Falcon's not really comfortable pushing. I mean, this is not a physical damage Lina.
Right. But killing Sven twice now is going to probably prove to be quite the problem. If you consider how much they have to drop for the first kill, having to do it twice over now. Let's see what tier 4 neutral Skitter gets. Really thinking about it. Wonder what options he can have that makes this a difficult choice. Alright, he's gonna go for the Mindbreaker.
Mindbreaker भी अच्छा है इसके ऊपर silence करके मार सकता.
Definitely not his first choice. Not bad though. As now the high ground defense is coming from BetBoom. They don't have the techies this time.
Why not push bot, bro? Push bot.
Try to delay these games. But they do have the disruption. And of course these split earths that get massive, especially now that you've had the Bloodstone for a while, but these things are huge. Toronto Tokyo getting some vision here.
Instant D-ward.
Yep, adding insult to injury as they will Moonlight Shadow.
Snaking with the attack speed talent with a really fast D-ward.
And Crit continually has been finding these lasso initiations. Can he do it again? Does he even need to do it again? Is really the
हमारा crit कहाँ घूम रहा है?
BetBoom have yet to find a solution. And the longer they wait up here, they're not getting any farm. Falcons are doing just that, spreading the map. Nightfall's still too scared to go for the Ancients even. There's a Satanic now there. That's probably what they were waiting for Skeeter.
Okay, nice bot push over.
What are the chances here for BetBoom, Cinderin?
Okay, the BetBoom button doesn't work.
That was a good attempt.
That's quite telling.
Let's try the other one.
All right.
Okay, they're both broken.
They had enough of our shit.
That's unfortunate.
Should have never given us these buttons. Refresher on the Lina. Welcome.
Oh boy.
To hell. She's gonna blast one hero out of the game with double E-Blade Laguna.
उसका माना है भी रे.
She can
150, 145, 145, 300.
Even tougher job ahead.
Sorry, 290, 290. 290.
He's going to have to protect
390.
the initial target
490.
without dying himself, because you could just turn onto him instead.
490. 5. 40.
Has become an absolute monster once again. This guy doesn't seem to have a bad game. Like, I'm trying to think of a game this tournament where I was like, man, Melreen just did not deliver here. Even when they've been losing, which is very few games, of course. In the group stage 2, they lost. How many games?
Group stage 2, they lost 1 game.
They lost 1 game.
And it was to Aurora.
Yeah, so they went 14-1. And in the playoffs, they've lost 1 game to BetBoom. Which means currently, at group stage 2 and later, they're 18-2.
Not bad.
That's
not bad.
crazy. That's actually just a ridiculous stat line. Classic 90% win rate. No big deal.
Yeah, they've just felt on another level entirely. The question is how fast can some of these other teams catch up to them? Nightfall is going to be spotted here in just a moment. Amar leading the way for the time being. Crit trying to go for the lasso, but the waveform away. The Falcons just biding their time, taking it slow. Aegis, only 30 seconds left, so they haven't really tried for the high ground yet. Perhaps not comfortable. I mean, are they waiting for a specific item, you think? Or a level? I mean, they are kind of close to a bunch of 25s. Maybe that has something to do with it?
Maybe.
I think they know that they're out farming the enemy team massively, so if BetBoom aren't going to make a move, you're just going to win more and more. You don't have to go high ground with this kind of lineup in this situation. And BetBoom know this as well, so they are eventually going to move out of their base. With the Aegis close to expiring here, they will try to get some ground back. Falcons converted this Aegis into 6,000 gold of farm on the map. And they can keep doing this. If BetBoom don't take initiative, don't force them to stop farming more than half of the map, every passing minute, they will be expanding the lead.
And they are 5-manning right now on BetBoom. That means less farm, even when you're able to exit your base. Meanwhile, Falcons have control of literally every other side of the map. Malorine going back to base. What is he even waiting for? He has Arcane Rune. This feels like a decent time for him. Wants to consume his Ags, I would assume.
Probably replace the bottle before you consume the Ag. Oh, yeah, never mind. He has Refresher. Yeah, you're right. Should probably, I guess, synth into Overwhelming Blink, maybe?
Nah.
Could be a thing.
Okay.
Don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Arcane Blink और सही रहता, माना तो भी रहता फ्री में.
Magic comes out from BetBoom, but nobody inside the radius at the moment. Skeeter looking to get active. They pop the drums. Onto the high ground they go. Crit looking for a connection. Flame Break will not hit. GPK already uses. Okay, Laguna Blade already applied to him. E-Blade after the fact. Just kind of play this slow as Amar comes in with a massive spear with the arena as well onto 3 heroes. And here comes Skeeter, the Superman himself. Disruption will delay things a bit as GPK on the run, but now he gets lassoed back into the fray. Laguna Blade used to delete save as GPK left all alone. Splitth is doing pretty good work. Frostbite into the final.
Malrine को देखो, Malrine को देखो.
Amar with his second arena into the spear, into the death of Toronto, Tokyo. Falcons, they lose nada.
Lina literally free hit करके भाग जा रही है, literally.
More than just one buyback.
Oh yeah. They only have the one buyback.
Well, they already used saves, so.
Skeeter hitting that tier 3 now, trying to finish this series 3-0.
Double spear.
Buyback onto GPK. Nice splitter onto 3 heroes. Do they have any follow-up though?
No follow-up.
Not yet.
Side
Looking
life.
for the X, but it's not in range. But Amar wants to come back in potentially. Laguna Blade and the lasso. Viero melts, and now the spear onto the Lesh. GPK is going to get disrupted as Nightfall trying to apply a little bit of pressure to Amar is getting quite low. Skeeter getting kited, does not have God Strength anymore. LSA hits onto only 1. As Nightfall turned into Sven temporarily, the boat's going to connect onto Skeeter. E-Blade's going to try to save him just a little bit here. He uses the Stormbolt as well to try to get away, but the waveform from Nightfall brings him to his knees. And now Falcons on the run. Disruption finds Malrine. He pops the BKB on exit. Tries to TP out. We'll be fine. So
nice. Okay, second. 2, 3, 4.
defend, but
2-3 buybacks.
They still need so much more than this, Cinderin.
They
do get Skeeter.
They pay 10,000 gold to stay in the game. And stay they will. Look at the damage numbers here. Just Lash pumping it out. Morphling just not there in the game. I really feel like they've got absolutely no value out of this pick.
And what happened to the Conda
so
build on
difficult.
This hero?
Yeah, I don't
liking that one.
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like Conda might be a better approach in this kind of game with the lineup he's playing with, but they just... It's so difficult for Nightfall because he has to invest so much gold in defensive items, and then when the fights actually do break out, he's still... It's really difficult for him to play. If he makes one misstep, we've seen it a couple of times, he just gets burst from 1 to 0. Enemy lineup has a billion stuns.
Roche is about to spawn. This is actually an opening for Betboom. I mean, they're
down.
Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
A Gaben's ass load. She's even bigger than normal. As Roche will come out of the pit.
Very insulting.
And they will be able to steal this, essentially.
Welcome to Copenhagen, Sunsfan.
So this is the Aegis Cheese and Aghanim Scepter. Who do they put this on? GPK could get the Nihilism if they want.
Right, save. It's something.
Okay, they have the triple or the double disruptor. Oh, Malrina spotted, pops the BKB and the cloak to get to the high ground. The dust is there. The demonic purge attempting to TP out. He does get out just in time.
Yeah, refresh the BKB through TP here.
All right, so Betboom giving themselves a bit of a lease on life, if you want to put it that way.
BKB नहीं है, refresher नहीं है, push कर सकता है actually में.
Which one? Staying alive?
Yeah, or tragedy. Which one do you think is more fitting?
Both combined.
All right.
Satanic.
What's that?
Was the choice.
Satanic भी ऐसे ही.
See if that makes a difference here. They're just really missing that burst damage, it feels like.
I'm proud of you for knowing a song.
Khanda अच्छा रहता.
Oh,
it's a little different.
You know every movie in the world, and you know no.
Vegas के बदले Khanda का तो और अच्छा रहता है मेरे ख्याल से.
It's quite interesting. Waveform talent, 66% win rate for the Morphling.
Okay, so they
very
have a
high
chance.
win rate on level 25. The hero seems to have about a 70% win rate when it reaches that point. Leshrac.
Oh yeah.
We'll take the Diabolic Edict. We've seen a lot of the Pulse Nova triggers Lightning Storm this tournament. He will opt for the Edict. Needs more damage against the BKBs, I assume. And maybe it's also the Hail Mary of if we win a fight, we can end. Maybe. Part of the consideration.
Yeah, and this has been the talent that basically everybody in this tournament has taken. I think the other one is a misclick if it was taken at this tournament.
I don't think the other talent is that bad, though.
It sounds okay.
It's an extra second stun on a 12-second cooldown that is ranged and repositions you. The win rates were also comparable, right? I mean, I guess the pick rate on the hammer is so low that it's not.
Yeah.
Perhaps not a interesting statistic. And it might. I actually don't know how this graphic works if heroes get level 30, if they've technically picked both talents.
With the damage rune, trying to bait. Oh, Nightfall takes it. That means Falcons knows that they're in the area.
Oh,
Arrow not going to connect. Blink out from Amar. Like we've seen that several times this game. Remember, the Aegis is on the side of Betboom. And it's on one of the best heroes in the game at having it in that Lash.
Yep.
But really, the story is about Nightfall not having much impact on this game.
And it's something, you know, BSJ has talked about this a lot this tournament, the carry versus carry matchups and how important it's going to be for who goes all the way here. If this was your counter pick versus Sven, I feel like its mission failed, right? Like if this was specifically the reason you picked this hero, considering all of the external factors of both lineups, and it did not do what you had it set out to do so far.
Yeah, we've gotten to the point of the tournament as well that you know in a lot of these cases what the opponent's picking. Like you know there's going to be
Clash of Clans से नहीं
they
खेलते दिनों से.
They take it basically every time. Now a Tormy for Falcons. Who's even missing a shard at this point? No, it's the Bat Rider, useless.
Shocking.
1,400 net gold injection into the veins of Crit.
Was that Tormentor worth killing?
I mean, you do get gold for it, and then every subsequent one you get gold for.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, I agree though that it feels. I mean, that shard just needs to change.
I would agree with that.
if it ever feels like it's literally better off not having it because of the net worth, then probably deserves a change.
Definitely not a support shard.
Dire are scanning.
Well, I think BetBoom not looking to use the Aegis. More of a delay tactic so that we can get to 60 minutes, which I do appreciate. If this ends up being the last game in this series, Cinder, and in this tournament, the tier 5s would be a nice way to go out.
I would like this tournament to be remembered for the hour-long games.
I mean, on average, I wonder what tournament in the past had more.
Yeah,
this has got to be up there. I'm sure the next patch will, they're going to start to look for a fight. Makes sense.
Okay.
And now they're backing away.
It's the next level play. Falcons don't think that's happening since they don't have Aegis anymore.
Yeah.
They can go for a fight, bro.
Could be considered previous level as well, depending on your perspective. GPK spotted. Crit. He's found so many amazing lassos in this game.
That's exact.
Here onto the high ground. He's leading the way. They find Malrine. Pops the BKB instantly, but he's going to get broken by the Demonic Purge.
Okay.
And bursted down.
That's a good one.
That's
another Purge.
Saying something. Demonic Purge number 2. Attempted TP out. Not going to happen for Crit.
Oh my god, bro.
All right. BetBoom. They're looking to have quite possibly the biggest comeback in this entire tournament. They were down around 40k. That's a start.
धीरे-धीरे हो रहा है.
As Crit can't believe his eyes, like, I should be playing Shadow Demon, damn you. But we're still 2 minutes away from the next possible Roche time.
Yep.
So that will likely lead to the split pushing and whatnot.
Stays level 25.
What talent did he take?
25 Frostbite duration.
Yeah, that synergizes with Crystal Clone, that's for sure.
4.25 second lockdown, 6 second cooldown.
Seems good.
On Frostbite.
But you do have Demonic Cleanse to counter it.
Yep. Shadow Demon, after getting that free Scepter, Save has found a lot more impact in just that move we saw then.
And look at this, some buildings being hit by BetBoom. It's been a while. They get the tier 2 mid. Daedalus now there for Nightfall. He does not hit like a wet noodle any longer.
Give me your best guess on win expectancy right now. 31k lead for the Dire.
94 to
Falcon
6.
throw कर दिया क्या? Falcon throw नहीं करा. Shadow Demon को axe आ गया बोल के थोड़ा वो
52 to 48?
That's crazy, isn't it?
You're kidding.
That is wild.
No way. It's because of the comment I made about Gaben. I take it all back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he really.
Shadow Demon को axe मिल गया और वो बहुत दिमाग खराब करता है अभी. अगर fights में उसको नहीं पकड़ा तो GG है फिर.
Just can't stand
oh, it's back. Yep. Don't count BetBoom out. I think a big part of this is the matchups later on in the game. Sven will eventually start hitting some trouble in ultra late game, and we are approaching that. I don't know if I agree with the 50-50, but I do think it's very unusual to see a win expectancy graph that close with that big of a lead for either team. But there's no barracks, so that advantage isn't going Falcons' way either.
And keep in mind, Amar did not go for any type of a right-clicky type build, right? Didn't get the talent. That would have been amazing for the Divine Brooch combo that we've been seeing this tournament. Is Skeeter. Oh, Miero. Walking right into them, pops the Blade Mail and the BKB. He wants to take the fight, but the instant BKB from Amar. The Rebuke to follow. Arena now is there, but everybody has the golden item right now as Leshrac kind of stuck in his own space here as Laguna Blade number 1 takes out Miero. Now the Arena comes out from Amar. He's broken for the time being, but they have the burst damage. That is the death of Nightfall. And now another Laguna Blade from Malrine as all the buybacks are coming out from the side of BetBoom as GPK left all alone for the time being. Save gets brought in by Crit. As GPK eventually will be right-click down as well. Miero still wants to fight. Malrine, triple kill applied to him right now. Torrent Storm comes out, Skeeter falls. He has his buyback, of course. Will he expend it? No. Malrine TP's out on the cover of BKB, snaking in the trees. Force staff.
Oh, it's okay. 1, 2, 3.
He's fine.
अरे पूरा team buyback करा रहे हो लोगों का.
That's a lot of buybacks. It's a 50k lead for Falcons. And unfortunately for BetBoom,
Holy shit, bro.
Another minute
पूरा team
on
buyback
Roche,
करा उन लोगों
which
का.
aligns pretty much perfectly with the Sven.
And this is, I think, a big part of the reason with the 50-50 or whatever you want to call the win rate earlier is when you get this late into the game, the relative difference between this 30k gold and earlier is much smaller. Like if the heroes are close to being maxed out, the amount of impact that you can have is way more about buybacks than about the fight itself. And BetBoom obviously had all theirs, but did not get a good trade out of that whatsoever. So Falcons in a much, much better position, and if they were to get another Roche... Actually, I'm looking at this, I can't believe that this thing's is 60-40.
Yeah, Mar.
Like, I understand.
Onto the high ground. They don't have their Sven. And Nightfall just still in the pit, hoping against Gaben's best nature that Roche will spawn. As Miero gets a nice double torrent into the boat. It's going to force out the BKB for Amar. He'll blink out as Nightfall will find a connection on the Snake King.
They keep their Rex.
They do. So he gives up on the Roche possibility. Roche up in 10 seconds. Now Malrine is level 30, so no more XP his way. Nightfall has his refresher as we get into this ultra late game scenario. Still 3 minutes away from the Dream, Cinderin.
I think, okay, so in this upcoming fight, if Falcons find 2 good kills, I mean, they're playing 10v5, right? You just need to find 1 or 2 good kills to build up the fight in your favor, and you should be okay. Just
they can go for Aris, they can go for
and
Aris.
it's a dire side Roche.
Oh, they can go, they can go.
Roche should be looking to fight
They
this.
know what's happening. Amar on the outskirts. Will they get there in time? Toronto Toki trying to break the smoke. Crit will be seen. Roche is down. Nightfall gets the Aegis. Do they still want to fight? Amar looks like he does.
Of course we have to fight, bro.
Gets off the Shivas. GPK is there, gets rebuked. Arena number 1 into the spear, but no follow-up. Meanwhile, the wave from Nightfall, he wants to go on top of Crit, but look at that cleave!
Ooh.
Skeeter deletes Toronto Tokyo and
Holy
the
shit.
Aegis in 1, 2, 3 hits, and now they get the connection again. Down goes Nightfall, no buyback. That was filth incarnate for Skeeter. As Malrine looking for some members of BetBoom on the outskirts here. GPK has to do a 180 to get that split earth off. As Miero with that blade mail.
The fuck are they doing,
has
bro?
to try to survive against Skeeter. Nice disruption is going to keep him alive for the time being. LSA is there on the sideline. Amar pops the refresher. Arena number 2. GPK is going to be completely ignored as Miero gets rebuked. GPK TP out, but the lasso cancels it. And now he's surrounded. He does get the kill onto Crit, as the Bloodstone doing quite a bit of work, actually. Forced out to the other side. Now Malrine, the Shiva's going to slow him down to a crawl, but it looks like he will survive the LSA on the sideline. Another Laguna, a beautiful disruption will save GPK, but in the end, it's basically going to be a full team wipe as GPK surely will die. He takes out Skeeter in tow, finally rebuked down, and now the double buyback from Falcons. It's a 5 versus 0, as this game might be ending.
हो गया गेम अब क्या एंडिंग क्या
All they have to do is take 1 2. Actually, they don't even need to take a 2 3.
God's strength is up soon. GG's is called.
GG. Oh my god, bro. What a game,
Dream
what a
League
game.
Season 22, they take out BetBoom 3-0. Very impressive display.
And if there was ever any doubt whether this is the best team of the tournament, the win rate in the later portion of it just speaks for itself. Over 90%. As Amar will get attacked by Malrine.
He's getting the shit kicked out of him over there.
GG's, right, GG's.
What an insane
Crit,
team
as usual,
right now.
Literally no emotion.
गौर का स्ट्रिंग देखें, गौर का स्ट्रिंग
He's
देखें.
sitting there. I want.
Let's see if he still breathes into his mic. Let's hope he comes here. Oh, unless he's doing the one on the mainstream, then he can't come, obviously. But yeah, easy for I. Oh yeah. Oh we.
Yeah. Now they gonna play ESL Birmingham, right, in like a month or something?
I mean, there's that elite league in between, right?
Yeah.
There's the league that starts in 21 days. I don't know exactly when it starts, but it starts in a while. There's gonna be qualifiers for that. Crit looks sad, dude. He's like, if only I could do it with our tour.
He's always like, you know, straight face, no emotions.
Yeah. That's just Crit for you. He's literally Ryan Gosling from Drive, you know. So.
Yeah.
It is what it is, you know. My Artor.
क्या गेम था रे.
GPK had quite a performance. Oh yeah, I'll see you later, Amor. Sorry, Amor. Sucks.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, dude.
Yeah.
Alright. See you, man.
Yeah, enjoy your night.
Bye. Bye. Yeah, Amar is I'm gonna spoil the mainstream a little bit. So Amar saying I can't come right now because they're doing a 5-man interview. So I guess we'll watch the mainstream then. It's gonna be a 5-man interview? What does that even mean? Alright, let's see. I wanna see the 5-man interview. Thanks, Saxa, for coming, by the way, guys. Go follow his stream and stuff.
As usual, Kunka pick waste है.
That's what Amar said. I've never seen that
Kunka क्यों उठाते लोग नहीं मालूम मेरे को. Kunka खेलना तो mid खेलो रे, offlane मत भेजो उसको.
Soar like a falcon.
Offlane ऐसा रहना जो initiate कर सकते हैं, अच्छा वाला damage भी रहना.
That is a Falcon song. I mean, this moment. GPK had a monster game after this, guys. How crazy is that? I'll be so too. I'll be done. Sven is too cool of a hero, guys. At least when somebody knows how to play him.
Sven जो पकड़ा रे Morph को उधर ही जीती हो गया.
I expected some more Medusas and stuff in the finals. We didn't see any Medusa this game. It could have been good, actually.
GG. खेलना है क्या? मैं आ सकता हूँ.
I don't think Lesh can carry this game. Yeah. He needs... Well, he could kinda. He has the SD shard as well. It's kinda cool. Nigma is also very strong. I mean, think about it, guys. Like, think about it like this. Nigma are playing in Mina, right? And in Mina, they almost beat Quest, guys, right? And Quest is the only team that has beaten Falcons in best of 5. At least 2 games. Last 2 times they played best of 5s against Falcons, it was 3-2, 3-2. And Nigma almost beat Quest, meaning Nigma could be the 3rd best team in the world, guys. We don't know yet. We just don't know. Think about it. Think about it, dude.
I just can't believe that they've lost so few series total, and the fact that they just feel like they've had a draft advantage the whole time. They've had heroes that they pick, that they win with, other teams don't. And when it's that obvious...
We'll see, guys. Quest also changed the player here.
It just blows my mind that other teams can't
Top 3
or find a solution. Their roster is deep. Like
top 3 direct invite to TI. Falcons are now never gonna play a qualifier again. We know that.
So there goes one of our bands at the end of the game, and they didn't feel like they had the same mountain to climb.
Falcons
Let's see this 5-man interview. I have to see it, dude.
Falcons को direct अंदर जाने को मिल जाता.
New Nightfall emote. Oh, let me see it.
You're gonna win the game, something like that. Now this team is good at laning. They have the weird cheese picks. They have the ability to flex. They'll blackmail you in the draft by just picking their heroes. Even though you know that they're coming, they have the vibes as well. Malorine, Skeeter's talking like he's got a younger
refresh TP?
No. Like, I feel like
you meant the actual like TPing out.
Snake King, the leader, they've got crit.
It's not as good. I thought he was doing something on his camp.
He wants to win TI. I see that, and I'm just like, I got chills, dude. I respect it. I respect it so much. This man is laser focused this year. We asked him, like, oh, you know, playing with Malorine, playing with Amar, like, you know, are they giving you the hunger? He's like, fuck no. I'm hungry. We would be hungry even if it wasn't for these guys. After seeing that, after seeing
That's true. That's true. He did say that.
I'm afraid of how good Crit is going to be by the time TI and Riyadh roll around.
I am mostly worried about the difference that we saw, because the start of the tournament, everybody is looking at Falcons because they just came off a tier 1 tournament win.
आ जाना बन गया ना
They have a target on their back, so normally people are trying to figure it out more and more, but I just
Someone got perma-banned in chat. What happened to him?
And I feel like the distance between them and the rest just got bigger over time.
Yeah, I'm also afraid for other teams because I feel like
afraid for other teams.
Not a patch team, actually. Like when I look at their gameplay, I feel like they're very good at all the small things. They know which items to build, how to move around the map.
Whatever.
Stuff
Warning.
Like really
He spoiled. Yeah, a lot of spoiler frogs got banned.
Change, but if they're the best at figuring out what to build when.
The same players, they have the same coach.
The way they're winning is intelligent. I think it's gonna carry over to other patches.
He just gets, probably just gets paid money to say good job at the end of the game. But it feels like they're a little different. Their offlaner is more flexible. He's individually
one title change कर देता हूँ.
Because 3-3 was so fantastic too. And their mid player has more cheese picks without.
All right, let's see the interview. Where's my MR?
Cheesy lineup at times, but he can also play super standard stuff too. So it feels like they just have like all bases covered.
Where's my MR?
While having insanely high skill, like
edit videos.
They're just a lot more fun to watch than Tundra too. Even though
Yo, Ponky, thanks so much.
translate into their gameplay.
Thank you, bro.
They do it a lot more stylishly. And
We're waiting a little bit for more.
GG Falcons.
Thank you, Bongi. Any Gamma today? Nah, not today, not today.
Looks that much more exceptional.
GG Falcons.
Maybe tomorrow. We'll see.
And these young players, I know Jenkins, you talked about how well Crit is and how
Dota,
they would be regardless.
Laser
But
focused.
these young players have had such a standout performance.
Usually new patches destroy team that currently perform well. Yeah, but I think their fundamentals are good on Falcon. It's not like... I don't think you can break them by nerfing their heroes, you know? Not the same way. I mean, sure they have their heroes, but what are you gonna nerf? CM? Nobody else plays CM? Nerf Sven? Nobody else wins with Sven. Are you gonna nerf Sven? It's so weird, right?
They really let their Dota do the talking.
And they won this tournament on a different mini patch than the other one, so.
I did not. So these guys are just very incredible.
But Amar seems a lot more humble now too. It's surprising.
Amar the humble. He's true. He's
कॉल करता हूँ हेलो एक मिनट अरे आवाज बहुत कम आ रहा बात करना एक बार
मेरा क्या
हाँ अब सही तो क्या कैरी क्यों लगाना था हाँ चलो स्टार्ट कर दो
क्या वो रोल को या क्लासिक
मैं रोल क्यों
क्या मैच था रे फैल्कन का
अरे वो बीच में ऐसा लगा थ्रो करे तो बोल के लेकिन नहीं सही करे
फुल डोमिनेट किए इस साल फैल्कन बहुत जीते वो लोग
एक मिनट
बेडरूम भी इतना
बेडरूम बहुत अरे पिक्स बहुत बेकार थे उन लोगों के पता नहीं क्या सोच के लिए कि वो लोग एक मिनट मेरा डोटा क्रैश हो गया
पिक्स क्या
पिक्स रे हीरो पिक्स
डोटा क्रैश हो गया लोग का
मेरा हाँ एक मिनट
अच्छा वो कैंसिल करता हूँ
एक तो उन लोग को बार बार कुंका दे रहे कुंका ऑफलाइन होता ढंग का नहीं है ना डैमेज देता ना कुछ देता एक बार वो
नर्फ हो गया
बोट और वो डाल टॉरेंट स्टोन डाले तो हो गया उसका ना क्या करता और कुछ नहीं कर पाता
फिर और कुछ नहीं वो डैमेज वो हैंड डैमेज है उसके लिए
वो ऐसा वो डेडलेस वाला जाना बोलता उसको मिड खिलाना ऐसा बोले तो
उनका अभी मैं मैच नहीं देख पाया मैं इसके सब्सक्राइबर गेम्स खेल रहा था
अच्छा पसवल के साथ
1.5 घंटा का सब्सक्राइबर ये नहीं वो स्पेक्टेट कर रहे थे मैं स्ट्रिंग्स खेल रहा था मैं तो बहुत ही गंदा खेला बट जो चल रहा है वक्त चैट कॉल में 1.5 घंटा का मैच सब थक गए एकदम खेल के एंड करना है
अच्छा मैं भी एक बार आऊंगा कभी देखता है
संडे करता है वो सब्सक्राइबर
हाँ पता
फुल बेटी हो गया मैच तो वहाँ पे क्या रैम्पेज मिला के मन
ओ पुराना है रे वो
सही
गेम नहीं आ रहा तो फक
रैंक्स क्या डिटरमाइन करके इंक्रीज होता है जैसे मैं
एमएमआर के ऊपर होता है ना वो तो
अच्छा अगर 1000 होने से फिर
एक वो रहता है रेंज वो होता है इतने एमएमआर में इतना वो देना होता है वो ऐसा यार डोटा कैप्चर ओ फक ओके
कहाँ दिखती है वो चीज़ वैसे कुछ पता है आपको
ऑनलाइन में सर्च कर ले मिल जाएगा पंचा में भेजता हूँ
ऑनलाइन के डोटा में नहीं मिलता तो
नहीं डोटा में नहीं मिलता रुक जा डिस्कॉर्ड पे भेज रहा हूँ ठीक है
वैसे मिल गया मेरे को मिल गया वैसे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है
मैं डाल देता हूँ अपने रेफरेंस के लिए डाल देता हूँ
समझ नहीं आ रहा कैसे।
तो गर्मी इतना लग रहा, पसीना आ रहा मालूम है।
कहाँ पे अब हैदराबाद में गर्म है क्या?
बहुत ज्यादा।
अच्छा। हाँ अभी तो गर्म आ ही गया ऑलमोस्ट, अब समझ ठंड तो है ही नहीं।
अरे समर जैसा है रे, यहाँ पे समर आया भी नहीं, इतना गर्मी लग रहा।
हाँ ऐसा ही सीन है उस तरफ, ये पुणे हो गया, दिल्ली में, मैं भी दिल्ली में हूँ।
अच्छा दिल्ली में तो
इधर
अभी
में
ठंडी होगा।
हाँ नहीं नहीं, नोएडा में हो तो इतना धूप ठंड नहीं है यहाँ पे, अभी हवा चलती है बस,
अच्छा
लेकिन धूप आता है ना तो फिर वो कवर कर लेता है।
अच्छा।
बहुत धूप है। आपके अभी बैचलर ही हो गया वैसे, जॉब वॉब क्या सीन?
अभी मेरा होने वाला है, कॉलेज होने वाला है।
अच्छा कॉलेज वाले क्या अभी?
हम्म।
तो आप उधर में ऐसा घर इधर ही है क्या आपका?
मेरा घर यूपी में है, यहाँ पे मैं रेंट पे ले रखा है।
यूपी?
हम्म।
यूपी कहाँ?
यूपी में कानपुर।
अच्छा अच्छा, सही। क्या फिर ऐसा पीजी उजी में रहते होगे?
नहीं नहीं, अकेले रहता हूँ।
फ्लैट में क्या?
हम्म।
बढ़िया है बढ़िया है।
क्या है कि कोई नहीं खेल रहा शायद से।
मोस्टली आज सब लोग देख ही रहे होंगे मैच।
हो गया ना रे।
नहीं अभी रात ही हो गया खत्म होते होते, तो
हाँ वो तो है।
हो गया होंगे सब तो। ओह नहीं मिल रहा मैच।
आ जाएगा, देखते हैं, नहीं आता तो फिर सोने चले जाएंगे और क्या। कल
हाँ
वैसे भी
वो
कॉलेज नहीं जा रहा हूँ ना मैं, कल खेल सकते हैं।
अच्छा सही है।
थका हुआ हो रहा है बहुत मैच।
तो मैच देख खेल के पूरा हो गया एग्जॉस्ट।
कब जा रहा है ना लेजेंड टू। कब आता है?
आ जाएगा। बस वेट करते थोड़ा 5 मिनट और।
चलेगा चलेगा, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। अरे उसमें लगा दे रे, क्यों में आया तो आता, नहीं तो नहीं आता।
हाँ मैं नहीं, बस पिंग देख रहा था मेरा।
एवरीवन, तो आज मैं अजीब से मिला और ट्विटर पर शूटिंग हमारे बीच हुआ, उसके बारे में हमने चर्चा की, जिसमें रजत भाई ने मेरे को समझाया, हमको समझाया कि हम लोग सेफ कम्युनिकेशन बिलोंग करते हैं, उसके बावजूद भी हम लड़ रहे हैं, और वो भी एक छोटी सी मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग के कारण। तो वो मिसअंडरस्टैंडिंग थी एंड थैंक्स टू रजत भाई, मैंने हमारा समझाया।
भाई एक्सेप्ट करो।
अरे मैंने एंटर दबाया था, फक।
ओके ओके, प्लीज सपोर्ट नहीं खेलने में। अबे यार हार्ड सपोर्ट आया है।
कैरी खेलना है, चलेगा मेरे को।
मेरे को अर्ज फिगर या कुछ खेलने मन था, बकचोद थोड़ा।
खेल ले, उठा ले।
देखता हूँ।
तो कैरी खेलना तो ले ले, मैं चलेगा, मैं सपोर्ट खेल लूंगा।
क्या खेल सकते हैं वैसे? और ट्रिगर भी बैन कर दिया, छोड़ दो। सपोर्ट ही खेलता हूँ, कुछ बोलो नया हीरो खेलता हूँ, फिर मैं आपको कैरी सपोर्ट करूँगा।
लायन लायन आता होगा, लायन
थोड़ा बहुत।
रिस्ट्रक्टर
कल खेला था, फिर खेलो क्या?
खेल ले खेल ले।
बैन है, लायन लेता हूँ।
लायन ले ले, लायन ले ले, फिर ठीक है। बैन हो बैन हो गया। लिच उठा ले, लिच खेलना आता?
नहीं।
लिच ले ले, मैं सिखाता हूँ। लिच बहुत ओपी, इजी भी है, ओपी भी है।
क्या सीन है आज? लिच।
Your turn to pick.
प्रोपेगेंडा, स्नाइपर भी बैंड है।
सपोर्ट।
ओके। Oh, excuse me.
Not calibrated. MMR चाहिए रे, इतना गिर गया।
मेरा ना कैन यू
आपका MMR?
इसमें इसमें मेरा है 1964।
आपका मेन अकाउंट में?
मेरा अकाउंट में 3839 होगा कुछ, ध्यान नहीं दिया।
इसमें नहीं खेलते हो क्या आप?
खेलता हूँ ना।
अच्छा।
अब नया पैच का वेट कर रहे हैं, नया पैच कब आता है बोल के।
इसमें क्या लेजेंड हो क्या?
एंशिएंट है मेरा।
ओ एंशिएंट, हाँ एंशिएंट, अरे जी जी। फिर तो ये लोगों तो
इतना कुछ नहीं है।
कोई टीम वीम नहीं है क्या वैसा?
नहीं है, मतलब एक
एंशिएंट सोलो पहुंचे क्या अपना?
हाँ 2-3 लोग हैं, उनके साथ ही खेलता हूँ बस।
हाँ 2-3 लोग एटलीस्ट होने से सही। टीम भी ना हो तो फिर कोई हो जाए बस।
आइटम्स ले लिया क्या तूने?
हाँ।
क्या क्या लिया?
बता लो।
छह टैंक को जरूरत नहीं है, एक काम कर दे। और ब्रांच भी जरूरत नहीं है, वो कम कर दे। 2 मैंगो, एक और मैंगो ले ले। और फेरी फायर।
हाँ।
और ये रहेगा, ये है ना सेज मास्क।
सेज मास्क।
हाँ सेज मास्क, ये उठा ले।
हाँ ये सही है।
बस अभी क्या करना है तेरे को, बस बूट्स रश करना है, माना बूट्स रश करना। तो कोई भी माना बूट्स वाला हीरो खेलेगा ना, ये आइटम्स के साथ खेलने बहुत इजी रहेगा तेरे लिए। सारे लेन इजी रहेंगे।
माना ड्रेन करता नहीं तो।
अब तो क्या करना है तेरे को, बस जो फर्स्ट एबिलिटी लेके तेरे को स्पैम करना है बस, और कुछ नहीं करना। मेरे पास आएंगे मारने, स्पैम करना है, मारना है उतना।
ओके
30 seconds to battle.
I'll consider it. Not yet. So what if I swagger? Questionable. Wise counsel. 'Tis your
The
honor.
battle begins.
Comes now the King of Wraiths. Behold the Wraith.
इसको मार, मर जाएगा यार।
First blood. It was ours all along.
By my decree.
और वार्ड पता है ना कहाँ पे लगाना?
हाँ ब्लॉक कर दूंगा कैंप।
हाँ यहाँ पे लगा देना। क्या करना टॉप लेन? ओके
By any measure. As you advise.
पुल करूंगा नेक्स्ट।
Missing time. Go to. I'll consider it. Hold it! I'm under attack. Behold the Wraith. So what if I swag?
देख के देख।
This will set you prostrate yourself. By my crown. Obey. I'm always at my best.
बूट्स लेना बाद में।
सेकंड सील क्या करता?
सेकंड मेरे को आर्मर देता, मेरे को यहाँ खुद पे आर्मर डाल सकता है अभी।
By my decree. Wise counsel. Come, let's be about it. There are wraiths among you. Behold your king.
Nice.
Tis I. Hey, peasant. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Tis your honor.
लोटस ले लो।
You are in my presence. I'm under attack. I walk among you. moves of his own accord. War is torn.
अरे पुल करना
साइलेंस लगता चिल्ला रही है सही में
We are in agreement. Play while you can.
मेरा कोरियर
Dire's courier has been killed.
Consider it. By my decree, King requires. Be not timid. By any message.
Oh, nice arrow, nice arrow. Unexpected था वो मिराना आके गैंग करती बोल के
भाई वार्ड के सामने वार्ड लगे इससे दिखा नहीं
कौन अस्पताल रहा कोरियर मार गया
So what if I sleep? As you advise.
आर्किन बूट्स जा रहा हूँ
बना ले
Prostrate yourself. Your life is spent. Your king is here.
थर्ड स्पेल बेसिकली एनिमी को पुल करता है तेरी तरफ अपनी तरफ जितना ज़्यादा डिस्टेंस से पुल करेगा उतना जल्दी पुल होगा क्या दिमाग खराब कर रहा रे नो किट का ही बढ़ाना पड़ता है मेरे को ओ ये भी है टीम में ओके
Your king moves of his own accord.
देख
Behold the rain. I'm under attack. Fall upon them.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I walk among Silence.
मारता जाएगा
Keep your
पुल
thoughts
कर
to
लो
yourself.
मैं करता
Bro, slow है
Who's in charge here? Wise counsel. By my decree.
What the fuck?
War is torn.
अरे भाई
डिनाई अरे कर दिया डिनाई वॉर्ड हाँ वॉर्ड डिनाई कर दिया ना हाँ सही है
जा सकते हैं
नहीं साइलेंसर को स्पैम करो जगह तो भाग जाएगा
You are in my presence. There are wraiths among you. What are you afraid of? No longer consider it.
अरे तोड़ो रे उसका वो तब से परेशान कर रहा
Behold the wraith.
लॉल
We are in agreement. You have done the kingdom a service. Take a knee, peasant.
लोटस का टाइम हो रहा है, लोटस आ जाएगा।
Tis your honor. Every coin counts.
अच्छा है ये मेरा ना, अच्छा खेल रहा। देख के वो आ रहा है। वो डालना स्पेल डालना।
अरे जी
नाइस है। आजा पुश कर देंगे। टैंगो खा लेना। अपना हेल्थ कभी भी 50% से नीचे मत होने दे अगर लेन में है तो।
शार्ड क्या है इसका?
शार्ड वो एक एरिया बना देता है तो यूज करते को पता चलेगा। और मेरे को बोल हाँ समझाने को मेरे को थोड़ा समझाने में नहीं आएगा। तो जाके दूसरे लेने हेल्प कर सकता। तो ये कहाँ से आ गया? पीछे आ जा।
मेरा ना बड़ी खेल है।
अच्छा खेल रहा हो।
What if I swagger?
Missing middle.
Come, let's be about it. Questionable. Your king and my little more digging. I'm always at my best. And coffers. Tis your honor. Keep your thoughts to yourself. There are wraiths among you. Wise counsel. We are in agreement.
Illusion.
So what if I swagger?
इसका अल्ट तो वो है ना, वो बाउंस बैक करता है पूरा।
हाँ 2 या 3 लाख दिखे तो डाल देना।
Radiant structures are fortified.
बढ़िया मैच।
I walk among you.
कुछ करेगा?
हाँ चलता मैं वो भेज दूंगा, रिटर्न्स भेज दूंगा पुश करने के लिए। इधर आजा मेरे साथ। पीएम मिलेगी यहाँ पे।
बहुत ही स्लो हीरो है तो नाम तो स्लो है।
पोस्ट अप बना लो बाद में। अरे डैमेज बहुत हाई है उसका, तो उसका क्यू मैक्स करा ना। हाँ डाल के देख कितना हाई रहता देख।
स्मोक करके पीए पे जा सकते हो। इधर मैं वो कर रहा हूं।
मेरे पास अल्टी नहीं है, मैं फाइट नहीं कर सकता। बाद में आऊंगा। मेरा अल्टी आना तो फिर आऊंगा। ठीक है और कुछ कर लूंगा थोड़ा। What the fuck is this? शैडो ब्लेड बनाया उन्होंने नेक्रो के ऊपर।
हाँ फर्स्ट टाइम देखा है। इधर है।
क्या आना था? देख के हाँ मेरे को ये प्लेयर्स बिल्कुल पसंद है।
Not so winded now.
विजडम ले ले अगर है तो वहाँ पे।
कार्ड आ गया मेरा। चलते हैं किसी को पकड़ते हैं।
मेरा अल्टी नहीं है रे, मैं मारा तो दीदी भी है।
मिलते हैं सपोर्ट समाज के। पोस्ट
Bottom tower has fallen.
इधर क्या हो? अरे डैश लेके डैश लेके घूमो उसके लिए अभी। चलो मेरा अल्टी आ गया, जा सकता है।
Your king moves of his own accord. Questionable. Desolator. What are you?
चलो।
The wrath of a wraith.
नेक्रो आया।
डैश है? डैश है ना? आ रहा हूँ।
नेक्रो छुपाओ के फान कर रहे थे।
ग्लिमर ले सकता है तो बचने के लिए।
पोस्ट ऑफ नहीं लूँगा फिर।
पोस्ट ऑफ ने तो ग्लिमर कुछ भी ले सकता।
देखता हूँ फिर पैसा।
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Your king is here.
Your top tower is under
attack. टावर। You got the tower, so it's okay.
ये लोग अच्छा खासा वार्ड्स लगा के रखे हैं।
क्या कर रहा है ना?
The prize is mine.
कोई डिफिकल्ट ऐसा कुछ नहीं बनाया ना तो
लोग आएंगे इधर।
Show of obedience.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Excuse me.
I'm always at my best. You are in my presence. My favorite. 'Tis your honor.
Necrobot.
I'll consider it.
Illusion over.
There are wraiths among you.
Fuck, what? Hello? Appa.
Radiant structures are fortified.
तो कहीं तो है.
Who's in charge?
पकड़ो पकड़ो नेक्रो को पकड़ो. इसकी तरह कहाँ गया ना?
Wise counsel.
भाग गया वो.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
अबे क्या है बे मिस वो? Okay, lol. Nice.
As you advise.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Your king moves of his own accord.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I walk among you.
तो और डैमेज हो रहा है. मजा आ रहा है.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
इधर में है ट्रायंगल में. ट्रायंगल है इधर में. चलता है. चल सकता है.
Wraiths, your king is here.
देख के टावर करना.
I'll consider it. 'Tis I. So what if I swagger? As you advise.
नाइस वो डैमेज देखा.
आओ ना एक बार में गया वो.
स्लो है लेकिन उसका डैमेज बहुत ज्यादा है. बहुत हाई है.
Bottom tower is under attack.
By my decree.
पकड़ो.
There are wraiths among you.
पीछे आ रहे. Fuck my bad.
I'm always at my best. Soon, perhaps I'll choose a queen. I walk among you. You are in my presence.
Create an ice spire target also.
We are in agreement. War is torn. I'm under attack.
इसको पकड़ना है सबसे पहले. दिमाग खराब कर रहा है ना.
By any measure.
Level 2 alto
Your king moves of his own accord.
Allies disappear.
'Tis your
Haste.
Oh my.
Tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
रुक रहे भाई. इसको मैं ही मारता रुक.
Your king moves of his own accord.
चल रहे हम लोग
नीचे नीचे RS
सब आया इधर फाइट ले गया
विन नहीं है
ये लोग तो जा रहे भाई
अच्छा फाइट नहीं है
चलो RS लेते RS
RS
As you advise. Behold the wraith. I walk among you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
At my best.
Your middle tower is under attack.
आया अपना टैंक कहाँ पे अबे डालना कोई स्किल डालना एक बार अरे मेरे को मारा था ना भाई
कैसे मर गया
ए का ब्लास्ट आया ना
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Who's in charge here? Praise, your king is here.
Every coin helps.
Consider it. 'Tis your honor.
तो मेरा बीके भी होता है ऑलमोस्ट
Your king moves of his own accord. So what if I swagger?
Okay, nice.
My favorite customer.
फार्म इधर में ले लो
हो गया
Go to. War is torn. Wise counsel.
What is the damage? Oh my god.
damage यार
By any measure. I'm always at my best.
इधर मेरे पास ब्लिंक आ गया तो दे दीजिए
Prostrate yourself. I walk among you.
ये दिखना खाली वक्त और इसमें ये एक्चुअली ले लिया
By my decree.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Keep your thoughts to yourself.
फाइट लो।
नहीं नहीं नहीं, बैक बैक बैक। सेंटर नहीं अपना, थोड़ा उनको बाहर आने दो। अरे क्या दम मेरे।
ये आउटपोस्ट के लिए आ सकता है। शो ही नहीं कर रहा ये, साइलेंसर भी शो नहीं कर रहा।
ए को मारना रे, एक ही दम का रवा। Fuck is that item build, bro? Okay, गया ना, मार दे उसको। नाइस नाइस नाइस, मैं आ रहा हूँ।
Who's in charge here?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Wise counsel. Keep your thoughts to yourself. I walk among you. By my decree.
Shadows take us.
Prostrate yourself.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
वो टावर आ गया। ओके नाइस, तो फिर ठीक है, टावर आ गया तो फिर ठीक है।
बहुत पुश कर रहे हैं फालतू बेवजह। हाई ग्राउंड अभी नहीं कर सकते, इतना आइटम्स ही नहीं।
हो गया, मुझे शार्ड लेना पड़ेगा पहले तो।
Your middle tower is under attack.
इनो लेवल 19 कैसा है रे?
क्या कूलडाउन कितने इसका फिर?
एक्सेलेंट अच्छा।
Hello.
Very over.
War is torn. Your king is here. I'm under attack. Overthrown.
साइलेंसर के बिना हम लोग हार जा रहे हैं। वाओ,
Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
वो लोग भी ऐसे ही चल सो पकड़ेंगे आता
भाग गया
चल
वॉर्ड डाला होगा वॉर्ड हाँ गए सारे वॉर्ड्स
नहीं आता
Let thy healing begin.
As you advise. We are in agreement. Tis on. Your king moves of his own home for the treasury.
हो गया मेरा एग्स ऑलमोस्ट वेट कर लिया तो होगा अकेला है ना ए आ नहीं आता बहुत लगा
Vanish.
Behold the wraith.
इसको पकड़ के मारना रे वो दिमाग खराब कर रहा है
हाँ ये
हो गया ऑलमोस्ट अगर जी आप जा सकते
आ जाओ
आ रहा हूँ चलो
You are in my presence. There are wraiths among you. Wise counsel. By my decree.
Your top tower is under attack.
I walk among you. Who's in charge here?
अच्छा देख रो क्या पूरा टीम मर गया लॉल
नहीं कर सकते पीए को ऐसे पकड़ना पड़ेगा अचानक से वो
ये लोग फोर्स कर रहे हैं मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता ये क्या था ये सपोर्ट था
Invisibility.
पता नहीं शायद ऑफलाइन खेल रहा है कभी ऑफलाइन नहीं सॉरी
सेफ लाइन था क्या मिड कौन था मिड पीए था शायद था ना
Haste.
फाउंटेन से सही रहेगा
जगरनॉट भी फार्म हो गया
Your bottom tower is under attack.
War is torn. King me.
Every coin helps.
I'll consider it. There are wraiths among you. You are in my presence. Your king moves of his own accord. Keep your thoughts to yourself. Wraiths, your king is here. So what if I swagger? 'Tis your honor.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Okay, unexpected था.
पीछे चलता है क्या? वेट करते हैं, पुश नहीं करते, फोर्स मत करो यार कोई.
Defend वाला ना.
Every coin counts. Wise counsel. Who's in charge here? As you advise.
क्या लो न्यूट्रल आइटम समझ नहीं. Bro, don't go.
क्या कर रहा है ना? अल्टी वेस्ट कर दिया यार.
We are in agreement. By any measure. Behold the wraith.
ये वहीं से.
मार्ट करो यार फोर्स.
By my decree. Behold your king. Prostrate yourself. Keep your thoughts to yourself.
पीछा था असली वाला है. नकली वाला है ना.
Your king moves of his own accord. By my decree. So what if I swag?
क्या लूँ और समझ में नहीं आ रहा है आपको. ठीक है ले लेता हूँ. ट्राई करूँ.
Your top
पीछा था.
is under attack.
I walk among you.
It is an
The wraith.
इतना डैमेज कौन दे रहा?
ये जगरनॉट.
Your bottom tower is under
नलीफायर आ
attack.
गया पीए का. 27 लेवल है, कुछ ज्यादा इफेक्ट नहीं है वो.
इजी गेम हार्ड हो या ना.
भाई साहब.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गया हेलो
विंड रेंजर हो गया बीटी हो गया विंड रेंजर का
ऑल एक होप था वो भी चले गया
हाँ ना नहीं आएगा बाई लिख के चला गया वो तो
हाँ वही तो
आने वाला
Your bottom tower is under attack.
अकेला अकेला है नाले फायर भी नहीं है उसको पकड़ के मार सकते बैक 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 बैक
Your middle tower is under attack.
मार ले मार ले
Your middle tower is under attack.
धोया है रे वो
आ गए इवेंट वापस ओके नाइस
is worse than the disease.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Pin! Dies.
Become feast.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
ऑफलाइन बोल दो नेक्रो शैडो बेड के साथ जीता तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते रहे
अभी क्या बनाऊं कुछ आइडिया
एग्स में भी ग्लिपनर क्यों बनाया ग्लिपनर का जरूरत नहीं था रे तेरे पे पूछना था एक बार मैं बता देता था इधर
जी है भाई
इंटेलिजेंस का मारो मैं रहता दिन नहीं अपना लाइट ले
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
कुछ कर नहीं पा रहा था गेम में, ऑनेस्टली कुछ किया ही नहीं मैं।
कुछ नहीं होता चलता। माय बैड मैं तो सजेस्ट कर रहा है
अरे कोई नहीं, सीख पता चल गया ना कैसे हीरो है।
हीरो ओपी है लेकिन बस थोड़ा खेलना है तो सेट हो जाता हो।
हाँ वो इसको थोड़ा खेलना आने से सही रहेगा।
मैं सिखा तुम्हें, खेल तो ना एक बार तब सिखा तुम्हें। चल ठीक है, कल खेलेंगे ठीक है।
खेलेंगे क्या?
कल खेलते मैं थका हुआ हूँ, बहुत थका
ओके।
हुआ हूँ।
हाँ ओके चलो बाय।
चलो बाय बाय। Thanks for joining जो भी था। See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Take care. Good night. Good night.